You're so great, standing, talking. You got me checkmate. No one's watching or nothing. I have cleared out the room, also that you can get to be the big spoon. Ooh, cuddle me blue. Take me to the edges of you. Ooh, cuddle me blue. Take me to the edges of you. Ooh, every little inch of my skin. Baby, I will let you in. Cuddle me blue. Take me to the edges of you. Every little inch of my skin. Baby, I will let you in.
A man of greatest fortune and with sass beyond compare. He can see your ass just fine, no need to leave his chair. Mr. Darcy, you will lead us through the darkness without prejudice or pride. Mr. Darcy, your sexy shirts defy all dryness. The universe acknowledges your true Darcy.
Hey everyone, you hear me okay? Yo, what time is it? It's showtime. Just gonna wait till I get some confirmation that y'all can hear me okay, and then we'll get started. How's everyone doing? Ready for some more suffering and horror? Because I'm not. I hate this. See, this is my little co-star. Alright, no tech issues so far. That is good. Okay, well, hello everyone. Hello my beautiful watchers. Welcome to the second part of my charity live stream, in which I'm attempting to raise money for the American Civil Liberties Union by exchanging live readings of the Mister by the author I hate the most in the world, E.L. James. If you'd like to make a donation, please, the thing should be on the screen. There should also be another link in the video description if you're not seeing the official YouTube donate button. But, I mean, at this point the book has been paid for, the entire book has been paid for thrice over, and I'm definitely not going to be able to get through the whole thing in this session, so it's really only if you want to at this point. And, yeah, okay, well, I'm going to stop stalling and bring on my first guest reader, so... Guest. Oh, frozen guest. Let's get that sorted. Hey, everybody, welcome Ilnage.
I've been doing this dance for 2 straight minutes.
Just ready for your moment when it's finally come.
Darn right.
All
hey,
right.
Dom, how you doing?
Good, man. I'm just going to give the chat another second to let me know that your voice is coming in okay, because that was the issue we had last time.
Tip of the tongue, teeth in the lips.
Oh, frozen guest.
Just sound test.
Hey, everybody, welcome Ilnage.
I've been doing...
Alright, yeah, we're good. We are good. Huzzah.
Are we good?
I mean, we're as good as we're going to get doing this.
Is that what we are?
Yeah, no, we are. We're definitely something. So. Alright.
Would you like this with or without my flawless British accent?
I would love to go the rest of my life without hearing your British accent.
It's so good, though.
Is it?
It's
jolly
good. I dare to say it is jolly good.
Alright, cool. Well, it looks like you're going to freeze every time I don't keep you on Discord, so this is going to be interesting.
Fun.
Image is frozen. So you sound okay, but the image is still frozen. There we go, yeah. For some reason, my computer, like, does not care for it if I don't have Discord open on my screen, so it just freaks out. It's like, no, I guess you don't need him after all. You're not paying enough attention to him. Yeah. So let me just read the intro real quickly, because I cannot remember what I was going to say. Oh yes, okay, so this person who's probably frozen on the screen right now is Ilnage. This guy is my favourite just favourite musician in general, actually.
Aww.
What's the word I'm on the script? He's done some really good covers, he's done some original songs, he's also responsible for every amusing, custom job that's ever appeared on my channel. The Ballad of Mr. Darcy, the vampire cover of I Can Show You the World. So yeah, everyone say hi. So, we were just discussing where we were up to with the book. You said you didn't watch the live stream yesterday.
I was in and out, so I don't have full context. I don't think that's gonna make things better, though.
I don't think I can explain it. I don't.
I know this is a very well-to-do man, and he wants to bang the help. This is basically the Colin Firth plotline from Love Actually, but, like, not try to play off as actually romantic, essentially.
Yeah, basically, well, I mean, she's always trying to play it off as romantic, but it's basically a creepy version of that, because the power dynamic is just so ridiculous. She's terrified of him, she can't look him in the eye, she speaks in stuttered broken English whenever he's around, even though she speaks good English. He's a layabout for most of his life. His brother just died, and he's been sleeping with his brother's widow ever since. He doesn't really...
Oh, but that's not the love interest. She's just there for him to sleep with.
I have the horrible feeling she's going to be the villain. His mother's definitely a villain, and because she's popped up in...
But she's so beautiful.
Oh yeah,
okay.
You were there for the hot mother part then. That's good.
Oh, my hot mom.
So that happens. So she's basically trying to come around. They both had a reason to be naked around the other one so far, because why wouldn't you?
Naturally.
So I've been hearing some talk on Twitter that this entire book is a complete rip-off of some other romance book, which I can't...
Of course it is.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Who's surprised? Raise your hand if you're surprised. So yeah. So we're up to page 67, I think. It starts with, well, this is distracting. You want to just jump straight into this?
I think I do.
Alright, just mentally prepare.
Well, this is distracting. How can I possibly concentrate with her moving about in such close proximity? I pretend to read the revised cost to complete for the remodeling of the Mayfair Mansion blocks. Wow.
As you do.
But I'm really watching her. She moves with such easy, sensuous grace, bending over the sofa, lithe, toned arms reaching out and delicate, long-fingered hands cupping the crumbs from the seat cushions and brushing them off. A frisson runs through me. A river runs through it. And my whole body is suddenly humming with a delicious tension attuned to her presence in the room.
I swear, I swear she must spend a good hour on a thesaurus every day, just...
Oh, of course.
So unnecessary. Sorry, go on. I'm going to try not to interrupt too much.
At least she's learning to conjugate. The only passage I read from 50 Shades was, it's such a sexual tense moment.
Yeah. I don't know if this is better. I don't. I don't know what I want anymore. I just want... Yeah.
Could this... But Dom, I have a question. Could this be any more illicit? She's so close, but so unattainable.
This is so typical douchebag. Like, how dare she exist and look hot? Like, how dare she look like this and do her job while looking this way? It's like such incel bullshit.
Right? It's like, if you read one... when I used to go to that subreddit because I hate myself, it's like, I would just, like, see, like, oh, these women at the gym wearing tight clothes. I'm like, yeah you gotta move.
Yeah, it's like... But yeah, no, so we've established that he's mad at her now for looking, like, for... Could this... Oh, no, okay, sorry,
He's so mad as she moves to plump the black scatter cushions on the couch, and her housecoat swings forward and stretches across her backside, betraying the pink underwear beneath. My breathing shallows, and I have to suppress a groan. I'm a fucking pervert.
I mean, I agree with Suede yesterday. He thinks that these are audience notes from the first person to read her book. Or this is basically a cipher for the audience. It's not his thoughts, it's just like, you're a fucking pervert.
Right? I just love, like, oh, I see the lining of her underwear under her pants, and that's just too much for me. Like, have you been in a room with a woman before, guy?
Yeah, oh, sorry, before I forget, I've just got a reminder that, I didn't know, well, I feel like I maybe knew this and completely forgot when we did the live stream, but, this young lady is a abuse survivor, by the sound of things.
Oh,
so
good.
yes, I'm just throwing in a trigger warning here now, that, she appears to be having flashbacks. She was apparently sold into sex slavery or something, or like human trafficking. So that's fucked up to the extreme that E.L. James thinks that she can talk about that. But yes, I just wanted to warn everyone that she keeps having flashbacks to who the gentleman I think is her abuser, so just be aware of that. That may be coming up. So
Nothing creeps me out more than when people think my book is about abuse, even when I deliberately write about abuse.
Alright, sorry, anyway, where were we?
I'm a sodding pervert.
I'm into the book, Nedge.
Yeah. She finishes with the sofa, and and her eyes stray towards me. I endeavor to look engrossed in the spreadsheet in my hand while the hairs on the back of my neck rise to attention. She's like... I mean, I know this isn't a joke because she is a fanfic writer, but...
Yeah, I know,
it's like...
Yeah,
my pale blue eyes look down at my cherry red phone.
Yeah, no, it's legit. She's never moved on from the way she wrote when she wrote fanfic. It's like everyone has to have an eye and hair description. Everyone has to have a quick like shape of their ass description, and it's so unnecessary and it's so off-putting when you're trying to read.
And I endeavor. Everybody has to endeavor to look at a thing.
I mean, so I'm just grateful. We only had like what 3-4 counts of murmured so far. So.
Oh. Are we taking a shot every time that comes up?
I mean, I might start doing that later, yeah.
Shall I? It's only... It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Anyway. She finishes with the sofa. Rise to attention. Taking the can of polish, she sprays onto the cloth she's holding and heads to the piano. With another quick, anxious glance at me, she begins the slow process of buffing it to a brilliant shine. She stretches across it, the housecoat rising above the backs of her knees. Are you Amish? Oh, God. We said together. With a deliberate and even pace, she works her way around the piano, buffing and polishing, her breathing becoming faster and harder with the exertion. It's agonizing. I close my eyes and imagine how I could elicit the same response from her. You couldn't, because it sounds like you've never been this close to a woman before, guy.
I mean, yeah, this guy is like, he's having an aneurysm, or like he's getting a hernia just from this woman being near him. It's like, how does E.L. James think, like, does E.L. James think that's what happens when you're attracted to someone? You see someone that you really like and you're just like, my organs are physically disassembling.
Shite. I cross my legs to hide my body's natural reaction.
Oh, great. Now he's got a stiffy at the piano. That's just wonderful.
I'm surprised she didn't try to come up with, like, oh, I crossed my legs to hide the blood vessels in my... What's it?
Yeah. Yes.
Like, just...
Starting the engorgement of my male...
Yeah.
I can't even with her. I can't match her level of unnecessary adjectives.
This is getting farcical. You have no idea. She's just cleaning my fucking piano. Yes, I know. She continues to dust the keyboard. The click of my Cherry MX Blues. Sorry. Though the keys make no sound, her eyes shoot to me again, and I quickly look at the figures on the spreadsheet, which swim on the page, making no sense. Oh, he has dyslexia.
Hey!
When I dare to... That's not me making it, like... that's me like, oh, I sympathize with him.
Oh, okay. Sure it is.
I don't know.
Learned something about this guy today.
When I dare to peer up at her, she's bending down. When I dare to peer up at her, she's daring to bend down, her face pensive, and she seems to be appraising the manuscript that sits on the music rest. She's looking at my composition, and her brow creases as if she's concentrating hard. She likes my rendition of Chopsticks. Can she read music? Can she read? Is she reading my score? She looks up and meets my gaze, her eyes widen with embarrassment, and her tongue escapes from her mouth to lick her upper lip as a rosy flush stains her cheeks. Averting her eyes, she bobs down behind the piano, presumably to dust the legs or the stool. I cannot bear it. My phone rings, startling me. It's Oliver. Hi, I say to the phone, my voice hoarse. I've never been so grateful for the interruption. I have to get out of the drawing room. Hell, I promised myself that I wouldn't let her chase me out again. Trevthick?
Oh,
is that his name?
Yes, Trevor. No, I think Trevthick is. He's got two names. He's got his surname and his L name. So we've been sort of. I think we just decided his name is Maximilian Thickbasket or Maxipad Thick Dick or whatever.
Hey, thick boy Magoo.
So yeah, you can go nuts with whatever you want to call him. Call him douchebag, dickhead.
Yeah. Oh, Trevthick. I'm gonna decide Oliver's got an accent. Sorry. Yes, Oliver. What is it? We have a planning issue, and I think it's going to need your attention. I stalk into the hallways as Oliver drones on about soffits and load-bearing walls within my Mayfair development.
Are you making
that Mayfair development?
Are you making him Scottish?
Making him a very poor approximation of Scottish.
Okay, you know what? Let's. I'm going to make a one-time exception for you doing a British accent for Thickbastic, because he's meant to be like really posh. He's like, yes, I get all the ladies.
Have I told you about my money? There's a lot of it. I might have left some bits out.
Wimp sex and money keeps me fit.
When he leaves the room, it's as if a storm has passed overhead to wreak havoc elsewhere. Oh wait. Oh, we're her now.
Yeah. Oh yeah. When it randomly switches, and you'll know it's her because it's suddenly switched to third person instead of first person for no reason.
Cool. When he leaves the room, it's as if a storm has passed overhead to wreak havoc elsewhere. In the hallway, perhaps? Alicia breathes a sigh of relief. It's not even her voice, gosh dang it. Alicia brings a sigh of relief, grateful that he's gone. She hears him on the phone. Because God forbid we identify with her, intimately.
Yeah.
It's only him.
I don't get it, because like I said, E.L. James always wants to relate to the male characters.
Yeah. Well, because if she was writing first person for a woman, she'd be saying oh, his temper got me flustered like double hot chocolatey fudge caramel.
Don't give me flashbacks, man. Jesus.
Well, she's having flashbacks, so you are identifying with her. She hears him on the phone, his voice deep but melodious. She doesn't think he's ever been so acutely aware of someone else before. She must stop thinking about him and concentrate on cleaning. She finishes dusting the piano, though she can't shake this uncanny feeling that he'd been watching her while she cleaned.
He probably is.
That's impossible.
He's probably got some painting with the eyes cut out.
Why would he be watching me? Maybe he's checking on her cleaning capabilities like Mrs. Kingsbury. Alicia smiles at the silly idea and realizes she feels a great deal warmer than she did when she arrived. She isn't sure if the heat is within the room or within herself. Pardon me.
No, I can understand why that physically hurt you.
Warmed by his presence, it just made me gassy.
I mean, also legit reaction.
Her ludicrous train of thought elicits another smile. Could it be any more illicit? Could it elicit any more? As he's out of the room, she seizes the opportunity to run and fetch the vacuum cleaner. The Mister is at the end of the hall, leaning against the wall, all long legs and restless foot tapping. He's talking into the phone in a low tone, but he watches her as she goes into the kitchen. She carries the vacuum cleaner into the living room to find him back at his desk, but still talking on the phone. I can't read all of a sudden.
I mean, as I said, this book is so hard to read because it has no flow. It feels like every different sentence is a new hurdle that you have to jump.
I think it's also like switching to third person for whatever reason.
Yeah, no,
me up. I was doing better in first.
I don't, but yeah, no, seriously, that's legit complaint. I have no idea why she did this. But like all the readers I had yesterday, like we were all stumbling over it because this book just does not read well at all. Mm-hmm. So.
That happens more common in literature, like because I read a book years ago. It had two narrators, both first person. Then out of the blue, a third character is added, and he's suddenly third person.
There's never a good reason for that. It's never going to work well.
That switching voice is interesting. Yeah. When he rises, he sees her. Hold on a minute, Oliver. Go ahead, he says to her, and he waves in the direction of the room, granting Alicia permission to vacuum as he leaves once more. He's undone the black hoodie he's wearing. Underneath, she sees a gray V-neck shirt that has a black winged coronet and LA 1781 written on it. Oh, so just like we like to wear Union Jacks over here for no reason, you guys like to wear Los Angeles shirts.
Yeah.
All right.
Sure.
LA 1781. I don't know what happened then. She flushes as she notices a little chest hair peeking through the top of the V. In her mind, she hears her mother's voice scolding her in that tone she has. Alicia, what are you doing? That's not the right voice. I'm looking at a man, Mama. A man I find attractive. A man who makes my blood run hotter.
Why is she talking to her imaginary mother about her girl boner?
Maybe it's like, like my mom, when she prays, she talks to her dad.
Oh, okay, but
not about how hot she finds the man in the V-neck, but
yeah, that's the bit I'm worried about. I mean, I don't even know if her mother's is she passed on, or I don't think that was ever established.
Wouldn't surprise me. I don't know.
She might just be an imaginary friend.
She had no mother. She was born in a tube. This is gonna take once you hit page 100, it takes a hard sci-fi turn.
Seriously, don't try and script doctor it, man. It'll only disappoint you when you find out none of it's interesting.
She imagines her mother's scandalized expression and it makes her smile. Oh, Mama, it's so different here in England. Men, women, how they behave, their interaction. Alicia's mind goes to a darker place. To him. From Powerpuff Girls. Oh, no, it's him. Gosh dang it. No, don't think of that man. Please don't write about that man. Don't make me read about that man. She's safe now, here in London with the Mister, and she must concentrate on keeping her job. The vacuum cleaner is a mate called Henry. Painted on his red cylinder are two big eyes and a smile. Oh, she's personifying the vacuum cleaner. No,
that's Henry Hoovers are a thing in the UK where it's literally a Hoover with a big smiley face painted on it. But yeah, they are cheap as shit. This guy's meant to be a billionaire and he's got a Henry Hoover. That's ridiculous. That's so funny. Yeah.
Whenever she sees Henry, she can't help but smile. She plugs him into the wall and begins to vacuum the rug and the wooden floor. 15 minutes later, and she's finished.
Thank God we know exactly how long it took her to vacuum. I never would have made it through this book without that.
That's absolutely the moment where you realize, okay, so the work I've set my character about doing isn't interesting to write about, so I'm just gonna put in a time lapse.
Yeah. I mean, she discovered time jumps for the first time in this book, but she did it during a sex scene, so it's like sex starts, middle of sex, end of sex, all in one reading.
So it's like a little Sonic fan fiction.
Basically.
They do it in the missionary position for 20 minutes.
Please tell me that's not real.
Oh, dude, you don't watch Game Grumps.
No, that sounds traumatizing. Anyway, moving on.
I'll enlighten you later.
Yeah.
The Mister is not in the hallway. She pulls Henry back to his sleeping place in the laundry room cupboard. Alicia gives him a friendly pat before shutting the cupboard door and heading into the kitchen. Hi, the Mister says as he comes back into the kitchen. I have to go out. Your money, my money that you get to borrow, is on this console table. You can lock up and set the alarm. There we go. She nods, so blinded by his broad smile that she has to stare down at the floor. But inside her, joy unfurls like a morning glory because he's leaving. And she'll be able to play the piano. And that makes her smile.
Is that really? Is that really?
No, part's not in there.
I couldn't do this yesterday either. I cannot tell when someone's ad-libbing something to mock it, or it's just in the book. It's that bad.
He hesitates for a moment before holding out a large black umbrella. You're welcome to borrow this. It's still raining. Cats and dogs out there. Cats and dogs? Alicia's stunned. She's never heard an idiom before, apparently.
Yeah, apparently not. She's been in England for like a year and speaks the language fluently, but...
Yeah. She glances quickly at his face, and her heart skips a beat at his warm smile and his generous gesture. She takes it from him. Thank you, she whispers. You're welcome. Until Wednesday, Alicia. He says, and he leaves her alone in the kitchen. A few moments later, she hears the front door close. Alicia stares at the umbrella. It's old-fashioned with a wooden handle and a gold collar. It is exactly what she needs. Marveling at the mister's generosity, she wanders into the living room and sits down at the piano. She props the umbrella up against the end of the keyboard in honor of the terrible weather.
Can we just pause and take note of? Wait, we have to discuss the fact that what E.L. James basically just said is, wow, how generous is this 1%er for giving her a hand-me-down umbrella, like a second-hand umbrella to one of the house staff, and she's like, oh, sure, the 1% are better people.
It's like, I know that, people are horrible to service workers, but
this guy gave her his leftover umbrella, so capitalism works.
Wow, I can't believe the mister left me a 15% tip on the check.
Yeah, that's almost like $4. He's such a kind guy. No, okay, sorry. Anyway, what were you stumbling over?
I missed that, I thought there was a typo. She props the umbrella up against the end of the keyboard, and in honor of the terrible weather, begins to play Chopin's Raindrop Prelude. It took me a while to get to the point of the
I see,
anecdote.
yeah, no, because the sentence just goes on and on and on and on. But, I mean, I'm just relieved this is the first time she's not just played Bach over and over again. So.
Yeah. I bask and glow in the wake of Alicia's whispered, thank you. I am ridiculously pleased with myself. Oh, boy. I'm finally able to get her with this small gesture.
Get her?
He's doing the dentist system. He's demonstrated his value. He's engaged her physically, presumably. Now he's nurturing her dependence.
I remember this from the mystery method. Oh, no!
Yep. Next, I imagine he'll neglect her emotionally, he'll inspire hope, then separate entirely.
So, yeah, neg her, he'll freeze her out for a bit.
Yeah, there's a great episode of Always Sunny where one of the characters breaks that down. I'm not accustomed to doing good deeds, though Wait.
Again, now he's still self-congratulating himself for this fucking umbrella.
Yep, you gave me permission for the accent, and now I can't do it. Dang. Though I probably have an ulterior motive for my kindness, a motive I don't want to analyze too deeply right now, as if I might confirm I'm the shallow fucking bastard I think I am.
Yeah? I don't know.
This entire book is him having that Shinji moment from End of Evangelion.
I'm
the lowest of the low.
I haven't seen that far into it. It got too weird for me.
It's from the movie.
Okay.
Still, I feel good about this gesture, and it's a novel feeling. With renewed energy, I bypass the lift and fly down the main staircase to the ground floor. I'm reluctant to leave, but I have a meeting with Oliver and various contractors at the Mayfair development. Glancing down at my clothes, I hope they don't expect me to arrive in a suit. That's just not my style. Ugh, so he's a Zuckerberg. No, that was Kit's thing, and he had a wardrobe full of bespoke Savile Row suits to prove it. Outside, I dodge the raindrops and hail a cab. Is it Savile Row? It doesn't matter. Seville?
I've lost track of the page. I don't know. I would say Savile.
Yeah, apparently this meeting that's so important for him to leave isn't important enough to, actually be in. After all this reading about the Mayfair development, the actual meeting about it is just time skip.
Yeah, no, it gives this impression that he spends more time complaining about work than actually ever doing any.
Yeah, I think that went well, says Oliver. I nod as we walk through the new limestone atrium of one of the rebuilt mansion blocks. Workmen in high-vis jackets and yellow hard hats go about their business around us as we make our way to the bolded front of the building. The dust in the air claws at my throat. I need a drink.
I think we all do.
You've got a flair for this, Trevthick. F-boy. Douche nozzle. I think the contractor liked your suggestions. I'm gonna stop with the British accent. I apologize to everybody from the UK.
I like how it's the Scottish one that breaks you. You're fine doing the bad English accent.
Yeah, because I'm more confident in my bad English accent.
Fair.
Because I know I'm saying this to an Englishman, but like I feel like a bad English accent has a lot more leeway than a bad Scottish accent.
Possibly. Less... I mean, it's impossible to really be prejudiced against the English in any way, because we've spent the last 1,000 years being dicks to everyone, so...
yeah, but so have Americans, so...
True. I mean, the Scottish at least got bullied by the English for a couple of hundred years, although they did hold their own, bless them. They conquered us after a while, so... But yeah, so I can see why you'd like... English is kind of a fair game mockery thing.
Yeah. Oliver, it's Maxim. Please use my name. You used to. Before. When you would look at me during.
Oh dear.
I'm pretty PG. Do you mind if I censor the curse words?
Yeah, go for it.
For F's sake. Maxim, Oliver gives... Maxim. Oh, no, sorry. My very good lord. For F's sake, Maxim. Oliver gives me a brief smile. We'll need to get an interior designer to source everything for the show apartment, probably within the next month. I've compiled a list of 3 that Kit liked to use. Kit? Kit was Kit. Why can't I be Maxim? Caroline might have a good idea, I say. Oh, Lady Trumble Mumble Dumble? My mother suggested her. Oliver bristles. Oh? What does Oliver have against Caroline? Or is he bridling against Rowena? She often has that effect on people. Rowena's the mom?
It is, yeah. This is very upsetting to me, because my mother's name is Rowena, so hearing about it, I just don't like it.
I'll talk to Karen. Oh, my mom's name is Karen. How do you think I feel?
Oh, shit!
With an I, not with an E.
Oh, well, then she's fine.
I'll talk to Caroline, but send me the names of others and some examples of their work, I respond. Oliver nods and I remove my hard hat and hand it to him. Until tomorrow, he says, and pushes open the rickety door of the temporary wooden hoarding that hides the face of the building. That's a sentence and a half.
Mm-hmm.
The rain has finally stopped, but it's dark. I pull up the collar of my coat and wait for a cab, while I decide whether to go to my club or go home. Excuse me. Walking around the baby grand piano, I think about Elisa. Elisa stretched across it while she was buffing the ebony to a glossy shine. It seems under the chandelier. It gleams under the chandelier. So did he decide to go home?
Yeah, apparently. They shouldn't really...
Okay.
She just set it up. Like, should I go home? Should I go home? It's time skip to being home. It's like...
You know what? The line break coincided with a page break, so you can't tell.
Oh, okay. I mean...
It gleams under the chandelier. Who would have thought I'd be so attracted to a woman in a nylon housecoat and large pink panties?
Yeah. 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 Yep.
Why would you... To quote Clive Barker, why would you want to be this man? Why would you want to live in his skin?
Why are you like this, Maxim de Thickbutt? Or whatever you...
Why are you like this, E.L. James?
Yep.
Erica Mitchell,
Snow Queen Ice Dragon. This is how I refer to her in my free time.
How could she have worked her way under my skin in such short time? I know nothing about her, except she's unlike any woman I've ever met.
She's not like other girls.
How do you know that? The women in my life are bold and confident and know what they want and how to ask for it. She's not like that. Demure and totally focused on her job. Alicia seems reluctant to engage with me, almost as if she wants me to be invisible. 'Cause you're a tool.
Yeah.
She confounds me. Her shy acceptance of the umbrella comes to mind and she makes me smile. She was so surprised and appreciative, and I wonder what her life must be like that she's so grateful for such a simple gesture. I sit on the piano stool and read through my first manuscript, recalling her face as she pored over the score. Perhaps she reads music, maybe she even plays, and part of me wants to know what she thinks of my composition, but I realize I'm just speculating. My only certainty right now is the dull ache in my groin. Frigate, go out and get laid! But instead I stay at my piano, playing each song over and over in turn. Chopsticks, Heart and Soul, the Oriental Riff.
What?
These are all just simple piano things.
Oh, is it called that? I thought that word was offensive.
That's what it was. Well, it's not even from Asia.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it's originally from an Aladdin, like a really early, like Voyages of Sinbad or Aladdin movie.
Okay.
just got associated with China somehow.
I see. Yeah, no, sorry. I don't know if it's not the same in America. That word is like kind of a.
Oh, like over here it's antiquated, but like if you bring it up in like reference to an antiquated thing,
Gotcha.
I don't think it.
Okay.
I don't think it get. Yeah.
That's.
I apologize to the UK audience, anybody who takes offense to that word. I wasn't aware that it's kind of like how over here, word...
lots of words. I've said words in videos that I've had to delete because I had no idea how offensive they were. So I feel.
Oh yeah, and like over here, that word that starts with an S and ends with 2 Z's.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not as big. That's not as offensive over here.
Fair enough. Oh, by the way, we just hit $35,000 in the thing. So yeah. Thank you so much, guys. You guys are still amazing me with this. I can't even.
Oh, we passed page 69 and we didn't stop for a nice...
I mean, nothing's nice about this. Nothing.
Darn it. Alicia lies in the small folding cot that serves as her bed in a tiny room in Magda's house. Her mind is churning. She has so much to do, but her thoughts return once again to the green-eyed mister. Green-eyed mister, won't you take me to the moon? Lost David Bowie song. It's... She sees him at the piano, his eyes closed, his brow furrowed, and his thick mouth... Oh, just mouth.
You saw the word thick just inserted itself into the page.
His thick mouth as he feels the music. And later his warm expression as he hands her the umbrella, his hair rumpled as his full lip... He's got a thick mouth, okay, his full lips curved in an inviting smile. She wonders what they would be like to kiss. Her hands move down her body, over her breast. He could kiss her here. She gasps, embracing her fantasy, and her hands move farther down, and she imagined that his hand is on her, touching her. She starts to caress herself, stifling her moans, mindful of the thin walls of her room. She thinks of him as her body builds.
Oh, I thought she was still playing his piano when I thought she was starting to masturbate on his piano. I guess she went home because she's talking about her thin walls.
Yeah, she's on her cot at home.
Right,
she's in Magda's house.
I blacked out for a second there. All right, continue.
No, she's just establishing how she doesn't want anybody else. When she thinks about him, she touches herself. She honestly does. Climbing higher, his face, his back, his long legs. She climbs further, his taut behind, his flat stomach. I know she doesn't want to say arse, but there's other than behind.
I mean, she said arse a bunch of times in this.
But here she doesn't want to say it because she wants the scene to be like majestic, like a butterfly coming through the...
Yeah, this is the sweet innocent angel who doesn't know what arse means.
Call him backside or something. I don't know. There's so many better dignified words for ass.
Yeah.
She groans as she comes, and exhausted, she falls That's literally an anticlimax.
No, E.L. James is always perpetuating this belief that it's like if women want to orgasm, it's like 5 seconds later.
Climbing higher, his face, his back, his long legs. She climbs further, his taut behind, his flat stomach is what does her in. I tried to match the line breaks, and I wanted to honor how it was written, see if I was just missing something. She ends on his stomach.
And also, you'll notice she's just imagining his body. She's not imagining sex. She's so innocent, or she's just imagining him just standing there.
Right. Only to dream of him. I toss and turn in my sleep. She stands in the doorway, a vision in blue. Come in, lie with me, I want you. But she turns, and she's in my drawing room, polishing the piano. She's wearing nothing but pink panties. I reach over to touch her, but she disappears, and I wake.
They keep sexualizing this fucking piano.
Have you ever had a dream that, like that on the nose?
No, that's... I always get a bit sort of avant-garde with my dreams, so...
Like, when she disappears, then he has to wait. Then he has to suddenly be, like, on the freeway, and his brakes don't work anymore, and then his teeth are falling out. That's more like my dreams.
And suddenly the giants from... Attack on Titan turn up. It all gets weird. Yeah.
Naturally, yeah. And like they have some notes about your screenplay.
Yeah, it's very hurtful.
And I wake. Crap. I'm hard, painfully so. Hell, I need to get out more. I take quick care of myself. I mean, that actually, I feel like that is accurate representation of like the experience for dudes. The way she thinks that women function sexually is actually very accurate to how dudes do.
I can't even with this. They've got to...
On average, I don't want to put everybody in a box. Yeah. I apologize. When was the last time I did this? I mean...
Masturbated?
Like, I don't know, like the fact that you get so... You saw panty lining through some pants, and it did you in.
I think she's trying to imply that he gets laid so much he never has to wank. So
I have so much money and so much boom boom.
So much sex, and that was basically his introductory character. Was just him saying, "Man, all this sex and money is exhausting, but it keeps me fit, and now I gotta do work."
Also, sex doesn't burn that many calories, dude.
No, that was also brought up yesterday.
Myth busted. I need to get laid tomorrow. That's what I'll do. I turn over and fall asleep and do. Oh, okay, this isn't. He didn't wake up in the morning. Okay.
He just woke up, had a big wank, and went back to sleep. I mean, he's a classy dude.
Yeah. The following afternoon, Oliver is taking me through the accounts for each of the estates. Our offices are just off Berkeley Square in Georgian House that was converted into offices during the 1980s by my father. The building is owned by the Tumble Dumble Estate and houses 2 other companies on the upper floors. I'm trying to concentrate on the numbers we're discussing, but I'm conscious that the door to Kit's office is ajar. It's not a door, it's ajar. It's distracting. I cannot bring myself to work in there yet. I can almost hear him talking on the phone or laughing at one of my poor jokes or berating Oliver about some transgression. Is Kit his brother who's now dead?
Yes.
Okay. I half expect him to bound in off the street. He was so at ease in this world and in charge of his domain. He made it look effortless, but I know he envied my freedom. It's okay. It's okay for you banging your way through London Spare. Is Spare his nickname?
I guess so, because he's the second son of an earl, so he's the spare son.
Okay, killed the Spare. Some of us have to work for a living. I stand over Kit's lifeless fractured body with the A&E doctor. Yes, this is him. I confirm. Thank you, Lord she murmurs. It was the first time anyone had used the title. Were you giving me the pause?
That was 5. That's the 5 count of murmurs.
Oh gosh, okay. I'm not even noticing them. It was the first time anyone had used the title, so I think we can leave things as they appear, as they are for the next quarter, and then review. Oliver says, dragging me back into the present. Though you really should go and visit the estates. Yes, I should. At some point.
At some point. Well, that was a fascinating chapter.
I'm only vaguely aware of the recent history of the 3 estates, but I know that through the good stewardship of my grandfather, my father, and my brother, all of them are profitable. Unlike many of our peers, the Stimbledimbles are not struggling for money. Angwin House, set in... Abolish landlords. Angwin House, set in the Cotswolds in Oxfordshire, is thriving. Open to the public, it has a vast garden center, a children's jungle gym, and petting zoo, a tea room, and open pastures for the general public to enjoy. Teoc in Northumberland is rented out lock, stock, and barrel to rich American who fancies himself a lord. Kit and Oliver often speculate as to why he hadn't bought his stately home. And now I'm wondering the same. Tresillian Hall in Cornwall, on the other hand, is one of the largest organic farms in the UK. John, my father, the 11th Earl of had pioneered organic farming, while all his contemporaries had sneered at his initiative. More recently, to diversify the portfolio and increase revenues.
Why do we need to know this? Why does this need to be a part of the story?
This sounds like someone who just really. It's the same with why Christian was so rich. I think she's just really attracted to like stuff.
She's literally just listing off his assets, and it's like, oh, and he's got property there, and he's got income tax there, and he's got landlord stuff here.
Yeah. Which is like, it's funny because he's a rich prick. But he's so checked out from all this. Why would he even care enough to know all this?
I mean,
even like, I'm script doctoring it again. Don't.
Yeah, no, but it doesn't make sense that just because he's now the actual aristocrat who owns all of this doesn't mean he has to run it. They have people for that, you know.
Yeah, like, yeah. Kit had conceived and built a development of luxury holiday houses on the edge of the estate. They are in demand, especially this summer. Now we need to discuss how you intend to use the estates going forward and level of staffing you'll need. Oh, my heart sinks and I struggle to remain engaged as Oliver drones on. My mind wanders. Tomorrow Alicia will be back. She's the only staff member I'm interested in at the moment, and for all the wrong reasons. This morning's punishing workout at the gym has done little to lessen my fascination with her. Oh yes,
humble brag.
Squats because I'm a dirty boy. I'm enthralled. I don't even know the girl.
I'm amazed he hasn't mentioned how much she was lifting at this point. So.
Oh man, my backside. No. My behind is aching from all the squats I did because I did so many. My phone buzzed and I have a text from Caroline. As I read her words, my scalp tingles and my throat tightens. I'm not pregnant. I have nothing of. I thought this is. Oh wait, this is the widow.
This is the widow. Wait, she's not. Oh wow.
I have nothing of Kit's, not even his child. Why would you have his? How recently dead is Kit?
Like recently enough that she thought she might have been pregnant, like months, I think, at most. Like,
okay, but like, if they're banging, then
she thought that she was. This came up in an earlier chapter. Yeah, she said that she thought that she was far enough along that it couldn't have been his. But also he also.
Oh, okay.
Like they mentioned that he wears condoms as if that's like a 100% efficiency couldn't possibly be him thing. But this is kind of dark because this is she's. I mean they were banging like literally the day he died, so that's already pretty fucked up. And now she's. But now I don't know if like this. Is she going into? I mean, again, trigger warning here, people, because they're gonna have to discuss like pregnancy complications. But like, has she just had a miscarriage, or was it?
She might have just not. I mean,
she might have misread maybe been late or something, and misread the signs. But that's what possible purpose could this serve in the story?
You can't. I mean, I don't expect this author to be subtle enough that if we are going to say that she miscarried, that she wouldn't have blatantly said, "I miscarried."
Right.
I think she might have just been. I mean, they can be so sporadic, so she might have just been late.
So I mean that. But I just looking at it from a. Why they're building up this character as a very tragic figure because she clearly needs psychological help because like I said she's in grief. She's rebounded onto her old fuck buddy, her dead husband's brother, and now she's
because he looks like him probably.
Oh, well, I don't know. Apparently they were into each other first, but she married the older brother because he was the rich one. The E.L. James always has to throw in some sort of gold digging or some sort of horrific thing that all women except the main character does because only the main character can be nice, you know.
Is Carolina blonde?
They've said her like a dozen times, but I can't remember. Probably.
Okay.
Several of the women he's been with were blonde. I think the first one, Heather, was blonde.
Okay, because we know how she feels about blondes.
But anyway, so I'm just saying that's just I did not see that coming. It's like what possible reason would she have to work in this nightmare of psychological problems into her smutty book? This is. Anyway, yeah. Sorry.
Let's find out. Shit, my grief rises from nowhere, ambushing me. That's how grief works. This is how emotions work, in fact. Oliver, we're going to have to call it a day. Something's come up. Yes, sir, Oliver responds. Tomorrow? Yeah, why don't you come to the flat tomorrow? Mid-morning? Will do, my Maxim magazine, which I'm going to go buy. I'm filling in Oliver's day-to-day activities. Good, thank you. I type out a reply to Caroline. I'm coming over. No, I want to go out. Let's get drunk. Okay, where? Are you home? No, at the office. Okay, I'll join you in town. Lulu's? No, Soho House, Greek Street. I'll know fewer people. I'll see you there. The private members club is crowded, but I managed to find a table on the second floor nearing the blazing fire. I prefer the intimacy of 5 Hartford Street, which I consider my club, but I'm a member of the Soho House too, as is Caroline. I take a seat, and I don't have to wait long before she appears. She looks tired and sad and thin. Her mouth is turned down and her eyes clouded and puffy. Her blonde bob is dull and unkempt, and she's dressed in jeans and a sweater.
Wow.
Kit sweater.
You called it.
This is not the effervescent Caroline I know. My heart aches as she approaches. I see my own grief engraved on her face. Make it about you.
Yeah, no, he always does that. You noticed he talked about when he found out that submissive girl plays the piano. His first thought is, I wonder what she thinks of my music. Not, I'd like to hear her play. Mm-hmm. Always about him.
Yep. I mean, at least he's consistent. She's successfully written a character. Now, if only it was one we could like.
Yeah.
I stand but say nothing as she walks into my arms, and I hold her close. Tiny dancer. She sniffs. She sniffles. Hey, I whisper into her hair. Life's shit, she murmurs. I know. I hope my tone is soothing. Do you want to sit? If you sit facing me, no one will see that you're upset. Do I look that bad? She sounds offended, though a little amused. It's a glimpse of the Caroline I know. I kiss her forehead. Never, darling Caro. Caro.
I've been misreading it as Cairo this whole time, so I thought maybe she was a place in, I think, Egypt. So.
Oh no, she's the one who was practicing. Who wanted them all to press the Cruciatus Curse on first years. She's one of the Caros.
Ah.
Are we not referencing those?
Oh shit. It's second nature to me now. I was about to start talking about it on Twitter today because I had a random thought about it. Did we miss a murmur chat? Okay. Oh shit. Yeah, but yeah. We can. I mean, I think we have to talk about Harry Potter. We can pretend that they sprung out of existence. I think fully formed. But so much of my brand is tied into that. I have to really think about what I'm going to do going forward regarding that series.
That's annoying.
Yeah, I mean, I've been meaning to go back and put some like pinned comments or on all the videos, just addressing that. But anyway, so we're getting totally off topic. Let's get back to the horror.
Let's get back to the sniffling. Because a woman is mourning that she doesn't have a kid from her dead husband. I'm trying to read this passage like I'm trying to be like nice about this one. I don't know. She shrugs out of my hold. You charmer, she grumbles, though I can tell she isn't angry. She sits down in the velvet chair facing me. What would you like to drink? A Soho Mule. A good choice. I signal the waiter an order. You've been a recluse this weekend, Caroline says. I've been busy. On your own? Yes, I say, and it feels good not to lie. What is it, Maxim? What do you mean? I give her a level I don't know what you're talking about stare. You also gave her an I don't know what you're talking about sentence. Have you met someone, she asks. What the hell? Oh, that's an exclamation point. What the hell? To quote your hacky duck named Jim, what the hell? I blink as an image of Alicia stretching over my piano and wearing nothing but pink panties comes to mind. You have, Caroline says, startled. I shift to my seat and shake my head. No, my denial is emphatic. Caroline raises a brow. You're lying. Not emphatic enough. How can you tell? I ask, as ever daunted by her ability to cut through my bullshit. What's so funny is, like, the inner monologue F-bombs, like, this goes all the way back to even before Master of the Universe, the other fanfic she wrote, where it's Edward is, like, a movie producer and Bella works in the hotel where he's staying.
Yeah.
And his inner monologue was, like, all the curse words, just like, oh, man, she's bleeding so much. Fuck, reminds me when I was bleeding so much, and blood fucking everywhere. And just, God, there's so much fucking blood. Like, it's funny how that habit hasn't been shaken, really.
She has not evolved her writing or taken any notes for the last 10 years.
I mean, it's more restrained, but... ever daunted by your ability to cut through my BS? I couldn't, but you always cave so easily. Tell me. Damn! There's nothing to tell. I spent the weekend alone. That speaks volumes in itself. Caro, we're dealing with Kit's absence in our own way. And what are you not telling me? I sigh. Do you really want me to talk about this? Yes, she says, and I notice the wicked gleam in her eye reminding me that the real Caroline is not far away. There's something, but she doesn't know I exist. There is someone, but she doesn't know I exist. Seriously? Yes, seriously, it's nothing. Just a flight of fancy. Caroline frowns. This is not like you. You're never distracted by one of your, conquests. I can't help my hollow life. She's not a conquest, not by any stretch of my imagination. She can barely look at me. The waiter arrives with our drinks. When did you last eat, I ask. Ooh.
Oh, I'm sorry, I just got Christian Grey reminded because he was always forcing Anna to eat.
This is a little bit more This comes off as a little bit more caring, but also
tiny bit, but...
I know they're not in a pub, but thinking of people having drinks in the UK, getting food, now I want fish and chips. I want greasy pub food right now.
I miss real chips so bad. I went to a British pub in Ventura County, and they served fries, and I was like, you liars! You're not a British pub at all.
Not the big fat steaky boys? Not big old dragon thumbs?
Not real chips, yeah.
Petition, by the way, for fries, I petition that we call the thin ones dragon teeth, and the fat ones... dragon thumbs.
Let me know how that goes. Let me know how how many signatures you get.
You don't want some tasty dragon thumbs, Dom? Come on, man. They're magical. You can't deny this. Once things open up again, I'll take you to Laurel Tavern. We can get some of those duck fat fries, man.
Bring it.
Big fat duck fat chips. Just a flight of fancy. She's not a conquest, but by any stretch. When did you last eat? That's where we are. Caroline shrugs, and I shake my head. You must be driving Mrs. Blake crazy. Let's eat. May we have the menu? I ask the waiter, who nods and scuttles away. I raise my... Scuttles. Oh, I'm all scuttled out. You beat me to
Well,
it.
you know, he's not a member of the aristocracy, so he's just a peasant. So clearly, he like scutters and simpers.
Oh, thank you, my lord.
Thank you.
Yes.
Maybe he'll give me a $4 tip.
This will buy me many a fine night in the opium den. Yes. Caroline shrugs and shake my head. Oh god, I keep rereading bits. I raise my glass to hers, to absent loved ones. I hope we can change the subject. Then don't toast to absent loved ones, you punts! To Kit, she whispers, and we smile sadly at each other, bonded by our love for the same man. I also banged my brother, and was sad when I wasn't pregnant with his baby. Him, not me. Anyway. It is 2 o'clock in the morning when we return, inebriated, to my flat. Caroline is reluctant to go home. I don't want to go. I don't want to go. Oh, okay. That
William
does scare,
Shatner?
okay. It's not home without Kit. I cannot argue with her. I think when you italicize all but one word... Oh, wait. It's a flashback. She's reading it like an inner monologue, but she needs to emphasize it, so she italicizes the word being emphasized.
Right. I feel like that's like a thing a writer would know not to do.
Maybe, or I mean, yeah, it's... I get the logic. If I wasn't reading this aloud, I would probably...
I mean, when she italicizes, the internal thoughts is really inconsistent too, because sometimes she does, sometimes she doesn't. And it's really like, if you're reading the entire thing in first person, then surely everything is a thought, so why is she even bothering?
Nah. I cannot argue with her. We both stagger into the hallway, and I enter the code into the alarm, silencing the incessant beeping. Sorry, that sounded like a reference to a Postal Service song. I tried my best to leave this all on your machine, but the incessant beeping, and so forth. Do you have any blow? Caroline slurs. No, not today.
That came out of nowhere.
Would you like one? I'm kidding.
Oh.
What have you got to drink? I think you've had enough. She gives me a crooked, drunken smile. Are you taking care of me? I always take care of you, Caro. You know that. Then take me to bed, Maxim.
He spent, in the first chapter, he ignored her text for 2 days because he didn't feel like dealing with her. This is Mr. I always take care of you.
Then take me to bed. She throws her arms around my neck, her face raised with blurry expectation and her unfocused eyes intent on my mouth. Nothing sexier than a woman who just, like, can't be all there, you know? I grab her shoulders and hold her back. No, I'll put you to bed. What do you mean? Caroline scowls. You're intoxicated. And Caroline has to stop. I kiss her forehead. Mwah! Why? You know why. Her face crumples and tears well in her eyes as she staggers out of my hold. I groan. Don't. Please don't cry. Pull her back into my embrace. We can't do this anymore. Since when have scruples stopped me? Banging. Getting that good. I was supposed to go out tonight and find a willing, hot woman. Is this because you've met someone? No. Yes. Maybe. I don't know. Can you repeat the question? You're not the boss of me now. You're not the boss of me now. And you're not so big.
I'm putting a limit on the amount of music references you can make next time.
These are literally They Might Be Giants lyrics.
Finish the thing. We got to switch.
This is the Malcolm in the Middle theme.
We're switching time slots, so you want to finish this last one?
Yes, for sure. Come on. I'll put you to bed. I curl my arm around her shoulders and lead her to my seldom used spare room. We only got through 12 pages. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's just this book, man. It's this fucking book. All right. Well, thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks. It's so much easier to get through this with someone who can laugh with you.
I imagine.
So. All right, cool. So I'll catch you on the flip side, dude. Thanks again.
I'll catch you on the flippity flip.
You guys should stick around for the break because I'll be playing some of Nedge's music while I'm going on pee break. So, all right, catch you later, man.
All right, enjoy the next whatever this is.
Very bad numbers.
Okay. What was that?
I have some numbers for you for Murmur.
Okay, so I'm getting an update on how many times they say murmur in this book.
59.
59 times.
Guess how many there is in the 3 50 Shades books?
I don't know.
762 between the 3 books.
Good lord. 750...
62.
762 in the
All
three books, and they've already said it 50... Oh, okay.
It's like something like 200 times.
It's a crutch word.
Like that.
Anyway, I'm going to get the next guess in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's get this queued up. Hey!
Hi.
Hey! How you doing?
Oh no, is the internet already starting to be a bummer?
I suspected this might happen. So we might have a few freezes on this one, because my next guest's having some internet issues. But if you want, if it's going to get really bad, we can make it voice only.
Right,
But
let
let's
me
try.
call you on my laptop.
Okay.
Because I think my phone just isn't going to work.
Okay. So we'll do introduction in just a second, guys. Let me just put I'll put the thing on pause for just a second.
Keep it up one more minute. Keep it up, you're so great. Standing, talking, you got me checkmate. No one's watching or nothing. I have cleared out the...
And we're back. Can everyone hear me okay?
Alright.
Alright. Okay, hey everyone. This is my good friend Princess Weeks.
Hi!
Joining me to join in the suffering. So,
Yeah.
she's really cool. She's a writer for the Mary Sue, and you might also know her from her YouTube channel. She discusses some really, really important subjects. You go into like social issues and racial issues within nerd culture, Star Wars, and other stuff like that. So, it's really, really good stuff. And I really like having a friend called Weeks, because at some point it means I will get the opportunity to say excuse. I said Week. I just ruined my joke. I had that joke written down, and I ruined it. So
I know you're going to say.
I don't know what I was going to go. I can't believe
Yeah,
I had that
want to know
prepared.
too.
Yeah, I was going to say it's really good to know someone called Princess, but I chose the wrong end of your name. That's going to go down in history as the worst fub joke ever. Okay, well, moving on from that.
It's alright. When we meet in person, finally, I'll let you have it.
Appreciate
I'll
it.
just let you have it. I won't even cringe. Yes. Oh man.
Oh, that was glorious.
Alright.
That's classic Dom. So, here it sounds like sound's fine. Camera's a bit laddie. I think we can certainly live with that.
Okay. Sorry, everyone. It's alright. All you're missing is an Akira shirt, because I had to wear fine fashion for this
Nice.
excursion, but that's it.
Good taste. Okay, so we are on page 80, I
80.
think. Yes, so we're just coming on
Oh,
to...
I'm ready. Oh, I'm ready.
Oh, I appreciate it. You did your homework.
Yeah, I'm an English student, so I was like, all right, I have to follow along with the readers, with the class.
Before I forget, your YouTube channel is it Melina Pendulum?
Yes, Melina Pendulum and the Pit and the Pendulum, because I was 16 and I thought that was deep.
Nice. I mean, you didn't call yourself something that was accidentally BDSM like I did, so. Yeah. So.
Well, your name is Dominic.
It is, yeah. So, links to everyone who's being all guests' channels who have YouTube channels. There are links in the video description if you'd like to check it out after this. So. Okay, let's
right.
let's do this.
Let's do this. All right. At some point in the night, the mattress dips as Caroline climbs in beside me. Relieved that I remember to put pajama bottoms, I pull her into my arms. Maxim, she whispers, and I hear the invitation in her voice. Go to sleep, I grumble and close my eyes. It doesn't matter to me that she was my brother's wife. She's my best friend and the woman who knows me best. She's also a warm body. Comfort. I'm breathing too. And I'm not going to fuck her again. No. That's done. But no, hold on. He did the right thing. But I'm not going to fuck her again.
Yep.
No, that's done. She rests her head on my chest and I kiss her hair, promptly falling asleep. Gross.
No, you see, he's doing it again. He's self-congratulating so hard for being a basic human being.
Like, I didn't fuck my former sister-in-law because I'm a good person and I love my dead brother.
I mean, he didn't fuck her again. He's already been fucking her for a while.
Oh. Then, like, why stop? You know, it doesn't matter.
No,
I don't understand.
He's stopping because he's in love with the maid, not because he suddenly grew a conscience.
Right, because of her large pink panties.
Yes, that she wears every day, apparently.
Ew. Sometimes I'm like, ew, James, why are your women so gross? I don't understand. Whatever. Chapter 6. Alyssa cannot contain her excitement. She clutches the umbrella. God, that fucking umbrella. And enters his apartment. Today she's pleased to know that the alarm doesn't sound. Ooh, I know what's going to happen. She's going to walk in on them. He is here! Last night in her narrow bed, she dreamed of him again. Malachite green eyes, shining, smiling at malachite green eyes? What?
I mean, I know she's in love with adjectives, but she's already described them as emerald green, and I'm pretty sure that's a different type of green. He's, like, changing colours like a vampire.
Like, this is so fan fiction. Like, every time there's a character with red eyes, they're always like, they're crimson or, like, sanguine eyes. I'm just like,
yeah.
Just say red, girl. Engrossed in his music as he played the piano, she'd woken breathless and full of desire. Yes, quarantine. And the last time she'd seen him, he'd been kind enough to lend her his umbrella.
Again
and
with the umbrella.
Had kept her dry. And that kept her dry on the way home and all day yesterday. As an umbrella is supposed to do. That's like saying, like, you got me shoes and my feet were just covered the entire walk home. It's like, girl, that's what an umbrella is supposed to do.
It explains why she made such a big deal about her being soaking wet every other chapter, because she's building up to this great umbrella kindness.
It's like, I'm dry. At what every woman wants to hear. She'd not received much kindness since she came to London, except for Magda, of course, so his gesture meant that much more. Pulling off her boots and leaving the umbrella in the hall, she hurries through to the kitchen. She's excited to see him. She stops on the threshold. Oh, no! A blonde woman wearing nothing but a man's shirt, his shirt, is standing in the kitchen making coffee. I knew it! Bam! She a bad right. Anyway, she looks up and gives Alyssa a polite but warm smile. Alyssa recovers her capacity to move and walks to the kitchen toward the laundry room with her head bowed in shock. Good morning, the woman says. She looks as though she just climbed out of bed. His bed? Isn't this a mansion, right? Isn't it a big house? Couldn't she have come from anywhere? Or is this an apartment?
Yeah, this is, I love that. It's like, oh, she got her, was her composure back? Or no, her...
Yeah, her capacity to move.
She's writing again like she's stuck in the 19th century. She's like, oh, I've lost my composure to move. It's like...
Right? It's very upstairs, downstairs. Like, oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know.
Yeah.
I should have gone to the servant. Good morning, Mrs. Alyssa mumbles as she walks past her. Once in the laundry room, she stands for a moment to process this crushing turn of events. Who is the woman with the big blue eyes? She's an anime. Who is she?
What
this woman?
What is this obsession with everyone's eyes? It's so bizarre.
Oh my god. Hold on, there's more italics. Why is she wearing his shirt? A shirt Alyssa had ironed for him only last week. Ah, man. This woman is with him. She must be. Why else is she wandering around wearing his shirt? She must know him intimately. Intimately. Of course he has someone beautiful like him. God. Alyssa's dreams lie in shards at her feet. Her face clouds as disappointment constricts her heart. Sighing, she removes her hat, gloves, and anorak. Whatever that's and slips on her house.
She just copy and pasted like a 17-year-old girl's poetry into this thing. Like, my dreams are shattered at my feet.
Just like, it's like, man, even Jane Eyre took her whole thing better than this, you know? And that was a wife in the attic. Like, come on, Alyssa. This is fine. You'll get through this. What did she expect? He will never be interested in her. She's just his cleaner. Why would he want her and her large, pink, droopy panties? That was me.
I wouldn't have known. I can't tell when it's fake.
Oh, man. The small bubble of joy she felt this morning, the first in a long time, had burst. She puts on her sneakers and sets up the ironing board. Her earlier excitement is a distant memory as she's forced to face reality. From the dryer, she fishes out his clean laundry, transferring it into the ironing basket. This is her place. This is what she was raised to do. Keep house and look after a man. But you don't got a man, though, so what are you really talking about, girl? So you failed at that last part.
Mm-hmm.
You living this sad Cinderella lifestyle. Oh, man.
It's so... apparently it's a rip-off of some other book, so I'm assuming that these 19th century attitudes have just been copied and pasted into the book. It's like why her Latino friend stuck around in 50 Shades, even though he was pointless to the story. It's just because he was the third wheel character in her story. So
yeah, he was the Jacob.
Yeah, the Jacob. So I blanked on his name because I've blanked most of that story out of my brain. But so I bet if I were to read the original book, whatever this is ripping off, I can't remember the name. So many people tweeted it at me, but I bet you I can find there's exactly this attitude in a more time appropriate period. So.
Mm-hmm. It's just so bad because I do like romance novels and I've been reading a ton of them and all of them are just, first of all, they're only 370 pages, which is mwah, great, no more, no less. But it's they're fun, they get to the point. I'm we already got past page 69 and there's no really good smut in here yet. So it's disappointing on all cylinders.
Yeah, no, it's bad.
All right, let's go back to Cinderella over here. Okay, she can still admire him from afar, as she's done since she saw him naked on his bed. Okay, girl. There is nothing to stop her from doing that. Feeling discouraged, she exhales as she fills the iron with more water. And then there's a bunch of italics. Okay. Alyssa stands in the doorway, a vision in blue. Slowly, she removes her scarf and lets her plait swing free. Shake your hair out for me. Shake it off. that was me. She smiles, come in. Lie with you, I want you. But she turns, and she's in my drawing room, polishing the piano, studying my score. She's wearing nothing but pink panties. I reach over to touch her, but she disappears. She's standing in the hall, eyes wide, clutching her broom, naked. She has long legs. I want them wrapped around my waist. Wow.
I love how she has the broom in his fantasy.
Like a sexy witch, right? He's just out.
Oh, I think I lost you for a second there. Still coming in. We'll just get a second to buffer. Yeah, I'll try calling back in just a second. Well, I guess we get a break from the horror for a few moments. Well, let me just guys throw you guys back on hold for just a second.
so great, standing, talking. You got me checkmate.
And what was the last thing that your brain didn't phase out of?
That, it's going to be hard to say because I've brain phases out a lot of it. So we're back. Hey, just going to make sure I've got everything switched back on because I muted the microphone so you wouldn't... okay, yeah, we're good. Okay, we were up to... Ooh, that's the wrong program. I think Pink Panties had come into play again.
Okay. So I think I gotta go back to this italic part then. All right, I got it. Alyssa stands in the doorway, a vision in blue. Slowly she removes her scarf and lets her plait swing free. Shake your hair out for me. She smiles. Come in, lie with me. I want you. But she turns and she's in my drawing room, polishing the piano, studying my score. She's wearing nothing but pink panties. I reach over to touch her, but she disappears. She's standing in the hall, eyes wide, clutching her broom, naked. She has long legs. I want them wrapped around my waist. Trash. Okay. I made you coffee. Caroline whispers. I groan, reluctant to wake. A large part of my anatomy is also enjoying my dream.
A large part of the anatomy.
A large part. A humble brag.
Yep.
Yes. His smorgasbord, as you would. Fortunately, I'm on my front, so my erection is pressing against the mattress. Ouch. Hidden from my sister-in-law. You have no food. Shall we go out for breakfast? Or shall I have Blake bring us something? I groan again, which is my way of saying fuck off and leave me alone. But Caroline is persistent. I met your new daily. She's very young. What happened to Christina? Shit. Alyssa's here? I roll over to find Caroline sitting on the side of the bed. Do you want me to get back in? She asks with a coy smile, her head nodding towards the pillow. No, I answer, gazing at her lovely but disheveled state. You made coffee dressed like that? Yes, she frowns. Why? Does my body offend you? Or are you pissed off I'm wearing one of your shirts?
See, he's getting antsy at her for trying to sleep with him, but he's not officially broken things off with her yet. He's just decided not to and not told her yet.
I know. He's he wants to keep her just close enough to grab a boob if he wants to, but to always say, "But I didn't grab it though." Yeah. It's I'm not touching you.
Yeah, it's he's keeping you on the hook basically. Son of a bitch.
Right. The nobility. I have the grace to laugh, and I reach out and squeeze her hand. See? Touch. Your body would never offend anyone, Caro. You know that. But Alyssa will get the wrong idea. Fuck. Why do I care? Caroline twists her mouth in an ironic smile. I hate when people say that. There is no such thing. A smile cannot be ironic.
Everything that she could possibly write that is infuriating will be in this book, I guarantee it.
Oh my god. But you don't want it, she says, her voice suddenly quiet. Is it because you've met someone? Caro, please, let's not go over that again. We can't. Besides, you said you were on. Surfing the Crimson Tide has never been an issue for you. You're adults. Why would you call it that? Surfing the Crimson Tide? Ah,
I think someone warned me about that yesterday, and it still hit me like a freight train hearing that.
Oh my god. And he says, good God, what did I tell you that? I put my hands on my head and stare in horror at the ceiling. Years ago, well, I apologize for oversharing. Women, they fucking remember everything. When you talk about having sex with girls on their periods. Oh my god.
The chat is catching up to the Crimson Tide moment. They are freaking out.
Oh my god. It's both over the top and immature at the same time. Because it's I don't know. Periods aren't that scary, guys. You don't have to call it something like the Crimson Tide. Like a bloody tsunami.
God.
It's The Shining. Calm down. It doesn't work like that.
It doesn't surprise me.
Why the hell did you have to... Go ahead.
No. I can't even calm even this. Go on. Help.
I'm so sorry. And why the hell did you have to remind me? Her face loses all semblance of humor as her sorrow resurfaces. She stares unseeing out of the windows. And her voice is soft and raw and anguished. We tried for 2 years for a child. 2 whole years! It's what we both wanted. Her tears begin to slip down her cheeks. And now he's gone. And I've lost. I've got. She puts her head in her hands and begins to weep. Fuck. I'm an idiot. We know. Sitting up, I pull her into my arms and let her cry. I grab a tissue from the box on the bedside table. Here. I hand it to her. She clutches it as if it holds the meaning to life. Oh, man.
What?
Ow. And I continue, my voice low, tender, and sad. We can't keep doing this while we're both grieving. But after, whatever.
Yeah.
It's not fair on either of us or to Kid, rest in peace. And you haven't lost everything. You have your own money. And you still have the house. We'll sort out a stipend for you from the estate if you need it. In fact, Rowena thinks you should do the interior design for the Mayfair apartments. I kiss her hair. You'll always have me, but not as a diversion, Caro, as a friend and a brother-in-law who you sometimes fuck. Caroline's nose and waves her eyes. She leans back and gazes at me with heartbreaking, watery blue eyes. It's because I chose him, isn't it? My heart sinks. Let's not go through that again. Is it because you found someone else? Who is she? She's asked that 7 times. Like, obviously, girl, move on. Yeah. It's done.
Yeah. I also like, I like that she's like, is it a problem that I married your brother? Like, as if that was going to at some point not be a problem, you know?
Right? It's like, it was a big enough problem that Henry VIII had to, like, start his own church. So, yes, it is a big deal. Okay? Get it together, Caroline. Know your history. Can't do it. I do not want to have this conversation. Let's go out for breakfast. Time skip. I shower and dress in record time. And I'm relieved to find that Caroline is still in the spare room en suite. When I take my empty coffee cup into the kitchen, my heartbeat rockets at the thought of seeing Alyssa. Why am I nervous? Or am I excited? Much to my disappointment, she isn't in the kitchen, so I venture to the scullery, where she's ironing one of my shirts. That word just makes me laugh.
Scullery.
Scullery. It's like, do people still have those? Is that like a thing?
My parents actually have one, yeah. It's like a room just off the kitchen. So.
Oh, all right, fancy.
We actually called it. This is a weird story, right? We actually didn't call it the scullery because when we first moved in, the previous owners had this massive freezer in it. So we always referred to it as the body freezer room for the entire time that I lived with my parents. So.
Nice. I mean, every house should have one of those, at least.
Yep.
Let's see. Unobserved, I watch her. Okay. She irons with the same sensuous grace I noticed the other day, in long, easy strokes, her brow furrowed in concentration. She finishes the shirt and suddenly looks up. Her eyes widen when she sees me, her cheeks flustering with a rosy glow. Man, she is lovely. Like a solid, like a 9.5. So there's always room for improvement, but really cute. Good morning, I say. I didn't mean to startle you. She places the iron on the rest and stares at it, rather than me. Her brow more furrowed than before. What? Why won't she look at me? I'm just taking my sister-in-law out for breakfast. Why am I telling her this? But her eyelashes flutter as she blinks, because that's what happens when you blink. And I know she's processing this information. In a rush, I continue. If you could change the sheets in the spare room, that would be great. She stills and nods, avoiding my gaze, while her teeth worry her upper lip. What? That's a weird sentence.
Yeah. I'm also amazed he hasn't said, and can you empty the garbage can? It has no condoms in it.
Right? Can you just make sure that you know that I did not fuck my sister-in-law this time?
This time. I want props for not doing it this time.
Exactly. I want all my credit.
And where's my Nobel Prize for giving you an umbrella?
Exactly. I'm waiting on that. Oh, I want to feel those teeth on me. Jesus. And I'll leave the money as usual. Her face tilts up and gives me a dark glance with her expressive, beautiful eyes. That have no color, though. They must be brown. And my words dry in my throat. Thank you, mister, she whispers. My name's Maxim. I want to hear her say my name in her seductive accent, but she stands mute in her awful housecoat and gives me a tight smile. Maxim, Caroline calls and walks into the now cramped scullery. Hello again, she says to Alyssa. Alyssa, this is my friend and sister-in-law. Caroline. Caroline, Alyssa. This is awkward. I'm surprised how self-conscious I feel making the introductions. Caroline gives me a puzzled look, which I ignore, but she directs a kind smile at Alyssa. Alyssa, lovely name. Is it Polish? Caroline asks. No, missus, it's from Italy. Oh, you're Italian. No, I'm from Albania. She takes a step back and begins to fiddle with her house. And begins to fiddle with a stray thread on her housecoat. Wow, how do you hear the name Alyssa and then go straight to like Polish? Isn't that like it?
Well, that actually, I don't want to assume, but in Britain, one of our largest group of immigrants is from Poland, because Poland was going through a bad economic time.
Oh.
Yeah, when Britain was before Brexit, when Britain was doing okay, we had a huge Polish population because they were coming in. So she's kind of being sort of just assuming that she's Polish because she's working in the help industry, which is kind of. So that's probably what.
And now we've all learned about how the British are still fucked up today, everyone.
Definitely, 100%. Yeah.
Albania. She doesn't want to talk about this, but I'm so curious that I press on. You're a long way from home. Are you studying here? She shakes her head and starts to pull at the thread, more evasive than ever. It's clear she isn't going to elaborate. Maxim, let's go, Caroline says, tugging at my arm while maintaining her quizzical look. Lovely to meet you, Alyssa, she adds. I hesitate. Bye, I say, reluctant to leave her. Bye, Alyssa whispers, and she watches him follow Caroline out of the kitchen. Sister-in-law? She hears the front door close. Sister-in-law? Kunada? I'm pronouncing that terribly. I apologize. I guess that means sister-in-law in
It could just mean hooray, he's single still. So who knows?
Oh, huzzah!
Huzzah! Yeah, let's go with the huzzah.
Huzzah! Thank God. As she returns to the ironing, she says the word out loud in English and Albanian. That's right. And the sound and meaning makes her smile. But it's odd that his sister-in-law should be here wearing his clothes. Alyssa shrugs. She's seen enough American TV shows to know that relationships between men and women are different in the West.
What?
Yeah, as like the West and American TV. What shows are you watching?
Okay. Interesting. Let's see how this plays out.
Later, she strips the bed in the spare room. It's modern and chic and white, like the rest of the apartment. But the most pleasing aspect of it is that it's been used. With a relieved grin, she collects more white bedding from the linen closet and remakes the bed. Since meeting Caroline, one thought has plagued Alyssa. In the mister's bedroom, she has the chance to satisfy her curiosity. She wraps her arms around herself and approaches the wastebasket with caution. She takes a deep breath. She peeks in. She grins. No condom.
I was joking!
Oh
no.
my God.
Why? It's impossible to mock this book. It just does all the things I make up.
But I love how she's like, oh, there's no condoms. Everything was fine. As if people don't have unprotected sex.
Oh.
I am verklempt. I can't reach my ginger ale. I'm gonna drink it from this. But oh my god. Whew. All right. Alyssa goes about cleaning and tidying his bedroom with a little of the joy she felt earlier that morning, now that she knows that he didn't fuck her. Is it her? Caroline asks. What? I scoff as we sit in a cab on the way to the King's Road. Your daily. Shit. What about my daily? Is it her? Don't be ridiculous. She's the help. I added that help part, just to clear. Because that wasn't him being a dick that one time.
Oh, okay.
Caroline crosses her arm. That's not a no. I'm not going to dignify that with a response. I stare out the drab Chelsea streets through the cab's steamed-up windows as I feel a flush creep up my neck, betraying me. How did I give myself away? I've never seen you so solicitous with your staff. I scowl at her. Speaking of staff, I say, was it Mrs. Blake who organized Christina for me? I think it was. Why? Well, I was a little surprised that she upped and left without so much as a goodbye, and Miss Albania took her place. No one told me. Miss Albania, Jesus. Maxim, if you don't like the girl, get rid of her. That's not what I'm saying. Well, you're acting pretty bloody weird about her. Throwing in that little bloody to make sure you know she's serious.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm not. Whatever, Maxim. Caroline's mouth presses into a hard line as she folds her arms and stares out the misting cab window, leaving me to my own thoughts. What I really want is information about Alyssa Damachi. I process what I know. Fact 1. She's Albanian, not Polish. I know very little about Albania. Sorry. Just going through that like a child. What brings her to the UK? How old is she? Where does she live? Does she travel far each morning? Does she live alone? I could follow her home. Stalker. I could ask her. Oh my god. Okay. Fact 2. Alyssa is reluctant to talk. Or is she reluctant to talk to me? So like not even a fact, just like a stray observation. The thought is depressing, and I stare at the rain-lashed streets, sulking like a needy adolescent. Why does this woman confound me? Is it that she's so mysterious? That she's from a completely different background to me? That's the fact that she works for me? That makes her off limits. Huh. The truth is, I want to bed her. There. I admit it to myself. That's what I want, and I have a severe case of blue balls to prove it. Oh, God.
This is, in any other book, this would be the douchebag before he learns his valuable lesson. I guarantee he's still going to be this douchebag at the end of the book.
This is literally, I don't know if you ever heard of the movie The Ugly Truth with Gerard Butler and Katherine Heigl. This is Gerard Butler's character, but the entire time. This is a grade A douchebag. Like, oh my god.
Yeah, but I love that he thought stalking before he thought conversation with her. You know?
I just ask her. He's like, what do I know about her? Now I know she's Albanian, and I also think that she doesn't like to talk to me. It's like, you just know that she has pink panties. That's all you know. That's the only fact.
Hyper obsessed over that, yeah.
Oh god. What's more, I don't know how to make that happen, especially as she won't talk to me. She won't even look at me. Does she find me repellent? Maybe that's it. She just doesn't like me. Hell, I don't know what she thinks of me. I'm very much at a disadvantage. For all I know, she could be rummaging around. She could be rummaging through my belongings right now.
He's projecting. He's projecting.
Because he's like, yeah, because I would stalk the shit out of her.
Yeah. Sorry, my other cat Wisp is very upset that I'm not paying attention to him. Sorry, if you hear meowing in the background.
Aww. No, I get it. He deserves attention. Figuring me out, I grimace. Maybe that's why she dislikes me. She seems terrified of you, Caroline observes. Who? I ask, though I know full well who she's talking about. Alyssa, I'm her boss. You're awfully touchy about her. I think she's terrified because she's crazy about you. Wow. God. Caroline is just a plot device. Like, he needs to calm down.
Yeah.
What? Now you're hallucinating. She can barely stand to be in the same room as me. QED, Caroline shrugs. I frown at her. She sighs. She can't be in the same room as you because she likes you, and she doesn't want to give herself away. Caro, she's my daily.
Stop
That's
saying
all.
that word. It's killing me. It's daily. I guess he doesn't want to say maid, but daily is. I've never heard that word used before. It's
Me neither. I just call her like your scullery maid. That would at least be more accurate.
Cleaner. Cleaner's a perfectly I've worked as a cleaner.
Right. There's nothing wrong about any of that. It's so weird. And you can tell by the way E.L. James talks about her ironing that E.L. James is not ironing shirts because she's these
Oh yes, she's just stroking.
yes,
It's
just
like, yeah, this is how some human irons.
It's like just thinking about Mister. I'm emphatic, and it's an effort to throw Caroline off the scent. Though this gives me hope. She smirks as the cab pulls up outside Bluebird. I hand the cab driver a 20, ignoring Caroline's look. Keep the change, I tell him as we climb out of the cab. That's an excessive tip, Caroline grumbles. I say nothing, too lost in thoughts of Alyssa Damasi, whatever his name is. Damachi, and hold the door of the cafe open for her. So your mother thinks I should pick myself up by my bootstraps and get back to work? You are married to nobility, Caroline. Wow.
And you just complained that he tipped the pleb too much.
Like, this is why she doesn't deserve things. It's like, I hate that they're making me dislike her, even though I know it's just a plot device.
No,
So transparent,
you have to
but
dislike her
it's
because
annoying.
she's not the main character. Everyone who's not the main character has to be a terrible person.
As soon as she arrived with that blonde bob cut, we knew it was done for her.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh God. All right. So your mother thinks I should pick myself up by my bootstraps and get back to work, Caroline says as we're led to our table. She thinks you're very talented and that working on the Mayfair development will be a welcome diversion. Caroline presses her lips together. I think I need time, she whispers, and her eyes dim with sadness. I understand. We only buried him 2 weeks ago?
Whoa.
That's how long it's been?
They've been. Okay, I assumed it was at least a couple of months. I know that they mentioned they slept together like pretty soon after he died. But it's been 2 weeks.
2 weeks. 2 of me. 2 weeks.
This is.
Pat myself on the back.
Okay, no, I can do this. We can do this. Okay.
You got this.
I got
okay.
this.
She pulls Kit's sweater up to her nose and inhales. I know, I say, and wonder if his scent is still on the sweater. I miss him too. Actually, it's been 13 days since his burial, 22 days since he died. I swallow the harsh, hard knot that forms in my throat. I missed my workout this morning. So I vault up the stairs to my flat. I guess that's a time jump. Okay. Breakfast is taking longer than I intended, and I'm expecting Oliver at any minute. Part of me also hopes that Alyssa will still be there. As I approach my front door, I hear music coming from the flat. Music? What's going on? I slide my key into the lock and cautiously open the door. It's Bach, one of his preludes in G major. Perhaps Alyssa is playing through my computer, but how can she? She doesn't know the password. Does she? Maybe she's playing her phone through the sound system.
This condescending fuck thinks he's the only one who can really play the fucking piano.
Right? It's like obvious. She doesn't strike me as someone who has a smartphone. I've never seen her with one. The music rings through my flat, lighting up its darkest corners. Who knew that my daily classical? This is a tiny piece of Alyssa Damachi puzzle. This is a tiny piece of the Alyssa Damachi puzzle. Quietly, I close the door, but as I stand in the hallway, it becomes apparent that the music is not coming from the sound system. It's from my piano. Bach. Fluid and light, played with a deftness and understanding I've only heard from concert standard performers. Alyssa? I've never managed to make my piano sing like this. Taking off my shoes, I creep down the hallway and peer around the door into the drawing room. She is seated at the piano in her housecoat and scarf, swaying a little, completely lost in the music. Her eyes close in concentration as her eyes move with graceful dexterity across the keys. The music flows through her, echoing off the walls and ceiling in a flawless performance worthy of any concert pianist. I watch her in awe as she plays, her head bowed. She is brilliant. I am completely spellbound. She finishes the prelude, and I step back into the hall, flattening myself against the wall in case she looks up, not daring to breathe. Hopefully he'll just pass out. However, without missing a beat, go straight into the fugue. I think that's how you pronounce that. I'm a pleb when it comes to music like that. I lean against the wall and close my eyes, marveling at her artistry and the feeling that she puts into each phrase. I'm carried away by the music, and as I listen, I recognize that she wasn't reading the music. She's playing from memory. Good God, she's a fucking virtuoso. Yeah.
I made a prediction before, right, that he would see her playing the piano and he would love it, but that he would still act like he's mad at her for skipping out on work. So I'm very interested to see if I was right.
So let's see. You would make so much money from this, but like from betting on this book, but it'd be also kind of sad how bad it's written. Oh my God! All right. As I remember her intense focus when she examined my score while she was dusting. Mess it up. And I remember her intense focus from when she examined my score while she was dusting the piano. Clearly, she was reading the music. Shit. She plays at this standard and she was reading my composition? Me? It's all about me. The fugue ends and seamlessly she launches into another piece. Again, Bach. Prelude in C sharp major, I think. What the fuck is she doing cleaning when she plays like this? Not like rent is expensive or anything.
Yeah.
Right? I hate when people say shit like that.
Yeah.
The front doorbell sounds and suddenly the music ceases. Shit. I hear the loud scrape of the piano stool on the floor. And not wanting to be caught eavesdropping, I barrel down the hallway in my socks and open the door. Good afternoon, sir. It's Oliver. Come in, I say, a little breathless. I let myself in downstairs. I hope you don't mind. Are you okay? Oliver asks as he enters. He stops and stares at Alyssa, who is now standing in the hall, silhouetted against the light from the drawing room doorway. As I open my mouth to say something to her, she scoots into the kitchen. Yes, I'm fine. Go on through. I just need a word with my daily. Now that you've mentioned it, it just really annoys me that he keeps
I'm sorry,
that.
yeah. It's the once you notice it. I think it's just to remind everyone that he's so rich he has a cleaner every day. That's got to be it.
Right? It just seems so dehumanizing. Anyway. Oliver frowns in confusion but makes his way to the drawing room. I take a deep breath and run both my hands through my hair, trying to contain my wonder. What the hell? I stride into the kitchen where I find a panicked Alyssa struggling into her anorak. How do you pronounce that word? A-N-O-R-A-K?
Yeah. I cannot explain British spelling.
So sorry. I'm so sorry, she mumbles, unable to look at me. Her face is pale and strained as if she's fighting back tears. Shit. Hey, it's okay. Here, let me help you with that. My tone is gentle as I take hold of her coat. It's every bit as cheap, thin, and nasty as it looks. Jesus Christ.
Judgy motherfucker.
He's such an asshole. Just buy her a damn coat. He probably will.
If he does, he'll talk about how amazing he is for doing it for the rest of the book, so I hope he doesn't.
Right? The name Michael Jensky is sewn into the collar. Michael Jensky? Her boyfriend? My scalp prickles as all the little hairs on the back of my neck rise. Maybe this is why she doesn't want to talk to me. She has a boyfriend. Fuck. The disappointment is real. I slip her jacket over her arms and shoulders. Or maybe she simply doesn't like me. Maybe it's that, dude.
Maybe it's Maybelline.
Pulling the anorak. Maybe it's Maybelline. Pulling the anorak more tightly around her body. She steps out of my reach while she fumbles with her housecoat and stuffs it into a plastic shopping bag. I'm sorry, mister, she says once more. I will not do it again. I will not. And her voice cracks. Alyssa, for heaven's sake, it was a pleasure to hear you play. You can play any time, even if you do have a boyfriend.
Oh, thank God! Right, that wasn't out loud. I was.
No, that was inside.
I wouldn't put it past him.
Oh my God. She stares at the floor and I can't resist. Stepping forward, I reach out and gently tilt her chin so that I can see her face. Can't get up there. I mean it, I say. Anytime. You play? So. And before I can stop myself, I let my thumb trace her full bottom lip. Christian Grey style, baby.
Ooh.
Oh God, so soft. Touching her is a mistake. My body responds immediately. Bah. He says fuck so much. She draws in a sharp breath and her eyes grow impossibly large, like an anime character. I drop my hand. I'm sorry, I whisper, appalled that I'm pawing the girl. Though Caroline's words come back to me. She likes you and doesn't want to give herself away. I must go, Alyssa says, and not bothering to remove the scarf from her head. She scoots around me and bolts for the front door. As I hear it close, I notice she's left her boots. I reach for them and rush to the door and open it, but she's disappeared. Looking at her boots in my hand, I turn them over, and I'm distressed to see that they're so old, and the soles are worn thin, hence the wet footprints. It is Cinderella.
Why?
She must be penniless.
Is she running home in bare feet? She's maybe made that uncomfortable by this man touching her, that she's literally running away home in bare feet.
She must be penniless if this is what she's wearing. Or she just is really frugal and doesn't want to get made shoes.
Maybe she just doesn't give a
Scowling,
shit.
I take them. Right? She's just your daily after all. Why do you care, mister? Scowling, I take them back to the kitchen and glance through the glass door that leads out onto the fire escape. The weather is fine today, so even in her trainers, her feet won't get wet. So she's just wearing her sneakers. What on earth possessed me to touch her? That was a mistake. I rub my thumb and forefinger together, recalling the softness of her lips. Groaning, I shake my head. I'm shocked and embarrassed that I've overstepped the mark with her. Taking a deep breath, I go to join Oliver in the drawing room. Who was that? Oliver asks. My daily. I don't have her on the roster of employees. Is that a problem? Yes. How do you pay her? With cash? What the fuck is he implying?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, cash, I snap. Oliver shakes his head. You are the Earl of Three Thick now.
No one's been able to figure it out so far. Thick mother. Fucker.
You are the Earl of Thick now. He needs to go on the payroll. Why? Because Her Majesty's Revenue and Customs will take a dim view of you paying cash to anyone. Trust me, they're all over our
I knew it would be tax related. Rich people are always looking to make sure poor people have to pay more taxes.
Ugh, God, well, they should be all over certain Prince Andrews.
Mm-hmm. Fuck that guy.
Worst. I don't understand. All employees have to go through the books. Did you organize her? No, Mrs. Blake did. I'm sure it won't be a problem. I just need her details. She's from the UK, yes. Well, no. She says she's Albanian. Oh. Then she made it a work permit to be here. Unless she's studying, of course. Oh, shit. I'll get the details for you. Shall we discuss the rest of the staff, I asked? By all means. Shall we start with those two who work at Trevelyan House? Wow, this is going to turn into like an origin side story of like trying to get her paperwork and shit.
Yeah,
that's so uncomfortable.
That is really, because I mean the UK is as big a dick about immigration as America, so this is going to become a whole plot point, and it's going to be awkward.
Oh.
So.
Oh god. All right. Here we go. Alyssa runs to the bus stop, unsure of why she's running or from whom. How could she have been stupid enough to get caught? He said he didn't mind her playing the piano, but she doesn't know whether to believe him. He may be calling Magda's friend right now to have her fired. Her heart pounding, feeling confused as she sits down on the bench to wait for the bus that will take her to Queenstown Road Station. Girl, you can use more than one comma. She isn't sure. Just like she isn't sure if her increased heart rate is from her mad dash along Chelsea Embankment or from what happened at the Mister's apartment. She caresses her lower lip with her fingertips, closing her eyes. She recalls the delicious jolt that went through her when he touched her. Her heart somersaults once more, making her gasp. He touched her, just like he does in her dreams, like he does in her imagination. So gentle and tender. Is this what she wants? Isn't this what she wants? Perhaps he likes her. She gasps once more. No, she cannot think like this. It is impossible. How could he like her? She's just his cleaner. But he helped her into her coat. No one has ever done that before. She stares down at her feet. Zoot! She realizes that she's left her boots in the apartment. Should she go back and retrieve them? She has no shoes except the pair she's wearing, and her boots, one of her few possessions she retains from home. She can't go back. He's meeting with someone. If she angered him by playing the piano, he's sure to be angrier still if she interrupts him. She sees the bus in the distance and resolves to collect her boots on Friday, if she still has a job. Her teeth toy with her upper lip. This fucking teeth biting shit.
I don't know what's going on with the teeth in this one. There's been so much teeth action. I'm not into it.
It's like they're just gonna be all bruised and blistery now. Like, put some chapstick on, y'all. She needs this job. If she gets fired, Magda might turn her out on the streets. No, that will not happen. Magda wouldn't be that cruel, and Alyssa still has Mrs. Kingsbury and Mrs. Good's houses to clean, though neither of them has a piano. However, it's not just the piano that Alyssa needs. She needs the money. Well, that's good to know. Magda and her son Michael are immigrating to Canada soon. They will join Magda's fiancé Logan, who lives and works in Toronto. Good for them. Alyssa will have to find somewhere to live. Magda charges her a pittance of £100 a week for the tiny bedroom. And from her research on Michael's computer, she knows this is a bargain. Finding other lodgings in London for so little is going to be a challenge. Her heart warms when she thinks about Michael. He is generous with his time and his computer. Alyssa's knowledge of the cyber world is limited. Sorry.
So Wisp tried to draw me while you were going through that, and he noped out so fast.
He's like, no, I'm done.
Yep, nope.
Hi, Wisp. And her father was strict with the use of the old computer at home. But Michael is not. He is all over social media. Facebook, Instagram, Tumblr, Snapchat. Michael loves them all. No Twitter, though. Good for him.
Good for the mind, that is.
Right? She smiles thinking of the selfie he took yesterday of the two of them. He likes taking the selfies. The bus arrives, and still feeling giddy from the master's touch, she climbs on board. Okay. Well, that's a rundown of all the staff. I need your daily's details so I can add her to the payroll, Oliver says. We're seated at the small dining table in my drawing room, and I had hoped we concluded our meeting. Now I have a proposition for you, he continues. What? I think it's best if you take a thorough tour and inspect both estates that are in your direct control. Toyuk we can do when the tenant vacates. Oliver, I've lived on these estates at various points in my life. Why do I need to inspect them? Because you're the boss now, Maxim. It'll show the staff you care. Have you never seen Downton Abbey? You need to have a presence. Now you're committed to them and the state's longevity. But it is the same principle. What? My mother would have my head on a plate if I felt anything less. For her, it's always been about the earldom, the bloodline, and the family, which is ironic considering she abandoned them. But not before she'd imparted to Kit her passion for our family's history and legacy. She'd schooled him well. He knew his duties, and like the good man he was, he rose to the challenge. As did Marianne. She knew our history too. Me? Not so much. Marianne had learned by osmosis. She was a curious child. I was always too distracted and lost in my own world. Of course I'm committed to the staff and the estates, I growl. I've seen Downton Abbey. They don't know that, sir, Oliver says calmly. And well, your behavior there last time... His voice trails off. I know he's referring to the night before Kit's funeral, when I drunk my way through a portion of Kit's cellar at Trisvelian Hall. I was angry. I knew what his death signified for me, and I didn't want the responsibility. And I was in shock. I missed him. I still missed him. I was in fucking mourning, I mutter. Ooh, mutter. Very good to add to the list.
Sure, yeah, why not?
Feeling defensive. I still am. I didn't ask for all of this. I'm not ready for this huge obligation. Why didn't my parents foresee this? Yeah, because no one foresees their oldest child dying in an accident. Yes. My mother never made me feel as though I was going to be good at anything. She concentrated on my brother. She had tolerated her 2 younger children, loved us even in her own way, but she adored Kit. Everyone adored Kit. My blonde, blue-eyed, smart, confident, overindulged elder brother.
Wait. His brother, he has green eyes, but his brother has blue eyes. Is that even genetically possible?
That doesn't sound like a big T, little T thing to me, but I guess it's for the aesthetics of it.
Okay,
That's weird.
Sure. Weird. Yeah, no, it's not the weirdest thing we've read so far, but that stuck out.
But also, this means that Kit and Caroline basically look exactly the same because they both have blonde hair and blue eyes.
Yeah, that's worrying. That's the whole type of Oedipus complex.
Right. The air. Oliver holds up his hand in a conciliatory gesture. I know, but you have some bridges to mend. Well, maybe we should schedule a trip in the next few weeks. I think sooner rather than later. I don't want to leave London. I've made a little headway with Alyssa, and the thought of not seeing her for a few days is displeasing. When then? I snap. No time like the present. You're kidding. Oliver shakes his head. Fuck. Let me think about it, I mutter, and I know I'm pouting like a spoiled child. I am the definition of a spoiled child. Gone are the days where I could do whatever the hell I wanted, and I shouldn't take my anger out on Oliver. Very good, sir. I've cleared my diary for the next few days to come with you. Oh, great. Fine, I grumble. Tomorrow, then? Sure, why not? We'll make it a royal progress. I grit my teeth. Maxim, I know there's a great deal to take on board, but having all your staff well motivated will make a significant difference. They only know a certain side of you. He pauses, and I understand he's referring to my less than spotless reputation. Just talking to the estate managers on their home turf will mean so much to them. Your meeting with them last week was too brief. Okay, you've made your point. I've agreed, haven't I? I know I'm being petulant, but deep down I don't want to leave. Well, I don't want to leave Alyssa. My daily.
Oh, of course, that's the thing we end on. My daily.
And that's how chapter 6 ends. My daily beloved.
Oh, that was... Well... We didn't get any smut, but we did get the Crimson Tide, or whatever the fuck they called it. The surfing the...
The Crimson Tide. My legacy is complete on this chat. I just wanted one thing that was going to be savory. And
that can, yeah, be your thing. Oh, right. I got to desperately go and rage pee like I've never rage peed before. So, but thank you so much for joining me. I think that was much more bearable with your additions to it.
Yay! I'm glad I could help. Thanks for having me. This is so fun.
Thank you. So yeah, I'm just going to throw on a video for the break, guys. One is a video from Kaluna. She's helping out tech support today. And we've got 2 Ilnedge songs, then one from my best buddy, Rocked Reviews. There's some weird cropping issue going on with it. I couldn't figure out with OBS, so you'll see. But anyway, so yeah, I'll see you guys after the break.
You ever have one of those players that's really persistent about a seemingly unimportant thing that they're super into but no one else really cares about? Our druid, for example, absolutely adores all plants and animals, and goes out of his way to help them to the point of absurdity. So this story comes from the time when his need to rescue some chickens nearly got the whole party killed. Let's do this. Our party had been sent on a scout and rescue mission in an Underdark Drow base after an attack at a monastery. A couple of our monk friends had asked us to investigate and to try to close off the portal the Drow had used from both sides. Naturally, not even 10 minutes into our mission, we ran into a problem. We were attempting to be sneaky, but it was difficult in particular for me as a cleric, in heavy armor clanking everywhere. Unfortunately, we ran into an enemy we'd met once before, a high-level spellcaster who was working for a cult trying to open the gate between planes to free her mistress, the Queen of Air and Darkness. It turns out she wasn't just a powerful spellcaster, she was also a lich. She sent the majority of our group to a pocket dimension where she trapped souls and used them as an energy source for her phylactery. Well, I knew she was evil before, but Litchfield, really? That's just terrible. It was just me and the sorcerer left, but we somehow defeated her, though her phylactery was intact and we didn't know where it was in the base. Phylacteries are kinda like horcruxes for liches. So long as they remain intact, the lich can eventually come back again no matter how many times you defeat them. We needed to get the rest of the group back, however. We plane shifted to the pocket dimension, learned about the host of souls there, and even encountered the soul of a friend of ours, Nathan, who had been captured in the attack, telling the group his body was in the base somewhere, along with several other prisoners. Our drow blood hunter was in love with this guy, so it was especially important to him that we located Nathan. After escaping the pocket dimension, we searched around the base more, looking for our friend and the phylactery. We found the food and storage area, including a room just full of potatoes, and even came across several chickens in a pen. Naturally, our animal-loving druid wanted to befriend them. Can I ask the chickens if they want to come with me on my adventures? Sure, roll animal handling. Oh sweet, a nat 20, and I've got plus 10 to animal handling anyway. So while the rest of us are going around and exploring the area, our druid just spends the entire time talking to the chickens, learning their backstories, and just being buddies with them, even offering them some potatoes to eat. So what are their names? Let's see, let me just check my notes, and, Jack, Janet, and Chrissy. Did you just Google the names of the characters from Three's Company? Maybe. Yeah, you're coming with me now, homies. Bark, bark. Okay, guys, we gotta be real sneaky and quiet so we don't get caught, okay? Bark, bark. Bark. We kept exploring, next finding the room where driders are created. For those who aren't familiar, if a drow fails a test to Loth, the goddess of the drow, they are forced to turn into driders, and it's a nasty process. The room is overall creepy, and the chickens are not having it. Okay, Aramel, we've got to keep going. You're going to need to say goodbye to the chickens if they won't follow us. Guys, it's been a great run. We've made it really far. No, you haven't. It's been like 10 minutes. Remember the good times. Remember the potatoes, guys. Don't worry, I'll come back for you. Due to the nat 20, the chickens are inconsolable. Be strong, my dudes. It'll be all right. Bark, bark, bark. Bark, bark, bark. Oh my god, this is the worst. What if I just stay here?
No, Aramel.
We drag him away, through the room and up to the next floor. It's a single large chamber, and all along the wall are green, pulsating chrysalises, which we can tell have people inside, presumably the prisoners and Nathan. Several drow scientists are walking through the room, occasionally stopping to look at a chrysalis and taking notes. The chrysalises are all connected together with strange vines or tissue, leading into something at the far end of the chamber. There is a throne with a familiar-looking pendant atop it. The Lich's phylactery. We go into combat with the fighters of the group, with the majority of the drow scientists running out of the room away from us. Unfortunately, the Lich's pet Garistro stuck around to play. I was a little sad we had to fight him, because we encountered his soul in the pocket dimension and he was perfectly nice to us there. Jeff, I know you're still in there. You've got to remember me. We're your friends. After a tough fight, we finally defeated Jeff the Garistro. Yes, that was his name. And we destroyed the phylactery, killing the Lich once and for all. We began to free people from the chrysalises all throughout the room. Unfortunately, the drow who had escaped earlier alerted the guards of the base that we were here, and we started hearing soldiers coming up the stairs. The druid and I went to the door to hold off the enemies, while the others began to free the people from the chrysalises, including Nathan. The group was low on hit points and spell slots, so we needed to get out as soon as possible. I can cast Stone Shape to seal the door. Get back. As you are about to cast the spell, you hear the sounds of clucking in the distance. You see a group of soldiers coming up the way, and 3 chickens biting at their ankles and jumping at faces trying to stop them. Wait! The chickens! It's okay. I'll leave a little chicken-shaped door for them. I'm going to kill these chickens personally if this costs us. Come on, you guys! The 2 hens run through the door, but Jack refuses, trying to give them time to get to the door. Jack! No! Don't be a hero! Oh, for the love of... Guys, come on! I'm having a legitimate dramatic moment here. You know, with the character I love and who we've been trying to rescue this whole time. Hang on, I'll try to help Jack. Okay, no, fine, whatever, it's fine. Using one of my last spell slots, I cast Confusion on the crowd, causing them to halt their movements temporarily. Come on, buddy! He finally runs through, and I seal the rest of the door with Stone Shape. We rush over to the group to help free the rest of the captives, while the soldiers on the other side are slowly breaking down the stone door. We managed to free everyone, and all of us got through a teleportation circle just as the door was broken down by the soldiers. The party arrived safely back to the monastery, along with all the prisoners and 3 new bird buddies for Aramil. They are not coming with us. What? No! You know, I could go for some fried chicken.
Don't you dare.
Okay, yeah, I was just kidding. Probably. And so, we continued on our quest, leaving the 3 chickens to live out their lives at the monastery, where I'm sure they fit in just fine. Jesu Domine, dona eis requiem. See you next time.
Rock that Pokemon! You're the first in line, but the last to go. No one knows your potential. Left on the vine, and it's there you grow, beyond the cold rejection. Are you feeling overlooked? Are you feeling left behind? It doesn't mean you're out of luck, only that it's not your time. When the winds of worry start blowing you round, be like the Bulbasaur, close to the ground. When the winds are kicking up, knocking you down, be like the Bulbasaur, close to the ground. Oh, your spirit's low, but your back is strong. Carry it all on your shoulders. So far to go, but walking in the sun, every step you're getting warmer. It's never easy starting out, harder still without a guide. But never let the seed of doubt grow to leave you paralyzed. When the winds of worry start blowing you round, be like the Bulbasaur, close to the ground. When the winds are kicking up, knocking you down, be like the Bulbasaur, close to the ground. Bulbasaur close to the ground. When a humble bard graced to ride along with Geralt of Rivia, along came this song. As the white wolf fought a silver-tongued devil, with his army of elves at his hooves did they revel. They came after me with masterful deceit, broke down my lute and they kicked in my teeth, while the devil's horns minced our tender meat. So cried the witcher, he can't be bleed. Toss a coin to your witcher, oh valley of plenty, oh valley of plenty, oh. Toss a coin to your witcher, oh valley of plenty. At the edge of the world, fight the mighty horde that bludgeons and breaks you and brings you to mourn. He thrust every elf far back on the shelf, high upon the mountain from whence it came. He fought off your pest, got kicked in the chest. He's a friend of humanity, so give him the rest. That's my epic tale. Our champion prevailed, defeated the villain. Now pour him some ale. Toss a coin to your witcher, oh valley of plenty, oh valley of plenty, oh. Toss a coin to your witcher, oh valley of plenty. Toss a coin to your witcher, oh valley of plenty, oh valley of plenty, oh. Toss a coin to your witcher and friend of humanity.
What makes an album bad is quite subjective. However, when a general consensus is shared by many that an album sucks, it's easy to come out with reasons why. But just like a flower can bloom out of dirt, so can a good song come out of a bad album. Let's take a look at 10 good songs on bad albums. Sometimes a band makes a big swing and a miss on an album. Sometimes a band tries something way too far out of their comfort zone. Sometimes a band is awful and only puts out bad albums. But in all of those scenarios, it's still possible to find a song worth holding on to. This is not a top 10, no rankings, this is just a list of 10 good songs on bad albums. And I'm also making a rule of only one band per entry, because there are several bands on this list who have multiple bad albums with only one good song on them, and they would take up the whole list if I didn't make that qualifier. You know how these lists work, let's get to it. Green Day was in a bit of a bind back in 2012 after agreeing to a triple album release throughout the year and touring, and each album released was pretty weak. Let's be honest, this is Green Day's worst material spread through the entire 3 similar sounding albums, but on the final and least successful album tray came X-Kid, the only single that actually held Green Day in some kind of good light. In theory, it's not hard to sound exciting with how boring Trey or any of the trilogy albums are, but honestly, X-Kid is a simple Green Day song, and it's fine. The song has real meaning too about someone Billy Joe knew growing up that passed away, but also about the entire Generation X children in general. So many kids in Gen X had a hard time and not everyone was able to move on to adulthood. That is so much more impactful than 90% of the garbage on Trey or any other trilogy album. X-Kid may not be on the level of big hits from albums like Dookie or American Idiot, but honestly, it's a nice track. Billy Joe sounds good, the guitar melodies work, that chorus gets in your head, and like I said, it's simple.
I would take simple, slowed down, meaningful Green Day over whatever that nightlife hot garbage was on Dose. I mean, Trace is not good, but at least it doesn't have nightlife on it, and it has X-Kid, so that's 2 things going for Trey.
I'm glad Green Day has recovered from many of the situations that 2012 led to for the band, and I'm also glad Green Day has made better music since then. It's nice to get a little song like X-Kid, but you're asking a lot of fans to listen to a full album of boring to get to it, let alone 3 boring albums. Anthrax went through some tough times in the mid to late 90s as their thrash sound was dying out, band members were in and out of the lineup, and label issues were weighing heavily on the career. So when Anthrax finally was freed from their past label and released Volume 8, problems still came. The music writing just wasn't there anymore, and the John Bush era of Anthrax was not getting positive attention. Anthrax almost didn't make it out of the 90s, and Volume 8 was almost the nail in the coffin. To be honest though, the entire album was not trash. Crush is one of the heavy, loud songs with a low sound that stands out from Volume 8, thanks in big part to fantastic drumming. John Bush sounds fine here also, and the thick riffs paired with the drumming makes a great rhythm. It's definitely a standout on an album that does not stand out well. Crush doesn't get played live much if at all, and does come from a very different era of Anthrax than the current lineup, so it makes sense. However, I can honestly say that Crush is solid, surprisingly so from an album that's so dismissed by thrash and Big Four fans.
Anthrax fans usually do not gravitate towards John Bush as their favorite Anthrax era's lead singer. If there were more songs out of that era like Crush, I feel late 90s Anthrax would have been respected a bit more.
Amazing drumming, strong riffs, Crush is a good thrash track buried in an album that many would be willing to forget. Anthrax rebounded, better albums came, but even in a weak Anthrax album is something strong. Oasis may be one of the best bands to talk about when you mention a group who has all-time classic albums and trash. There's no nice way to say it. After the Gallagher brothers lost their minds, the music went down the tubes. Be Here Now was the turning point from gold to garbage, but there is at least one fleck of gold in that garbage pile called Don't Go Away. The song wasn't even that successful around the world, or at least as successful as Oasis and their label would have hoped. Honestly, it's a good Oasis song. The guitar work is great, Liam sounds good, the acoustic guitars are peaceful but not slow or boring. There are great elements in this track. It's over 4 minutes and has a strong build. This feels more reminiscent of material on What's the Story Morning Glory, as opposed to inane ramblings and drunken anger that Oasis would be known for in most of their later music. Don't Go Away is a song I think both Gallagher brothers should be proud of, even if both of them have wildly different opinions on the album overall. Liam being proud of it and Noel thinking it's bland and garbage, blaming drugs and infighting during the recording.
Be Here Now marks the downturn of Oasis for sure. Don't Go Away is still a nice song though, and I feel it fits well in Oasis's career. There's not much on Be Here Now to get behind, but this song definitely was.
The Gallagher brothers may forever be at odds with each other, but even in tumultuous times on a bad album can come a song that makes you feel happy you listened to it. May have to hear me out on this one because in the late 80s, Kiss was trying everything to stay relevant, both in trying their hand in different styles like hair metal and grunge. On the 1987 album Crazy Nights, yeah, swing and a miss. It was rough. Only the title track remains a song that the band will recognize years later. The title track Crazy Crazy Nights is the only song from the album that would continue to be played at live shows years later and after the album came out. Even Kiss realized that this was the only song worth hanging on to from '87. Or from most of that late 80s, early 90s period. Crazy Crazy Nights has a lot of elements that people love about Kiss songs. Fun choruses, hooks, sing-alongs, wild guitar work from Bruce and Paul. It's a fun track. The drumming by Eric Carr is also solid. It's definitely of its time in the late 80s with a heavy ballad style, but honestly, this proved Kiss could do that for at least one track. It's not a deeply written song full of insight, it's just a fun Kiss song, and that's meant to be blasted out loud in the car or something.
Kiss would not play this song for years after Carr passed away, but eventually they brought it back to their live circuit. And honestly, Crazy Nights is not bad. It's just on a bad album that technically shares the same name.
Kiss may have been desperate to try something new for an album, but oddly enough, on one of those attempts was a song that reminded us why Kiss is fun to listen to. Korn's discography is interesting in that the albums are quite good in the beginning and even in current years, but there was a big section in the middle of Korn's career that fans of the band don't really like to talk about. In the early 2010s saw a unique attempt at collaborating in the new dubstep fad with Skrillex called Path of Totality. That album was a mess, just a weird, digital, nonsensical mess. But there was one song that showed off what the group was actually trying to accomplish, and it actually working. Teamed with Skrillex and Kill the Noise, Narcissistic Cannibal combined the right rhythm and digital effects in mixing to work with the band's drum beat and instruments, while Jonathan David sounded strong. The single from Path of Totality, I feel, is what the entire album should have been. Rather, this is the quality of sound and writing the other songs on the album wanted to be. Narcissistic Cannibal is exactly what you expect in a Korn song with self-loathing and anger, but there is also a sense of turning things around and wanting to be better. The design and beat from Skrillex is thick, but it still works here. To be honest, I think this should have been a one-and-done single instead of a full album.
Think about it, this song probably would have gotten praised much more if it was just a one-time collaboration instead of being a full gigabyte of digital noise and electronic distortion and nonsense jammed into one awkward album.
Over the past 5 years, Korn have turned things around and proven they can still deliver on what their fans want. Whenever Korn wants to step out of their comfort zone in the future, maybe limit it to a brief experiment. This one hurts a little because Queen is legit one of my favorite bands of all time, and saying they have a bad album in Hot Space is a fair statement, or at the very least, extremely disappointing album. On 1982's Hot Space, however, came one of the best Queen songs of all time with the help of David Bowie in Under Pressure. When I made my list of top 10 best collaboration songs in rock, Under Pressure is number one, and for good reason. The song was quite chaotic to make as Bowie and Mercury and the rest of Queen were all at odds with each other while making the track on what they wanted, but the result was an instant classic. I honestly feel the only reason Hot Space wasn't completely abandoned was because of how good this one song is. The bass line is iconic, both Mercury and Bowie sound fantastic. It's a strong way to end an album. It's just a shame that back in the day, you had to go through a lot of blah to finally hear it.
I feel Hot Space is Queen's most disappointing album, and they were oddly trying to not be Queen, and many of their strengths weren't shown. But when they did step it up and work with David Bowie, it almost makes the entire ride worth it, just to hear it at the end of the album.
Under Pressure survived being on a weak Queen album and survived being abused by Vanilla Ice. Further proof and testaments to the staying power of one of the best collaboration songs in rock ever. Chinese Democracy is an album fraught with delays, band turmoil, millions spent, and a guitarist wearing a KFC bucket. The odds were stacked against Guns N' Roses when Axl finally delivered an album promising something for way too long. On an unfulfilling and disappointing album from one of the biggest rock bands of all time is a song that actually has many positive qualities. Better was a single from the album, and years back I didn't get why this would be the single, but looking in hindsight compared to other tracks on Chinese Democracy, yeah, I now get why this one would be highlighted. But looking past comparisons of tracks on the same album, the song Better is just fine. The track is just under 5 minutes, and Better is definitely a slow starter, but once things get rolling, you can hear Axl sounding good. A great guitar rhythm, it's solid. The verses sound like shades of Guns N' Roses from the 90s, while the chorus sounds like something wildly unique and from a different time. They made it work.
I get why Chinese Democracy was panned over such a long wait and the insanity that incurred while recording it as a revolving door of musicians went through the lineup. If this album had more songs like Better, I think people would have felt differently. And also if Axel wasn't on again, off again crazy.
Say what you want about Chinese democracy, I know I have, but Better has a lot of emotion going through it and proved over a decade after their heyday that the name Guns N' Roses could still make a good song. I join the cacophony of rabble all asking The Clash the same question: what happened with this album? Yes, Cut the Crap truly embodies an album so bad that it essentially killed the entire band's career. The Clash did, however, get just one song that can stand out from a misdirected album. I like to trick myself by saying The Clash went out with This Is England, and on a slight high note, because if I really face reality and think about how Cut the Crap was the last thing the band worked on, then This Is England may not sound like a true 80s punk song on first listen, but I have to give credit where it's due. This track feels like a slow, anthem-style song with Strummer's heavy lyrics about the sad state of England that he sees and feeling victim of the British system. The sound is not a true punk, crash dance, quick, punchy song. It still is punk at heart, though. That sad chant of This Is England resonates you when you hear it, and think about what's being sang. Strummer said that this is the last great Clash song, and yeah, I agree with that.
The way The Clash went out is sad, as it was a struggle over the direction of the music between the band members and the band's manager and the label. It's unfortunate that there had to be a last great song from The Clash off a terrible album, but the song itself still shines.
There is a weird sense of unity thinking about Cut the Crap and how a majority of music lovers dislike it, but there is also an equally odd sense of agreement in that This Is England is a song worth going out of your way to hear. Remember Raditude, the Weezer album so bad that even the most die-hard Weezer fans face-palmed and refused to talk about it? It's weird to think that buried in such a mess of an album from a band just going through lazy motions is a song that really tried something different for themselves, and it worked great. It's weird saying that, but something good actually came out of Raditude in that awful Weezer era, somehow. Love Is the Answer takes influence from Hindi music and incorporates that into a truly meaningful song that is not phoned in like almost everything else on Raditude. Rivers Cuomo sounds believable and actually gives a message worth remembering, while incorporating a different style of music than Weezer would have ever come close to associating with before Raditude. The guitar work is peaceful, there is a sense of inspiration from Weezer of all bands, and you're glad that you heard it.
Weezer took a chance with this and it worked. Not many bands could have pulled off a Hindi influence into alt-rock, especially at the mainstream level like Weezer, but they did it, and it's nice.
It's up for debate which song is worse from Weezer's Raditude, but as for Love Is the Answer, I truly believe this one is something special from a band who's been around for generations now. No Lil Wayne required.
Before we get to the final entry, if you haven't done so already, please hit the like button below if you've enjoyed this video so far. It helps a ton to prove to the YouTube algorithm that this is a video people are actually enjoying while they watch it, and then it pushes it to other people who aren't subscribed to the channel. Thank you. Alright, time for the big one.
To end this list, we have a moment of clarity off of the multi-platinum, grating, shrill Saint Anger by one of the biggest bands of all time, Metallica.
And before some of you complain in the comments, "Wah, I love Saint Anger, you just don't get it, wah." Even Metallica laughs at how this album is not liked by their fans. They're aware of it. They know Saint Anger did not go over well with everyone. Get over it.
On an album filled to the brim with horrific loose snare drums comes the song The Unnamed Feeling that honestly could add to many Metallica albums. Honestly, The Unnamed Feeling is the perfect example of a hidden gem on a bad album. The snare is not nearly as cruel here, and the build-up with the riffs is much stronger than 90% of Saint Anger. James Hetfield sounds more emotional and passionate in his performance too. I get that this was a tough time for the band when Saint Anger was made, but this track has different speeds and takes you on a journey through the song. The lyric writing is memorable in a good way, and it has a sense of clarity while in a dark time for the band. The quieter chorus somehow perfectly complements the heavy rip verses, and you can focus on it all from beginning to end.
Saint Anger is one of the few albums that actually gave me a headache trying to listen all the way through, but The Unnamed Feeling works. It could have worked on other Metallica albums in the 90s as well. Metallica had a rough time making this album, but not everything on it was garbage. Just the parts that go clang, 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 clang.
Sometimes a great band puts out a weak album. Sometimes a bad band can only put out bad albums. Even a bad album can have a diamond in the rough. The Unnamed Feeling describes that something shining in the rough that is Saint Anger.
And we're back. Hello, everybody. Okay, we've entered the appropriate time for drinking, so that's gonna help things go a lot more smooth in the future. So Terry, you can't have any. You're too young. Right. Okay. So, hear me out. This next guest takes some explaining. Okay. Well, first of all, we hit $35,000 while. I think it was during Week's turn, so that's so cool, you guys. And okay, let's do this. Come back onto here. Nope, that's the wrong thing. Okay, so my next guest. The best way I can describe her is she is a dom, but she's not my dom. She's been a very good friend for a long time now. She's been a supporter of the channel pretty much right from day one. She's given me a lot of advice. She was my contact in the BDSM world when I was researching for 50 Shades of Grey, so she's the one who helped me get through and understand what was actually going on in the kink world that E.L. James was so vastly misunderstanding. And she also helped me, she clued me into the existence of Omegaverse as well, so you have her to thank for that video. So everyone say hi to Mistress Byrd.
Hello. Now, Dom, before we start, what is your safe word?
See, we talked about this.
I know, but it's still so easy a joke to make.
Okay, so, do you have the book I gave you?
I do have the book. I have it open to chapter 7, and I'm going to tell you, I'm really disappointed that there's no BDSM in this book so far.
Yeah, well, that was the last book, and I mean there was no BDSM in that. Let's face it. That was
no, but at least they mentioned it.
Yeah. So yes, the sex in this one is going to be very. I don't know. She seems to not be willing to commit to it as much as she used to, because there's been a lot of time skips and stuff. So I guess we'll see. So how the audio sounding good to everyone? Looks like it. Okay, yeah, let's do this.
Okay, let's do this. It's a cold and gloomy Tuesday afternoon. Exhausted, I lean against the chimney stack of the old tin mine and stare out toward me. The sky is dark and ominous, and a bitter Cornish wind slices through me. Storm is brewing, and the sea rages and crashes against the cliffs beneath, the sound booming and echoing through the ruined building. The first freezing spots of sleet from the coming storm splatter on my face. Why is he standing out whenever it's fucking cold? As children, Kit, Marianne, and I used to play in and around the ruin of this tin mine and the stands on the edge of the Trevithick estate. Yo. Kit and Marianne have always played the heroes, and I was always the villain. How apt. It was typecasting even then. I smile at the memory. A considerable fortune had been made from these mines, and the profits swelled the oh god.
Triple thick condoms. I don't know what the fuck is it. Yeah.
No, this one's Trevelaine coffers over the centuries, but they were closed in the late 1800s as they became less profitable, and the workers emigrated to places like Australia and South Africa, where the mining industry was flourishing. I spread my hands over the worn stone of the chimney stack, cold and rough to the touch, but still standing after all these centuries.
You might be blowing out the mic just a little bit. Can you back off just a tiny bit?
Yeah, sorry.
That's
I
all good.
don't mean to blow out the mic.
It's all good. Well,
is that better?
I think so, yeah.
Like the Earls of Trevithick, my visit has been a success. Oliver has made good call insisting I visit both estates, and I'm beginning to reevaluate my doubts about him. He's done nothing but steer me in the right direction. Perhaps he does have the Trevithick earldom and its continuing prosperity in his heart. The staff now know I'm both behind them and that I don't want to make radical changes. I've discovered that I'm very much an if it ain't broke, don't fix it devotee. My smile is rueful. I am also too lazy to be anything else for now. The truth is, under Kit's authority and shrewd management, the Trevelaine estates have been thriving. I hope I can keep them that way. Ugh, God, why do I get the boring chapter? I'm weary from being encouraging feet for the past few days, and from listening to everyone. I'm not used to expending such positive energy. I've met so many people here, and at the Angwin in Oxfordshire. People I'd never met before work on estate. I've been coming to both of these places since I was a child, and I never had an inkling about how many people work behind the scenes. Meeting everyone has been draining. All the talking, listening, reassuring, smiling, especially whenever I don't feel like smiling. Oh, that poor baby. I gaze at the path that leads down to the sea and think of Kit and me as two young boys racing to the soft sandy beach below. Kit always won. Always. But then he was 4 years older than me. And then in late August, armed with bowls and buckets and anything else that would hold them, we 3 children would pick blackberries from the brambles that lined the path, and our cook Jessie would make blackberry and apple crumble for supper, Kit's favorite.
Fascinating.
I know, I'm about to take another nap. Kit, Kit, Kit. It was always Kit. Marsha, Marsha, Marsha. The heir, not the spare. Fuck. Why race to the icy lanes on a freezing night? Why? And now he lies beneath the cold, hard slate of the Treverland family crypt. Grief tightens my throat. Kit. Enough. I whistle for Kit's gun dogs. On command, Jensen and Healy, 2 Irish setters, returning from their romp along the path and come bounding toward me. They are named after cars. Kit was obsessed with all 4-wheeled vehicles. Well, I guess there are others, especially fast ones. From an early age, he could strip an engine and put it back together in no time. What?
Does anyone else notice that he's, has the author suddenly become, way more poetic in this chapter? It was, the last chapter he was fuck, I want to do it on the piano, and now it's I stand on the edge of the stormy cliff and remember the cold form of the blackberry crumble. It's did she, take a break from writing and come back to it after reading something else, do you think?
Probably that, or he just doesn't have a chance to, think about sex yet. Give it time. I think it's coming up. Oh, yep, it's coming up. I just cheated.
Hooray.
He was a true all-rounder. The dogs jump up to me and I rumple their both sets of ears. They live at Tresleyan Hall on the Trevithick estate. Why does she pick the worst fucking words?
I don't know. No, I think she wanted to make it difficult for people to do live readings because she noticed people were making fun of 50 Shades at conventions and stuff.
Cared for by Danny, Kit's housekeeper. No, my housekeeper, for fuck's sake. I've contemplated taking them back to London, but my apartment is no place for 2 working dogs used to roaming the Cornish countryside and the thrill of game shoots. Kit adored them, even though they are useless gun dogs. And Kit loved to shoot, too. Oh, good. We got to the gun portion. I wrinkle my nose in distaste. Shooting is big business, which means the holiday homes are booked out year-round. Bankers and hedge fund managers seek their thrills at the wrong end of the gun during the open season. How's it the wrong end of a gun if they're shooting it?
I guess they die.
It's Dick Cheney all over again. Affluent surfers and their families rent from the spring to the autumn. Surfing I enjoy. Clay shooting I enjoy. But I'm not a fan of killing helpless birds. My father, on the other hand, like my brother, loved the sport. He taught me how to shoot. And I do understand that sports helps to keep the estate profitable. I pull up my collar, push my hands deeper into the pockets of my overcoat, and turn to trek back up to the great house. Feeling glum and restless, I trudge through the wet grass, the dogs following close behind. I want to be back in London. I want to be back near her. My thoughts keep returning to my sweet daily... God damn it. With her dark eyes, her beautiful face, and her extraordinary music talent. Friday, I'll see her Friday, provided I haven't scared her away. At least he's honest.
No?
Well,
I think they're trying to be cute, because she's saying, oh, I hope he doesn't fire me, and he's thinking, oh, I hope she doesn't quit, and neither of them acknowledging that they were actually inappropriate, there was some inappropriate groping happening, you know?
Oh no, it's gonna get worse. Don't worry. I promise. Okay. Alessia shakes the umbrella free of snowflakes that had started falling fast and furious on her way to Mister's apartment. She is not expecting him to be home. After all, he'd left money for her last week and included payment for today. But she's ever hopeful. She has missed his brooding presence. She's missed his smile. She has thought of him constantly. Taking a deep breath, she opens the door. That silence greet her is nearly her undoing. No alarm noise. He is here. He is back. Early. Oh, God. The abandoned leather duffel bag in the hallway also confirms his presence, and so do the muddy footprints in the hall. Doesn't he have a floor mat?
A what?
A floor mat. Muddy footprints in the hall?
He's too rich. The floor mats are for poor people. He has a daily. He has a daily to clean up his feet stank.
Oh, God, yeah. Her heart rockets into overdrive. She is thrilled. She is going to see him again. She is going to clean up his boot prints again. Carefully, she places his umbrella in the stand next to the door so it won't drop and wake him if he's asleep.
I guess he was just lending it to her. He's been patting himself on the back for a loner.
No. She stole it. She'd borrowed it on Monday night. She hadn't asked, but she didn't think he would mind, and it kept her dry from the freezing rain as she'd made her way home. Home? Yes, Magda's house is home now. Not Kukas. She tries not to think of her old home. She removes her boots and tiptoes along the hallway, through the kitchen into the laundry room. Changing into her sneakers and housecoat, she dons her scarf and I swear she just ups the word count by repeating the same things over and over again.
Yep.
He has been absent since Friday, so everything is clean. The ironing and the washing are up to date, and his closet is finally neat and organized, but it's packed. The kitchen still looks spotless and tidy as she has left it on Monday afternoon. Nothing has been touched. She has to mop up the hall, but first she will dust the shelves with all the records. God, that's right, he's a DJ. Then wash the windows in the living room. The balcony has a glass wall that looks out over the Thames and to Battersea Park beyond. Is that really Battersea?
I don't care anymore. Just but also
grabbing the window.
Kudos for getting it right, but we renamed it the Thanos. It's so much more fun that way.
Oh, the Thanos. That's right. I forgot about that. Grabbing the window cleaning spray and a cloth from the cupboard, Alessia, God damn her, I hate her name, heads to the living room. She halts in her tracks. The mister is here, propped on the L-shaped couch, closed lips parted, hair mussed and standing on end. He's fast asleep. He is fully dressed and still wearing his overcoat, though it's open, revealing his sweater and jeans. His filthy boots are planted firmly on the rug. What the fuck?
This guy.
In the white light that swirls around the glass wall, Alessia spies the telltale trail of dried mud all the way back to the door. She stares at him, enthralled, and moves closer, drinking him in.
I'd be pissed. She's his cleaner, and he's just streaked mud everywhere, this selfish bastard.
He couldn't even fucking take off his boots before getting on the rug. Okay, it doesn't matter. His face is relaxed, but a little pale. His jaw is rough with stubble, and his full lips quiver with each breath. Do you think he's sick?
I hope so.
He looks younger, and not quite as unattainable as he sleeps. If she dared, she could reach down and stroke the stubble on his cheek. Would it be soft or prickly? Does anyone have soft stubble?
Mine's kind of soft, actually. I don't have big boy hair yet, so I just have face fuzz.
Oh, dear. Okay. She smiles at her silliness. She isn't that brave, though it is tempting. She doesn't want to anger him by waking him. What concerns her most is that he looks uncomfortable. Briefly, she wonders whether she would wake him so he'd go to bed. And at that moment, he stirs and his eyelids open and bleary eyes meet hers. Alessia's breath hitches. Yeah, that's nice. Oh god, here we go. The sexual assault is about to happen.
Wait, she makes the first assault, does she?
No.
Oh.
You're about to...
Okay.
His dark lashes flutter over drowsy eyes, and he smiles and holds out his hand. There you are, he mumbles. And his sleepy smile galvanizes her into action. She thinks he wants help to come to his feet, so she steps forward and takes his hand. All at once, he tugs her down onto the sofa. kissing her quickly and curling his arm around her so that she's resting on top of him, her head on his chest. He mutters something unintelligible, and she realizes he must still be asleep. I missed you, he murmurs. Oh, there's another one. And his hand grazes her waist and then rests on her hip, holding her to him. Yep, see, there it is.
I am not comfortable at all.
You shouldn't be. Is he asleep? She lies paralyzed on top of him, her legs between his, her heart beating in insane rhythm, and one hand still clutching the window, cleaning food and cloth. You smell so good. I'm not going to try to do men voices anymore. His voice is barely audible. He takes a deep breath, his body relaxing beneath her, and his breathing mellows into the rhythm of sleeping. He's dreaming. Zot. What should she do? She lies still. Huh?
Call the police.
Call the police. Yeah. Get an adult. She doesn't have a cell phone though, so I think she's stuck. She lies stiff and unyielding on top of him, terrified and fascinated at the same time. But what if all the manner of horrible scenarios suddenly run through her mind, and she closes her eyes to bring her anxiety under control? Isn't this what she wants? What she has been longing for in her dreams? What she secretly desires in her private moments? To be sexually assaulted? She listens to his breathing. In, out. It's steady, it's slow. He remains asleep. I'm making up words. She rests against him, gathering her thoughts, and the time it ticks by, she relaxes a little. She spies a smattering of his chest hair in the V of his t-shirt and sweater. It's provocative. She lays her cheek on his chest and closes her eyes and inhales his familiar scent. Blah. It's soothing. He smells of sandalwood and the fir trees and cucus. He smells of wind and rain and exhaustion. Poor man. He is so tired. She purses her lips and leaves a shadow of a kiss against his head. Oh no! Sexual assault returned.
Okay, well, at least on even ground.
Yes, and her heartbeat spikes. I've kissed him! She wants nothing more to remain where she is, to enjoy the new and thrilling experience, but she cannot. She knows it's wrong. She knows he's dreaming. Closing her eyes for one more minute, she delights in the rise and fall of his chest beneath her. She yearns to wrap her hands around him and curl up on top of him, but she can't. She lets go of the cleaning fluid and the cloth, depositing them on the sofa, then reaches to his shoulders and shakes him gently. Please, mister, she whispers. She pushes a little harder. Please, mister, move. He raises his head and opens his eyes, confused. His expression turns from confusion to horror. Please, move, she says again. Oh, God. His hands fall away, releasing her. Shit! He sits up immediately and gaps at her in her utter dismay as she scrambles off him. But before she can run, he grabs her hand. Alessia! Alessia! No! She shouts, and he lets go immediately. I'm so sorry. I must have been dreaming. Slowly he stands, his face full of remorse, holding up his hands in submission. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to frighten you. He drags his hands through his hair and rubs his face as if trying to rouse himself. Alessia stands out of his reach, but scrutinizes him to see how strained and tired he looks. He shakes his head to clear it. I'm so sorry. I've been driving all night. I've got in at 4 this morning. I must have fallen asleep when I sat down to undo my laces. They both look at his boots and at the clumps of dried mud he's left in his wake. Oops. Sorry, he says with a sheepish shrug. What a fucking wanker.
I hate it. I like, okay, he apologizes for the assault first, but now he's apologizing for the mud and the fall, and like, dude, priorities! It's like...
it would have been so easy to fix, too.
Mm-hmm.
From deep inside, her compassion for this man blossoms. He's exhausted, and he's apologized for making a mess in his own home? That's not right. He has shown her nothing but kindness, giving her his umbrella. I guess he did give her his umbrella.
She borrowed it, he gave it to her, I don't know, he let her breathe the air in his apartment too, so he's basically Jesus!
At this point.
Oh, I know. That's so polite. Helping her with onto her coat, and when he caught her at the piano, he was complimentary and generous, and has offered to let her play. So sweet. Sit, she says, spurred by her compassion. What? Sit down, she says more forcibly, and he does as he's told. Oh, God. This is the born yesterday trope, I swear.
Yeah, no,
She kneels down at his feet and begins to untie his bootlaces. No, he says, you don't have to do that. Alessia bats his hand away, ignoring him, and undoes his boots, pulling each off in turn. Then she stands, feeling more confident that this is the right thing to do. I'm not very submissive, so I don't get most of this.
Yeah, you'll have to ask one of your subs to explain it to you sometime.
They've tried. I just don't get it. I just want to hear them cry out in pain.
You scare me sometimes.
As well I should. You sleep now, she says, and grabs his boots in one hand. She holds out the other to help him up. God, I've read better romances than this. I think this is supposed to be a pure romance book. There's no kink or anything.
Well, he banged a few women earlier. It's just that it just wasn't that. Yeah, there's no. He handcuffed a woman because she wouldn't stop scratching him. So he used BDSM as like a self-defense to stop her from doing that instead of just saying, "Hey, I'm not into that." So he clearly does BDSM sometimes. He's just not into it the same way. Doesn't do it every time, you know.
I don't think that handcuffs really count as BDSM.
Oh, is that too vanilla for you? Is it?
Yeah, it really is.
Starter level.
Anyway. Let's go back to this. Uh-oh.
What's up?
One moment, please, sorry.
Sure.
Because it's about to get noisy.
Oh, one of your 50,000 pets coming into the room. Okay. Yeah, Mistress Byrd has like 17 dogs, 47 cats, 18 birds, snakes, snails, although I don't imagine they're that.
Shut your fucking trap. My dog just got home from work. And now he's about to open the super chewer so the actual dog can play. Darling, can you please take that out? I'm reading to Dom. Yeah, leave the room, my love. There you go. Good boy. Okay.
I love how well trained your husband is.
He's adorable. He's just happy that I didn't put him in the sack whenever he got home. He glances up from her eyes to her fingers, his hesitation unmistakable. After a beat, he takes her hand and she hauls him off the sofa. Gently, she leads him down the hallway and into his bedroom. There she releases him, draws back the duvet from his bed, and points. You sleep, she says, and walks around to the door. Alessia, he calls before she leaves the room. He looks despondent and uncertain. Why? Thank you, he says. Why would he look despondent? Do you feel despondent whenever somebody essentially tucks you into bed?
No. I mean, it hasn't happened since I was like 12, but I think he's just uncomfortable because they're not letting him address the sexual assault that just happened. So.
Oh, good point. She nods and exits, still holding his filthy boots. She closes the door behind her and leans against it, her hand at her throat in an effort to contain her emotion. She takes a deep, cleansing breath. There should have been a comma there. She's gone from uncertainty and confusion to delight and wonder to compassion and assertiveness in the space of a few moments. And he kissed her. And she kissed him. Oh god, this is starting to sound like that second...
This Phantom of the Opera sequel, right?
Yes.
And you kissed me, and you took me, and we're ruining everything you liked about this. Yeah.
Yes.
We both went,
Thank you.
We both went to the same place, yeah. That's...
And she touches her fingers to her lips. It was brief, but not unpleasant. Not unpleasant at all. I missed you. She takes another deep breath to calm her pounding heart. She has to get a grip on reality. He's been asleep. He's been dreaming. He hadn't known what he was saying or what he was doing. She could have been anybody. She shakes off her disappointment. she is just as cleaner. Why hasn't he told her that her job title is actually daily?
Yeah, I'm like I said, I really think this is a rich man word.
Well, it's
go on.
according to the beginning of the book, it's actually outdated and nobody uses it anymore. So I think she's trying to flex.
I skipped over that. I remember now. Rosa said, "Why is she explaining British words to us?" Right. So that's okay.
Yeah.
That's all right. That makes so much more sense now. She knew she was talking bullshit right from the start, so she put like a fucking key in it.
Yep. Did they make you feel better?
No.
What could he possibly see in her? Feeling a little deflated, but with her equilibrium restored, she picks up the mister's leather duffel bag and heads back to the laundry room to clean his boots and sort his clothing for washing. Is that really what a cleaner does?
Well, no, I guess she's like a housekeeper sort of thing. I guess that's why she calls it a daily, because she didn't want to... It's like a general maid, housekeeper, steward, I don't know, lots butler. I don't know, it's... Apparently he's like so uber rich, he basically just has a manservant, which is kind of added.
I thought those... aren't they called valets?
Maybe? I don't know. I was never past the aristocracy, so I didn't learn the lingo. So.
There we go.
But, oh god.
Okay.
I noticed, like, she's like, oh, he kissed her and I kissed him. It's like, well, I think you just kissed him because he was asleep.
No, he said he did kiss her.
He did, but he was asleep at the time. I mean, I think he was he was dreaming about her and she just happened to also be there, or he thought he was still asleep. So I guess that probably counts as him kissing her, but I wouldn't want to explain it to a judge. Is what I'm saying.
Yes. Okay, I gotta find out where I was because I scrolled up.
All
okay,
right.
there it is. I stare at the closed bedroom door, feeling every shade of stupid known to man. How could I have been so fucking idiotic? I frightened her. Shit. I have no hope with her. She appeared in my dream, a vision in blue, even in that ugly housecoat, and I'd welcomed her. I don't think she actually had a chance to get to her housecoat.
She's been wearing this housecoat and green and pink underpants all the way through this story. It must be so smelly by now.
Yeah. God, I wonder if she cleans that in between visits.
We'll probably find out that she strips butt naked at some point in everyone's house to wash her clothes. That's going to be a feature.
Oh, that's terrifying. Oh god, she appeared in my dream and blah blah blah. I rubbed my face in frustration. I'd left Cornwall at 11 the previous night, and the 5-hour drive had been exhausting. It was a stupid thing to do. I nearly fell asleep several times. Oh, why didn't you? I had to open my car windows even though it was freezing and sing along to the radio to stay awake. Okay, this I know is bullshit, because I've listened to UK radio, and they talk all the fucking time.
Oh.
There is no music.
No, that drove me mad. Radio DJs in the UK just like, play the fucking song. Yeah, no, I'm with you there.
Stay awake. And the real irony is that I drove home to see her. The weather forecast threatened a rare blizzard, and I didn't want to be stuck in Cornwall for a week, so I came home early. Fuck. I'd blown it. But she knelt at my feet and undid my shoes and led me to bed as if I were a child. Led me to bed to sleep, I snort. To sleep! When was the last time anyone did that for me? I don't remember any woman putting me to bed and leaving me, and I frightened her. Shaking my head in self-disgust, I pulled... Yeah, that's right. I peel off... Why is he peeling off his clothes? Is he sweating?
She likes that. I'm assuming... Part of the reason he just wears like ridiculously tight jeans, because he seems like the kind of douchebag who would. But yeah, E.L. James loved talking about peeling off clothing as if it's like you're the top layer of your skin. You're like, so.
All I can think about is getting off of a leather seat on a hot day.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, she does not.
I'm too tired.
It's never the imagery she intends to invoke.
Yeah. I peel off my clothes and leave them on the floor where they fall because I'm a lazy shit. I'm too tired to do anything but crawl into bed. As I shut my eyes, I find myself wishing she had undressed me completely and joined me. Here. I groan as I recall her sweet, wholesome scent, roses and lavender, and how soft she felt in my arms. Feeling simultaneously morose and aroused, I fall fast asleep and surrender to her in my dreams. Oh, there we go. There's the BDSM. I found it.
Where?
Surrender to her in my dreams.
Okay. Well, you're more tuned to it, so you know what to look for.
Quiet you.
I think he's meaning sort of surrendering in the boring way.
I know, but I'm trying to spice this shit up.
I'll let you dream.
I'm adding some pepper.
Good luck.
I wake... Oh god, I know. I wake with a start and an odd feeling of guilt. My phone is buzzing on my bedside table. I didn't leave it there. I pick it up, but it's too late. It's a missed call from Caroline. I place it back on my bedside table, noting that my wallet, spare change, and condom are also there. I frown, and then I remember. Oh god, Alessia. I think I'm gonna call her something different each time. Have I been calling her Alessia this whole time?
Call her... Yeah, call her Al.
Al? Yeah. I jumped her. Bugger.
Bugger.
Oh, sorry. Bugger.
Much better.
Yeah. Oh, God. I'm never going to remember to do that. I screw my eyes shut to escape the embarrassment that washes over me. Fuck a duck. I sit up, and sure enough, my clothes have been tidied away. She must have emptied my jeans pockets, and it seems such an intimate thing to do, rummaging through my possessions, her fingers on my clothes, my stuff. I'd like her fingers on me. That's not going to happen, you idiot. You frighten the poor girl. He makes a lot of assumptions.
He does. He really does. He needs to just have more than a 30-second conversation with her, because he's creating this bizarre Snow White Cinderella image of her in his head, and it's got no reflection necessarily on who she is as a person. And he never actually talks about her. He just keeps assuming that she's upset or angry or aroused or anything. It's...
Well, I mean, she was just born yesterday. How many houses does she clean anyway? How many pockets does she rummage through? I dislike the thought. Perhaps I should hire her full time. Then the dull ache in my gut would never go, unless there's only one way I'd be rid of this ache. Shit, that's not going to happen. Sorry, water break.
So, this book just wrecks people. It takes... And no one can get through this book without going, wait, what?
I wonder what time it is. There are no shimmers on the ceiling? Is that what you call sunlight there?
No, it's not. No. I'm assuming he's got some sort of chandelier that reflects light onto his ceiling or something, because... I don't know.
Yeah,
Don't
he
don't
would
assume,
have one in his bedroom.
Don't assume that anything this woman writes is a reflective of anything in the UK besides her bizarre mind.
Glancing out the window, I see nothing but a wall of white. Snow. The predicted blizzard has arrived. Or already left. A glance at my alarm clock confirms that it's 1:45 p.m. She should still be here. I leap out of bed and into my dressing room and pull on a pair of jeans and a long-sleeve t-shirt. Al is in the drawing room, and she's cleaning the windows. All evidence of my muddy walk through the flat has disappeared. Hi, I say, and wait to see how she reacts. My heart is thundering. I feel like I'm 15 years old again. Oh, he has cougar dreams, too. That's so cute. Hi. You sleep well? She gives me a brief but unreadable look, then studies this cloth she's holding. Yes, thank you, and sorry about earlier. Feeling ridiculous and self-conscious, I wave in the direction of the sofa, where my misdemeanor took place. I'm pretty sure that wasn't a misdemeanor.
Yeah, that would certainly... Yeah, high crime, if nothing else.
She nods and rewards me with a small, tight smile, and her cheeks turn a lovely shade of pink. I look beyond her through the windows, where the view is obscured by swirling snowflakes. The snowstorm is in full force, and the outside is a turbulent torrent of white. Why did you use so many T's in the same sentence?
Because she hates her readers.
Yes. It doesn't often snow like this in London, I say, moving to stand beside her at the window. We're talking about the weather? She steps beyond my reach, but she stares out of the windows. The snow is so dense I can hardly see the river below. She shivers and wraps her arms around her body. Do you have far to go? I ask, worried about her making her way home in the storm. West London. Oh God, I'm trying to put in an accent.
Well, hers, again, she doesn't have a British accent. She's from Albania and apparently Italy. So...
Yeah, but I can't do an Albanian accent.
We've decided that she's from New Zealand, so give her that accent.
Oh God, I don't even know what that is either.
Think like Australian, but slightly more enunciated. I'm going to get all the Australians and New Zealanders yelling at me now, which is fair. It's fair.
She blinks a couple of times while she processes my words. Train, she answers. I'm just not going to give her one. Train? From where? Queenstown Road. I'll be surprised if the trains are still running. I head over to my desk in the corner of the room, shuffle the mouse, and my iMac springs to life. A picture of Kit, Caroline, Marianne, and me with Kit's 2 Irish setters appear on my desktop. And I feel a wave of nostalgia and sadness. Shaking my head, I check online for the latest local transport. Southwestern trains? She nods. They've suspended all services. Suspended? Her brow creases. Oh, she doesn't understand. The trains aren't running. Oh, she frowns again, and I think I hear the word suspended several times under her breath, her lips forming the word. You can stay here, I offer, trying not to focus on her mouth and knowing full well she won't stay, especially given how I behaved earlier. I flinch and add, I promise to keep my hands off you. She shakes her head rather too quickly for my liking. No, I must go. She twists the cloth in her hands.
A what?
How will you get home?
Oh, the cloth, huh? Sorry. I thought you said she twisted a coffin in her hands. I was like, well...
He'd just come back from visiting his brother. Yes. Or I assume where they're...
Yeah. I mean,
what's it called?
He's rich as balls, so he could just pay for a fucking Uber.
Yeah, but then he wouldn't get a chance to touch her and breathe her, and... Let me look up the words to that song so I can just start singing that.
Honestly,
no, I'm not going
honestly,
to.
the way that London trains have been going... Oh, well, British public transportation in general, the Uber might even be cheaper if she's not that far away. But...
I mean, I didn't think that a subway would close.
The London Underground isn't all underground, so they probably would have to stop some trains if it was snowing really hard, because we don't have any way of dealing with snow in the UK, because we only get it once every 50 years or so. So when... Yeah, if there's like an inch of snow, the entire economy shuts down.
Excuse me, which was really disappointing whenever I lived there.
Yeah.
I thought it would snow a lot more.
Yeah, it's just boring like that. Scotland gets all the snow, they hog it.
I was in North Hampshire. North Hampshire? God, I made something up. I don't even remember where I was anymore. I wasn't that far from Scotland, is what I'm trying to say.
It's literally at Hadrian's Wall that the snow stops. That's why they built it there.
Keep them from coloring outside the lines?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, let's go back to where I was. So, I don't think you're going to finish this in 2 sessions, by the way.
Definitely not, no. I'm either going to... I'm doing the best I can to get through it, but I may have to come back to this later if there's... You know... Because the whole book has been paid for, so I do feel obliged to get through the whole thing, but I'm going to need a month or 2 to recover after this before I come back to it.
Hopefully we won't have something else for you to have to do a charity for.
Hopefully not. Well, there'll always be something. But
yeah, that's very true.
Like I said, this particular charity has already paid for this book like 6 times, so I just got to keep powering through this until the end of my life, I guess.
Yeah. God, it's so boring. Maybe you should have Kaluna read this to you as you go to sleep.
That sounds horrific in every possible way, and let's move on from that forever.
Okay, Sadist, moving on. Let's see. I behaved in I flinch and add, I promise to keep my hands off you. There I was. How will you get home? She shrugs. I shall walk. Don't be ridiculous. You'll get hypothermia. Hypothermia. Especially in those boots and that horrid excuse for a coat. Oh, he's negging her. That's so cute. I must return home. She's adamant. I'll take you. What? Did that just pop out of my mouth? No, she says with another emphatic shake of her head, her eyes growing wide. I'm not taking no for an answer. As your, employer, I insist. She pales. Yep, I'll just finish getting dressed. I glance down at my feet. And then we'll go. Please? I gesture the piano. If you want to play, do. And I turn and head back to the bedroom, wondering why I volunteered to take her home. Because it's the right thing to do? Because I want to spend more time with her.
Dude, yeah, you're just giving someone a lift. I do that, like, all the time. You're not fucking Mahatma Gandhi because you offer to give someone a ride.
What are you talking about? He's like Uber, except super cheap. And the assaults are free.
Oh.
Al watches him pad out of the room in his bare feet. What? It's like a dog. She's stunned. He's going to drive her home? She will be alone with him in the car. Is this okay? What would her mother say? A vision of her mother with her arms crossed and her face etched in meek disapproval comes to her mind. How can you be meek and disapproving at the same time? And her father? Instinctively, she cups her cheek. No, her father would not approve. Her father had approved of only one man, a cruel man. No, do not think of him. The mister is taking her home, and she just...
I don't know why she keeps calling him the mister. She's called him that once, and he immediately corrected her, but she's just, like, insisting on this bizarre title.
Not even Mr. whatever the hell his last name is.
Well, yeah, I mean, would you want to say that name on the regular? Mr. Maxi Thick Pants McDougall-Face, or whatever the fuck his name is?
No, but maybe she should have thought of that before she gave him that name.
Yeah, fair.
She's glad she's memorized the address to Magda's house. She could still see her mother's untidy handwriting scrawled on the top of the scrap of paper that had been her lifeline. She shivers and glances outside once more. It will be cold, but if she's quick, she can leave while the mister is changing and not inconvenience him. Yet the thought of walking in all that distance... Yet the thought of walking all that distance does not appeal. She has done it before from much farther away, and then it had taken her 6 or 7 days with a stolen map. What? Okay.
There was a lot to take in just there. Yeah. Took her 6 or 7 days to walk across London?
Or maybe from Albania. Maybe she walked from Albania.
Oh, okay.
Or from Cornwall. Who knows? She shivers once more. A week she'd like to forget. Besides, he said she could play his piano. She gives the Stenway a fervent look, claps her hands with excitement, and dashes to the laundry room, where she changes in seconds. Grabbing her coat, scarf, and hat, she hurries back to the piano. Leaving her coat on the chair, she sits on the stool and takes a steadying breath. She places her hands on the keys, enjoying the cool, familiar feel of the ivory. For her companion, I don't even know what I was about to say. For her, the piano is grounding. It's home, her safe place. Glancing once more out the window, she begins a French name, her favorite piece by a French person. The music swirling up and around the piano, dancing in brilliant shades of white like the snowflakes outside. Her memories of her father, her 6 days of homelessness, and her mother's disapproval are lost in this whirling, icy colors of the music.
I just looked to see what word you were avoiding. It's les jeux directs de la villas este. Yeah, no, I feel you.
Yep. I ain't even fucking around with those. I don't speak Spanish, and I ain't gonna learn to speak Spanish. I know it's French.
Parlez-vous français, monsieur? Ah, bonnet de douche, Rodney.
Mais oui.
Très bien.
The extent of my French.
Egwin to Egwin. I don't know. Let's move on. Luke.
I lean against the door frame and watch her, mesmerized. Her performance is phenomenal. Each note is measured and played with such precision and emotion. The music flows effortlessly through her, from her. Each and every nuance is there in her beautiful face, and in the music she in the music as she feels her way through the piece, a piece I don't know.
Oh.
Yeah, well, he doesn't go in for that French nonsense, obviously. True Englishman.
Yeah. Indeed. She's taken off her headscarf. I've been wondering if she wears it for religious reasons, but maybe it's just for when she's cleaning. Her hair is thick and dark, almost black. As she plays, a strand comes loose from her plait and curls around her cheek. What would her hair look like loose and cascading over her bare shoulders? I close my eyes, imagining her naked as I do in my dreams, letting the music wash over me. Would this ever get old, listening to her? I open my eyes, watching her, her beauty, her talent. Playing such complex piece from memory. The girl is a genius. While I was away, I thought I'd embellished her performance in my imagination, but no. Her technique is flawless. She's flawless. In every way. She finishes the piece, her head lowered, eyes closed, and I applaud. That was breathtaking. Where did you learn to play so well? Her cheeks flush as she opens her dark eyes, but a shy smile lights up her face and she shrugs. At home, she answers. You can tell me more about it in the car. Are you ready? She stands, and it's the first time I've seen her out of that hideous nylon housecoat. My mouth dries.
So judgy. Fuck this guy. Dude, okay, she has a bad coat. Let it go, you shithead.
He could just buy her a new one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that was... like, lending her an umbrella made her talk about it for like a week. Buying her a coat would give her a heart attack.
Unless he bought her a maid outfit. In latex.
Hey, we've talked about this.
Oh, okay, yeah, you're right. Sorry. Coming back. My mouth dries. She's slimmer than I'd thought, but her delicate curves are all woman. She's wearing a tight green V-neck sweater. The soft swell of her breast strains against the wool and emphasize her narrow waist, and her skin-tight jeans showcase the gentle flare of her slender hips. Fuck. She's gorgeous. She quickly slips out of her trainers, drops them in the plastic shopping bag, and tugs on her battered brown boots. Don't you wear socks? I ask. She shakes her head as she bends and laces each boot, but her cheeks are pink once more. Maybe no socks is an Albanian thing? I glance out the window, glad to be taking her home. Not only will I get to spend more time with her, but I'll find out where she lives and stop her from catching frostbite in her feet. In her feet? You don't... It's not... I hold up my hand. Give me your coat, I say. She offers me a hesitant smile when I help her into it. This rag will never keep her warm. When she turns to face me, I notice the small gold cross around her neck and a badge on her sweater. For a school? Shit! How old are you? I ask in a sudden panic. I have 23 years. Old enough. Good.
No one should ever think the words old enough. That is such a red flag.
I could tell you about the first guy I was with. He made sure I wasn't in high school.
Yeah, no, we've discussed that. I was shocked then, too.
Well, to be fair, I was 18 and just joined, so...
Fair enough. But, yeah, no, this guy is such a creep. He is...
Yep. I don't think that Sheen E.L. James knows how to write anything else but a creep.
Right, well, moving on.
I shake my head, feeling relieved. Shall we go? I ask. He nods and, clasping her plastic bag, follows me out of the flat. We wait in silence for the lift to take us down to the basement garage. Once in the lift, Al stands far away from me as she can. She really doesn't trust me.
Wait, he's like... Wait, so the last sentence established that they'd taken the lift all the way down to the garage, but then this next sentence goes back to the point of them going back into the lift. And then
No. It's we wait in silence for the lift.
Oh,
so that was probably my fault.
Oh, okay, now it's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, but the fact that she has to mention it so often is just it's just padding. After my behavior this morning, am I surprised? The thought depresses me, and I try to look calm and nonchalant as possible. But I'm so acutely aware of her, all of her, here in this small space. Maybe it's not just me. Maybe she just doesn't like men. The thought is even more upsetting, so I brush it aside. The basement garage is small, but because the family estate owns the building, I have parking spaces for 2 cars. I don't need to, but I keep them anyway. A Land Rover Discovery and an F-Type Jaguar. Actually, you do need 2 then. You have 2 cars.
I think he meant I don't need 2 cars, but the wording there was really confusing.
Okay.
Okay, both of those are such douchey cars. I'm sorry if you guys own those cars, but I was mentally bracing when he said, I'm gonna, drive you home. I was thinking, I bet you he owns a douchey sports car. Or a big gas guzzler. And he has both!
Well, you have to have both. How else are you supposed to flex on all the pedestrians?
Fuck this guy.
I'm not a petrol head like Kit. He was an avid collector, and now his fleet of rare vintage cars is mine. I like a motor that's new and hassle-free. Christ knows what I'm going to do with Kit's collection. I'll have to ask Oliver. Maybe sell them? Give them to a museum in Kit's name? Lost in these thoughts, I pressed the remote for the Discovery. Oh good, he's taking that one. And its lights flashed in welcome, and it unlocks.
She has to build up to the Jaguar. You can't just take a girl on the Jaguar on the first date.
Oh god, this reminds me of so many terrible first dates.
Sorry.
It's okay. It wasn't a Jaguar though. It was a 911.
Oh, the Porsche.
Yes.
Oh, nice.
He let me drive it.
Wow.
It was fucking terrifying.
I've driven a Dodge Challenger. That's probably the sportiest car I've ever driven, and I dented it. It was a rental from Enterprise, and I dented it in the car park of a Target. Some asshole backed into me. I was in Chicago, and I spent the rest of the trip freaking out about what would happen. And then I take it back in, and the guy looks and is like, "Whoa, what happened here?" And I was like, "It was like that when I got it." And he was like, "Let me check the thing." "Oh yeah, it does say body damage. Okay, you're good." I was like, "I can't believe that works!" So that was a good day.
Yeah, it really was a good... You got lucky as fuck.
Yeah. Hey.
Okay, where was I? 4-wheel drive, it'll easily tackle London's snowbound streets.
Yeah, I mean...
Only now do I...
Any other time, there's no reason to have a Land Rover in the middle of the city, because you're just taking up space. But...
I wouldn't want to drive it even with the streets, because... Oh no, because y'all don't take good care of your streets.
We don't, and they're also tiny, because they're built for horse and carriages, and we never widen them. So, yeah, driving a Land Rover in London is awful idea.
Oh god, I've never driven in London. I didn't want to pay the congestion tax.
To paraphrase Joey, no one drives in London. There's too much traffic.
Yeah. Oh god. Yeah, that's a good point. Ugh. Let's see. Only now do I notice that the car is filthy. Oh, she's not paying. He's not paying her to clean that.
Mm-hmm.
Still covered in mud and grime from my journey to Cornwall. And when I open the passenger door for Al, I notice a sorry mess of litter in the footwell. Oh, this is... Hang on, I say, and gather the empty coffee cups, crisp packets, and sandwich wrappers. I stuff them into a plastic bag I find in the street and dump them all in the back. Why am I not tidier? Because you have a maid. 1 second.
Oh, I've just got to say, while she's gone, I've just got a message from a friend. Apparently a house coat is something that you wear to clean in. It's like it's like an apron. So, alright, I guess she's wearing that outside to keep warm, which seems ineffective.
Yeah, it really does. Okay. A lifetime of nannies and boarding school and staff to clean up after me has taken its toll. With what hope I have is... what I hope...
See how he kind of shifted the blame onto his mother and all these women for looking after him, that he's a slob?
Yeah, of course. I mean, isn't that why he's also into Oh, that's the other one. He's into BDSM because his mother was a whore.
Yeah, that is the other one. Yeah. No, this mother is still alive, and she's just overbearing and snobbish, and apparently really vain. She has... I don't know, but he's also really attracted to her, which is really fucked up.
What? Oh god, that's so
Oh, did you miss that part of the stream? Yeah, he would not stop talking about her slender waif and her perfect smooth skin and her beautiful eyes. I'm like, dude, Oedipus calls. He wants his story arc back.
Ugh.
Or Oedipal, or whatever the fuck you guys call him.
Oedipus?
Oedipus? Alright, fair.
I think it's an Oedipus complex.
I was in a production of Oedipus the King. I was Creon, his brother-in-law.
Oh.
Yeah, got to speak lots of Greek-sounding things. Like, my line was basically like, "I'm not trying to take over. You're being paranoid. Stop it, you dick." But that line lasted about 5 paragraphs. Anyway,
Yeah.
I think out of desperation, we're trying to get distracted.
Well, I'm just putting this out there. I've had a couple of boys call me mommy, so.
This doesn't surprise me in any way.
Oh, well, age play is fun.
Yeah, okay, as long as it's appropriate and consensual.
Oh, no. My, my puppy is saying that you wouldn't want to put me in the sack during that anyways. And I'm like, bitch, you wouldn't be able to talk through the gag.
Oh, you two are perfect for each other.
We really are. Okay, where were we? What I hope is a reassuring smile, I gesture for Al to climb in. I'm not certain, but she looks like she's stifling a smile. Perhaps my mess is amusing her. I hope so. She snuggles down in the seat, her eyes wide as she looks over the dashboard. What's the address? I ask as I push the ignition. 43 Church Walk, Brentford. Brentford, Lord and the sticks. Postcode?
Judgy motherfucker.
Yeah.
Also, why would she give it a real address? Because I feel like I want to Google it now to see if it's real. She's even giving the British zip
postcode.
Code. British zip code.
Yeah.
So that's a full-on. That's all you would need to find this address. Like, imagine if you lived here. This was a real address, and you see this in this book, and there's like, oh, all the horny, thirsty Christian moms are going to be coming up to my door.
I was about to say, what would you be terrified? Them coming to share Bible stories with you?
Fair. Yeah. I don't need thirsty divorcees. Okay, it's not coming to your home. It's just going to be stressful.
TW8
You looking it up?
Victor. Yeah, of course I'm looking it up.
I'm
a terrible person.
Everyone play the game at home. Look it up. See if it's an actual place.
43 Church Walk, Brentford. TW. Well, it shows me where Brentford is, but it doesn't say where it is. Oh, never mind. I found it. Oh.
It's real?
It's like a little stuff. Yeah, it's real.
She gave out some poor person's house.
It's probably hers.
Well, if it's in the sticks, like the judgy bastard said, then probably not. She's got 50
I don't
shades
think
of
it's
grey
in
money.
the sticks either. Oh no. It's got an RV in there. Of course it's sticks. I don't know. It looks nice, but it's one of those.
Stop spying on people, Mistress.
Damn right, Mistress.
Mistress Byrd.
Okay.
Whatever. I usually just call her by a real name. This is hard for me to get used to.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's all right.
I programmed the destination into the navigation and eased the car out of its parking space. With the press of a button on the rearview mirror console, the garage door gradually lifts, revealing the white maelstrom outside. The snow is already 3 or 4 inches deep, and it's still falling fast. Wow, I say almost to myself. I've never seen it like this. I turn to Al. Does it snow in Albania? Yes, there is much more snow where I am from. Where is that? I drive onto the street and head to the end of the road. Kukis. I've never heard of it. Surprising. It's a small town, not like London, Al clarifies. A warning beep sounds. Please put your seatbelt on. Oh, we don't wear those where I come from. What? Well, it's the law here, so buckle up. She pulls the strap across her chest and looks down for the catch.
Sorry, if there's anyone from Albania in the chat, do you not use seatbelts, or is E.L. James just being an ignorant twat again? Because I have to know. Anyway, I'll please continue.
Hold on. Rocked is getting prepared. I'm gonna tell him.
Oh right, I lost track of time. So I'll let him know.
I already told him.
Okay, cool. Anyway, well, thank you for joining me, Mistress Byrd. I completely lost track of time there. Your voice was so hypnotic.
That is not the first time I've heard that.
All right, say hi to the Mister for me. Your Mister, not the. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Okay.
I don't have a mister. I have a puppy.
You
You
have
want me to say hello to the puppy?
You have we're good, but you have actual dogs. You can't refer to your husband as a puppy when you know, it's confusing.
Well, I mean, he has a Dalmatian suit.
Nice talking to you, Mistress. Talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye. Alright, let's get rocked on before my brain explodes. She does this to me all the time. We'll just be talking and she'll throw something like that into the conversation. And my brain will just slowly reset, because I'm trying to be less naive. I really am, but it just comes, it's a lot sometimes. That's why I hang out with her. She's so funny. There's always something new coming up. Alright, let's get my bestest buddy in the whole world on. Man, you guys in the chat love Mistress Byrd. She's fun. Should have designed this better. Hey, dude!
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, what did you just call me before you signed on?
My good colleague, who I have appropriate boundary
we talked about boundaries, sir, and it sounds like you've been breaking them again.
I don't think you can lecture me on this while you're wearing my shirt, Snuggums.
First of all, you call me that again, I will set the restraining order for another time zone. 2, I am aware that you wore my t-shirt for your Artemis Fowl review, and despite clear, overarching, wildly inappropriate boundary settings you've made, I am not above helping someone who promoted me in the same way I have promoted you. So I will wear this for a future video. And on this, number 2, hello everyone. Thank you for joining in and helping the Dom with all this. He has worked feverishly and intensely for quite a while setting all this up. 1,700 of you watching right now, over 36,000 donated. That is extremely impressive. I don't think people realize, especially Dom. I don't think he anticipated even a fraction.
of
this.
I was going to be amazed if he got to at most 5,000. I originally set it as a goal, and I set it to infinite just for the heck of it.
I think you had that in the first 12 hours before announcing it.
But even before, yeah, I've been absolutely just floored by how amazing these guys have been.
So yeah, I can't stress this enough, as this is probably going to be wrapping this up with me, or unless you decide to go along with me for whatever reason. Since this is the last bit, and for live streams, everyone in the chat and watching this right now, over 1,700 of you still watching, if you have not done so already, hit the like button. The reason why, that helps push that out to people who aren't subscribed to the Dom, and that way the YouTube algorithm will start saying, hey, this is something that's going on live. So if you've enjoyed what the Dom has been doing, and him getting eternal nightmares from being read some of this, please hit the like button right now. That would help him out and the stream out right now. And thank you again, everyone, for donating.
See, I didn't know.
Dom appreciates it. Yeah.
I probably should have looked that up before I started this, but good to know now.
I learned the hard way myself, so right now is the perfect time to do it. If you have not hit the like button yet, okay, it just jumped up by 40 likes.
Okay.
So
yeah, no.
So thank you guys again. That helps out massively. So
punch that like button right in the face.
Okay. So other than that, before we get started, Dom, are you day drinking at 4 p.m. on a Monday, reading smut on the internet?
3:30, and I'll thank you not to judge.
It's the Alabama breakfast.
Look, dude, try and get through 8 consecutive hours. Well, non-consecutive hours of this without alcohol. Come on.
I can't judge your state of mind after this. If this was just be something like watching or streaming something ridiculous like bad movies, I could at least fathom it. But you're getting force-read nighttime stories with nowhere to go on your own channel to support a cause, which you have done. But man, this is going to be on the internet forever now.
Yeah,
I know. Go back and watch this and listen. Watch you complain, and yeah, so
watch me get flustered when Mistress Byrd messes with me. So that was a highlight. But yeah, no, I'm more. I know this has clearly taken an emotional toll on me, but I just want to say I am more than happy to have done this, and I'm more than grateful for everyone for donating what you had, because it's really is a good cause. ACLU does a lot of good work, and just Black Lives Matter. They do.
Yeah, they do.
So I'm
Also, and just to be clear, I've done live streams myself. This is probably one of the most successful fundraiser live streams I've ever seen. This is a big deal. So well done for everyone that donated, and well done to Dom. And Sir Terry is proud of his father, who is taking care of them.
I do still reject the term cat dad. I prefer to think of them as like I was just dating their mom. So I'm more like their stepdad. They call me Dominic, like every Starbucks barista.
How drunk are you right now that you think you hear meows as Dominique?
I'm getting there, okay? I haven't drunk in like 7 months because of the GERD, so this is like my second...
So you're making up for it during this?
Yeah, man. That's how I do. I'm sharing this experience with all of you. It's beautiful. It's nice. We're getting return of my alcoholism.
Okay, so I have it pulled up to page 114. Is that where we left off? I'll leave this for you because I'm not positive like what paragraph we read off or
yeah.
somewhere differently.
Yeah, we were just accidentally doxing whoever the fuck E.L. James doxed in the first place. So I think we're actually on the end of 113. So if you look to see what it says postcode TW8, she might have read this bit out, but I was zoning out so hard. So yeah, just start from like I programmed the destination into the navigation.
Okay, what page are you on the Google Docs? Sorry.
I'm looking at the end of 113.
End of 113. Okay, I see TW8 APV, the postcode. Okay. I programmed the destination. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You ready?
Yep. Give me your best British accent. Hit me with it.
No, I am not an impressions guy. You know that. Mine would be over Cockney and probably sound more Australian, so you do not want that.
Fair enough.
Okay. And I might do what Ilnesh did. I might substitute some profanity to keep it a little classier.
Yep.
I'll make sure what's being said is clear. Like, you'll get the gist. I won't completely...
You can say what they said in Artemis, what Judi Dench said in Artemis Fowl, and say, get 4-leaf clover. Does
Judi Dench need money?
I don't know.
She needed money.
I think she's just having a bit of a moment, and I don't think she's reading these scripts. I don't know what's happening with my beloved Judy.
Read those contracts, guys. Yeah. Read those contracts.
Dame Judi Dench, you were knighted. Act like a knight.
She gets unknighted.
Yeah.
You need to come back.
Revoking.
You need to come back. Yes. Oh, bummer. Okay. I got yours over here. Mm-hmm. Thank you guys for tuning in. Over 500 people liked the video since I said.
I should have brought you on.
Thank you guys again.
I should have brought you on the first video because you're wise in the way of knife.
You don't want me started off. I'd scare people away. Okay. I programmed the destination into the navigation and eased the car out of its parking space. With the press of a button on the rearview mirror console, the garage door gradually lifts, revealing the white maelstrom outside. The snow is already 3 or 4 inches deep and it's still falling fast. Is this innuendo for anything or is this just the weather?
This is just her inability to not describe every atom of the things around her. So, yeah.
Okay. Wow, I say almost to myself. I've never seen it like this. I turn to Alessia. Does it snow in Albania? Yes, there is much more snow where I am from. Where's that? I drive onto the street and head onto the end of the road. Kukes. I'm probably botching that pronunciation horribly.
No one here.
K-U-K-E-S.
Yeah, no one here speaks Albanian, so we're good.
I've never heard of it. It's a small town, not like London, Alessia clarifies. A warning beep sounds. Please put your seatbelt on. Oh, she's surprised. We don't wear those where I come from.
Oh, we did get past this point then. I've just remembered. Okay, sorry.
Let me bump up a page just to...
No, I think this was the bit where I got really distracted, but...
Oh, okay, gotcha. Oh, she's surprised. We don't wear these where I come from. Well, it's the law here, so buckle up. She pulls the strap across her chest and looks down for the catch, then presses the belt home. Presses the... What?
You're making it sound like this is a Fast and the Furious thing. It's like, buckle up, we're going for a ride.
You try to make this sound exciting.
But no, you're doing a good job.
There, she says, pleased with herself, and it's my turn to stifle a smile. Perhaps she doesn't travel by car very often. You learn to play the piano at home, I ask. My mother teaches me. Does she play as well as you? Alessia shakes her head. No. And she shivers. I don't know if she's cold or if something else is spooking her. I crank up the heat and we turn onto Chelsea Embankment. The lights from Albert Bridge wink through the swirling snow. It is pretty, Alessia murmurs as we drive past. It is like you. Oh,
it's creepy.
We'll take it slow, I add. We're not used to snow like this in London. Fortunately, the roads are relatively quiet as we turn off the embankment. So what brought you to London, Alessia? She shoots me a wide-eyed look that frowns and looks down at her lap. Work, I prompt. She nods but seems to deflate like a balloon, withdrawing into herself. Crap. A tingle runs down my spine. Something is off. Way off. I try to reassure her. It's okay. We don't have to talk about that. Hurriedly, I continue. I wanted to ask you, how do you remember each piece so well? She reaches her head, and it's obvious that she's more comfortable with this topic of conversation. She taps her temple. I see the music, like a painting. You have a photographic memory? Photographic memory? I don't know. I see the music in colors. It is the colors that help me remember. Wow, I've heard of this. Synesthesia? Botching that one. Synesthe. She stops, unable to pronounce the word. Synesthesia. She tries again with a little more success. What is this? She asks. You see musical notes as colors. Yes, like that. She nods enthusiastically. Well, that makes sense. I've heard that many accomplished musicians are synesthetists. This is the most complicated word she's ever, James has written.
So many people tried to tell me what that word was and how to pronounce it last time, and I was like, it's fine.
I get the understanding, I just don't know how to pronounce it.
Yeah.
Do you see anything else in color? She looks puzzled. Letters? Numbers? No, just music. Wow, that's really something. I give her a smile. I meant what I said the other day. You can use my piano anytime. I love hearing you play. She gives me a glorious smile that I feel in my groin. Okay, she whispers. I like to play your piano. I like to listen, I grin back, and we fall into an easy silence. I feel your smile in my groin.
I don't know how to deconstruct that. I don't know what to do with it, man. It's like, can you just not be a fucking creep for 5 seconds, you know?
It's like he wanted to sneak in a pickup line there just barely, but he didn't know what, so he just settled with that.
Yeah, it's like, why the groin, man? You can feel things with your other...
It was a good, 3-paragraph stage with nothing creepy. And then, bam!
And it's like, oh yeah, her smile gave me an erection. I'm a classy dude.
I gotta get my creep quota stacked up. I gotta hit that every time.
Oh.
40 minutes later, I turn into a cul-de-sac in Brentford, and we arrive outside a modest, semi-detached house. Night has fallen, but as I see a curtain pull back in the front room and a young man's face clearly visible in the light from the street lamp. Hey, her boyfriend? Crap. I have to know. Is that your boyfriend? I ask, and my heart kickstarts, thumping in my ears as I wait for her answer. She laughs, a soft musical laugh that makes me grin. It's the first time I've heard her laugh, and I want to hear it again. And again. No, that's Michael, Magda's son. He's 14. Oh, he's tall. He is. Her face lights up, and I feel a momentary pang of jealousy. She's obviously fond of him. Of the 14-year-old? He's jealous of the 14-year-old? Okay.
I don't want it. I don't want it, man. I don't want that.
He is. She's obviously fond of him. This is Magda's house. I see. Is she a friend? Yes. She's a friend of my mother. They are, how do you say, pen friends. Is that a thing in UK? Pen friends?
Pen pals.
Like pen pals? Okay.
She's being cute and mispronouncing the English. She's speaking.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know those still existed. Do they visit each other? No. She presses her lips together and examines her fingernails. Thank you for taking me to my home, she whispers, shutting down that conversation. It was a pleasure, Alessia. I'm sorry about this morning. I didn't mean to pounce on you. Pounce? Jump like a cat. She laughs again, her face shining and beautiful. I could get used to that sound. You were dreaming, she says. Of you. Do you want to come in and drink a cup of tea? It's my turn to laugh. No, I'll spare you that, and I'm more of a coffee person. She frowns for a moment. We have some coffee, she says. I'd better get back. It will take a while with the roads like this. Thank you again for driving me here. I'll see you on Friday. Yes, Friday. She gives me a radiant smile that illuminates her lovely face, and I'm smitten. She climbs out of my car and heads to the front door. It cracks open, shedding a soft glow onto the snowy path, and the tall young man stands on the doorstep. Michael. He scowls at me as I start the car. I laugh. Not her boyfriend then, and I turn the Discovery around, crank the music up, and with a ridiculous smile plastered on my face, drive back into London.
He needs to stop sexualizing this 14-year-old. It's not okay.
He's jealous of the 14-year-old. Ugh.
This is
high school freshman.
This is my
she did this exact same thing in 50 Shades, where Grey was jealous that Steele was pregnant because he was jealous of the attention that the baby was going to get. She's got this thing about conflating romantic and sexual interest with platonic and sort of family interest, and in her head it's the same thing. So you're not allowed to love your mother as much as you love your lover. It can't be separate. It has to be a scale, or the same scale. And
she doesn't understand that platonic love is not the same as romantic
exactly,
love.
yeah. She's the same, like friendship, family, parents, siblings, lovers. They're all in her head. They've all graded on the same scale of who you're allowed to love more, and it's sickening. It's so toxic. I can't even with this woman.
It's an odd ideology to really wrap your head around for someone who's well-published author and massive multimillionaire off of smut. Let's just call it what it is. Smut.
I don't get it. Like I said yesterday, Dan Olsen's done a whole bunch of videos where he actually did deconstruct how she became so popular, and it helps me sleep at night to know that she lucked into this shit through sheer circumstance.
Yes, I've heard that too. I remember you saying that also. So you know what? You know what, Dom? It's time for Chapter 8.
Okay. Do we have to?
Well, Dom, should we ask the chat room if we could still keep going?
Maybe we could stop.
You know what they're gonna say.
Yeah, I know. I don't need to wait for the lag to catch up. Let's do this.
Okay, chat room. If we get to $50,000, I'll stop reading. Otherwise, yeah. See.
No, I know. I got it. The more we get through here, the less I'll have to do next time. So let's.
That's very true. Okay, Chapter 8. Who was that? Michael asks. His voice clipped and frosty as he glares at the vehicle outside. He's only 14, but he towers over Alessia, all shaggy black hair and skinny loose limbs. Oh, that's a creepy way to describe a 14-year-old.
Yeah, I'm not into this.
My boss, she answers as she peeks through the front door to watch the car drive away. She shuts the door behind her and, unable to contain her glee, gives Michael a quick, spontaneous hug. All right. Yeah. Michael shrugs out of her embrace, his face flushed but his brown eyes bright with embarrassed delight. Alessia beams at him, and his answering shy smile hints at the adolescent crush on her. She steps back, careful not to be overly affectionate. She doesn't want to hurt his feelings, after all, and he and his mother have been good to her. Where's Magda? She asks. In the kitchen. His face falls, and so does his voice. Something's not right. She's smoking a lot. Oh no, Alessia.
I'm glad they established that he's into her, at least. I'm so glad. That's
I guess?
So necessary for this story.
I guess? Boy, I hope that's a line they don't cross later.
I'm just imagining the already in the works movie adaptation, and I'm so sad.
Man, you're gonna have to be screened before you go in to make sure you don't bring a carton of eggs to throw at the screen.
Oh, I'm not watching it. I am not watching it in cinemas. I am waiting for that.
You would watch it theaters, okay? Because that could be kind of funny.
Yeah, no,
so.
I can't go to a cinema and watch that shit. I'm gonna wait till it's out to DVD like God intended.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah, God intended.
God intended me to use Pirate Bay, so I don't give E.L. James any money. Okay, he came to me in a dream.
First of all, you need a torrent, my son. Oh no, Alessia's pulse quickens with a sense of foreboding. Taking her off her coat, she hangs it on one of the pegs in the small hallway and goes into the kitchen. Magda is holding a cigarette, sitting at the tiny formica table. The smoke curls above her in a hazy cloud. Though small, the kitchen is neat and tidy as usual, and the radio is burbling. Burbling? Okay. In Polish in the background. Magda looks up, relieved to see her. You got home through the snow. I was worried. Good day. Good day? Magda asks, but Alessia notches her strained smile and the tension in her lips as she takes a long drag from her cigarettes. Yes. Are you okay? Is your fiancé okay? Magda is a few years younger than Alessia's mother, though usually she looks at least 10 years younger. Blonde and curvy with hazel eyes that sparkle with her wicked sense of humor, she rescued Alessia...
Oh. The book was so bad we've lost Rocked. I'm sure it'll come back in a second.
From the streets.
Sorry,
can you hear me?
Yeah, cut out for just a second there. We got I heard rescued her 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10
okay.
From the streets. So.
Gotcha. Rescued her from the streets. Sorry, I don't know what happened.
It's all good.
I can hear you and see you fine. So.
Oh, that's embarrassing.
That's all happens. Alessia rescued Alessia from the streets. Today, though, she looks tired, her skin pallid and her lips pinched. The kitchen stinks of cigarette smoke, which Magda normally hates, even as a smoker herself. She blows smoke into the room. Yes, he's fine. It's nothing to do with him. Shut the door and sit down, she says. A tremor runs up Alessia's spine. Perhaps Magda is going to ask her to leave.
Oh, it's happened again. That sucks. Hang on, just hang tight, Luke. She'll be back in just a second. Maybe the universe is taking pity on me, saying you don't have to listen to this book anymore. I'm assuming from the chat, that it's freezing for you guys in the chat as well. It's not just me. I'm not just standing here being the only guy who can't hear him, right?
She shuts the kitchen door, pulls out the...
And we're back.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
But my computer's...
No, I just asked... I could hear everything you were saying while we were going. So.
Yeah, it might be a processing thing on my computer because this poor bastard's been recording for about 4 hours now, and it's the cooling fan sounds like it's about to take off. So yeah, it's frozen again now. So I'll just wait till you're back in here. We can continue. Hey, maybe we can end early. Does that sound good, guys? Because that sounds pretty good to me. Is that, yeah? We all in favour? All in favour? Give me a thumbs up if we're okay to end early. I know you're not going to do it, but I can dream.
Who thinks we should end early?
No one's going to think it. And I can see you again, but we can't see. Oh, and you're back. All right.
Okay, I was going to say, again, I can see every single thing and hear every word you're saying. I'll double down on mine just to make sure. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you okay right now. It seems to happen every, 30 seconds or so.
Okay, so let me go back. Let me know if I cut out again, okay?
Yeah, I see. No one's giving me the thumbs up.
Well, yeah, you gave them... Hey, who wants to go to the dentist? Give me a thumbs up.
Yeah, okay, that's it.
Okay. Alessia, some men from the immigration department were here looking for you today. Oh no. Alessia pales as she hears the blood hammering in her ears. It was after you left for work, Magnus adds. What? What did you tell them? She stutters as she tries to still the trembling in her hands. I didn't speak with them. Mr. Forrester from next door did. They knocked on his door because we were not here. He did not like the look of them and told them he had never heard of you. He said that Michael and I were away in Poland. Did they believe him? Yes, Mr. Forrester thinks so. They left. How did they find me? I don't know. Magda makes a face. Who knows how these things work? She takes another drag from her cigarette. I have to write to your mother.
It doesn't surprise me even a tiny bit that E.L. James thinks that the immigrant character is illegal. It's of course she wrote an illegal immigrant, because that's just how she do.
I have to write to your mother. No, Alessia grabs Magda's hand. Please. I've already written and told her that you arrived safely. That was a lie. Alessia flushes. Magda does not know the full story of her journey to Brentford. Please, she says. I don't want her to worry. Alessia, if they catch you, you'll be deported to Albania. Magda stops. I know, Alessia whispers, and a trickle of sweat runs down her spine as fear tightens her throat. I cannot go back, she mouths. You realize that Michael and I are leaving in 2 weeks. You have to find somewhere else to stay. I know, I'll find something. Anxiety flutters in Alessia's stomach. Every night she lies in bed going through her options. So far, she has saved £300 from her cleaning work. She will need the money for a deposit on a room. With Michael's help and the use of his laptop, she'll try to find a place to live. I'll get supper started, Magda says with a sigh as she stubs out her cigarette. The smoke swirls out of the ashtray, blending with the tension in the room. Let me help, Alessia responds. So, is this the setup for, you can move in with me?
It's going to be either a green card wedding, or whatever the British version is of green card, or it's going to be he's just going to use his money and power to get her a work visa. I mean, when she wrote this, I think we were still in the EU. I mean, we still technically are, but so I don't know why she. I mean, she should have free travel, so there shouldn't be any of this immigration stuff. But I mean, Britain pisses me off sometimes because there's this reputation that all immigration is illegal, and it's like 99% of the people of the people living from abroad in the UK are perfectly legal, but of course E.L. James is perpetuating the stereotype that someone who's come to the country has done so, by illegal means. It's
and in E.L. James' mind, this is character. This adds to her personality somehow. This is a trait.
Yeah.
So that's just take your medicine, Dom.
I can't. Yeah.
Later, Alessia is huddled on her cot, staring at the ceiling. With her fingers, she worries the gold. With her fingers, she worries the gold cross she wears around her neck. What? She worries.
The worries is I learned that word from George Martin, because worrying just means playing with, gnawing on, basically just interacting with.
All right. The light from the street lamp shines through the sheer curtains across the old peeling wallpaper. Her mind races as she tries not to panic. Earlier, after an hour searching online, she'd found a room in a house that is near Kew Bridge Station. Madda says that it's not far from here, unless she has an appointment to see it Friday evening when she's back from cleaning the mister's apartment. She can barely afford it, but she needs to move, especially if the immigration department is catching up with her. She cannot be deported. She cannot go back to Albania. She cannot. She turns over to
I'm getting word from the chat. Apparently, Albania is not in the EU; it's just in Eurovision. So I guess got mixed up there. So I guess there's some minor travel restrictions, but whatever. Anyway.
All right. She turns over to escape the shaft of light and snuggles up in the thin duvet to preserve as much warmth as she can. Thoughts swirl in her head, overwhelming her. She wants them to stop. Don't think about Albania. Don't think about this journey. Don't think about the other girls. About Bleriana.
Excuse me?
Name. Bleriana. B as in boy. Leriana.
Bleriana. It sounds like one of the princesses from She-Ra. It's Mr. Bleriana, perfumer.
It sounds like a medication for allergies. She closes her eyes and immediately she sees the mister asleep on the sofa, his hair a mess, his lips parted. She remembers lying on him. She remembers his swift kiss. She imagines that she's lying on him again, inhaling his scent and kissing his skin, and feeling the steady beat of his heart against her breast. I missed you, she groans. Every night he occupies her thoughts. He is handsome, more than handsome. He is beautiful and kind. I love hearing you play. He drove her home. He didn't have to do that. You could stay here. Stay with him? Perhaps she could ask him for help. No. Her situation is her problem. It's not of her making, but it's one she must deal with. She has made it this far on nothing but her ingenuity, and there's no way in hell she is going back to Kooks, not to him. He's shaking me hard. Stop this. Stop this now. No, don't think of him. He's the reason she's in England. She has put as many miles as she can in between them. Think of the mister. Only the mister. Her hand travels down her body. Think only of him. What had he called her? What is it called? Synesthesia. She repeats the name over and over and over while her hand moves and takes her higher and higher. So she's becoming very stimulated by
the mental condition she had.
Correct.
That's certainly a take.
Man, there is a kink for everything.
Apparently so. Oh man, I'm just like, oh man, ADHD. ADHD.
What is the other one? Like you have the words, or the words can be flipped around, syllables backwards.
Oh, dyslexia.
Dyslexic.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Dyslexia.
Yeah, baby.
Ooh, yeah. Word displacement. Ooh.
Yes, can't significantly behind the curve learning wise.
Oh. The following morning, she wakes to a white wonderland. It's so quiet. Even the distant hum of traffic is muffled by the blanket of sparkling snow. As she looks out her bedroom window, still huddled under her covers, she feels the same rush of delight she always experienced as a child when it snows in Coops. Then she remembers that today she is cleaning Mrs. Kingsbury's house. On the plus side, it's in Brentford and only a short walk away. On the minus, it's Mrs. Kingsbury, who follows her through the house, criticizing her cleaning methods.
Literally the exact same word she used earlier in the book. She has just repeated herself verbatim.
She repeats a lot of unique, like, spine, troubling down your spine over and over again. I have that issue with writing, too, but the difference is I don't write novels and expect people to buy them. But Alessia suspects that Mrs. Kingsbury grouses because she's a lonely old lady, and in spite of her complaining, she always offers Alessia tea and biscuits when she's finished. They sit and chat, and Mrs. Kingsbury tries to keep her there for as long as possible. Alessia doesn't understand why Mrs. Kingsbury lives on her own. She's seen photographs of her family on her mantelpiece. Why aren't they taking care of her?
Maybe,
After all,
maybe because she's a bitch.
Maybe because she's awful? Because why would you want to live there? Yeah. Alessia, yeah. After all, Nana lived with her parents after her grandfather died. Perhaps Mrs. Kingsbury needed a lodger. Someone to look after her. She certainly has the room, and after all, Alessia is lonely too. Dressed only in Michael's tatty SpongeBob SquarePants PJ bottoms and his old Arsenal football shirt. She's wearing the 14-year-old's clothes.
Specific, yeah.
She gathers her clothes for the day and bolts down the stairs and through the kitchen into the bathroom. Magda has been generous with Michael's old clothing. She often complains he's growing too fast, but it's been to Alessia's advantage. Most of the clothes she owns were once his, except socks. Michael wears huge holes in them, so he can't hand them down. She has 2 pairs of her own, but that's all. Don't you wear socks? Alessia flushes, remembering the mistress' comment from yesterday. She couldn't bring herself to tell him she can't afford new ones, not while she's saving for a deposit on a room. She switches on the electric shower that is mounted over the bath and waits a few moments for the water to heat up. She strips off her clothes, climbs into the bathtub, and washes as quickly as possible beneath the trickle of water. There's a lot of just unnecessary information.
Yeah,
just
so unnecessary. Like, she had to specify which football shirt he was wearing.
And SpongeBob SquarePants PJ bottoms.
Yeah,
that was.
I mean, if it had been a Manchester United shirt, I might have been able to forgive her. But
oh, okay. My hands are braced on the shower wall. I'm panting while steaming hot water cascades over me. I've been reduced to jerking off in the shower again.
Thanks, the opening scene to Beautiful. What was that? What it was called?
Yeah.
Fuck, what's the movie? Had Kevin's.
I know what you're talking
Kevin
about.
Spacey,
Yeah.
I think, as a. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure the chat will tell me in 20 seconds.
What has become of my life? Why don't I just go out and get laid? Her eyes, the color of a rich espresso, peek up at me through long lashes. I groan. This has to stop. She's my freaking daily. Last night I tossed and turned alone in bed again. Her laugh echoed over and over in my dreams. She was carefree and happy playing the piano for me, wearing nothing but those pink panties, her hair falling long and lush past her breasts. Ah. The ahs in the book, too. Even my grueling workout this morning had done little to get her out of my system. There is only one way. That's not gonna happen. But the smile she gave me when she stepped out of the car, it gives me hope. And I'll see her tomorrow. With that positive thought, I turn off the shower and grab a towel. As I shave, I check my phone. Oliver has messaged me. He's stuck in Cornwall because of the weather, which means I can spend the morning replying to condolence emails and then have lunch with Carolyn and Marianne. And this evening, I'm going out with the lads.
The lads. Is he posh or not? I can't tell, because he keeps using terminology that's quite, like... They keep using like middle working class terminology, but he's supposed to be this posh guy, so I don't get it. Like
I thought he was supposed to be like more upper class, or at least he's come off that way.
Literally the aristocracy, so he wouldn't be like, "Oh yeah, man, I'm going out with the lads." He'd be like, "Me and the boys will go off for a Sunday sherry."
Yeah, finally got out of your lair. Should I address you as Lord Trevthick? Is that what we're going with? The last name?
Maxipad Thick Basket, I believe, is what we ended on. So,
okay. Should I address you as Lord Maxipad This Basket? Or Milord now, bro? And it says bro there. Joe says as he holds up his pint of Fuller's and salutes, yes, I don't know whether to address you as Maxipad Thick Basket or Trevalian now, Tom grumbles. I'll answer to either. I reply with a shrug. Or my name, you know, Maxim Douche. I should call you... Maxipad the Thick Basket from now on, though it will be hard to get used to. It is your title after all, and I know your father is bloody touchy about this. Thank goodness I'm not your father, I raise a brow. Tom rolls his eyes. Won't be the same without Kit around, Joe mutters, his ebony eyes glinting in the firelight and serious for once. Yes, rest in peace, Kit, Tom adds. Joseph Diallo and Thomas Alexander are my oldest and closest friends. After I'd been expelled from Eton, my father sent me to Bedales. There I met Joe, Tom, and Caroline. We boys bonded over our love of music and, at times, our lust for Caroline. We formed a band, and Caroline Well, she eventually chosen my brother.
Sorry, could we... So him and all of his lads, all...
Formed a band.
Well, they all fancy his brother's wife.
Caroline.
They all mutually bonded over wanting to fuck his brother's wife. Is that?
And they start...
Is that the...
Yes, that is correct. We boys bonded over our love of music and, at the time, our lust for Caroline. Next sentence. We formed a band. And Caroline, well, she'd eventually chosen my brother. That's the paragraph. I'm reading that verbatim, sir.
I think we just...
Chat room, should I continue doing this? Because this is funny to see Don actually have a breakdown.
This is the moment. This is the moment that broke me. This.
Shall I read it again to Don because it's funny? We boys bonded over our love for music and, at the time, our lust for Caroline. We formed a band. Man, there's got to be a better way to process the thoughts of these people. Are you opening another, Dom? What time is it? 4 o'clock? Shh. You shushed me while drinking a beer. Rest in peace, Kit, I murmur and add under my breath, I miss you, you monster. That's not what he said. I'm just cleaning it up. The three of us are ensconced in the snug at the Cooper's Arms, a warm and welcoming public house not far from my flats. Nursing our pints by the blazing fire, we're 2 rounds in and I'm beginning to feel the beer buzz. How are you holding up, mate? Joe asked, tossing his shoulder-length dreads to one side. Joe, as well as being an excellent swordsman, has a promising career as a men's fashion designer.
Oh, right, he's a fencer, I forgot.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think he meant swordsman. That was not innuendo or Urban Dictionary terminology.
Yeah, no, he does literally just plays with his broadsword, so...
Okay. His father, an immigrant...
Oh, did we just pass a murmur? I didn't even notice. I'm so brain dead at this point.
No, I didn't hear a murmur, but his father, an immigrant from Senegal, is one of the most successful hedge fund managers in the UK. Good, I guess, but I'm not sure I'm ready for all the responsibility. I get it, Tom says. Red-haired and amber-eyed, Tom is the third son of a baronet who followed family tradition by joining the army. As a lieutenant in the Coldstream Guards, he did a couple of tours of duty in Afghanistan and saw too many of his comrades fall.
We still have the Coldstream Guards? Holy shit, those guys have been around forever. All right, sorry, moving on.
Looks like it. 2 years ago, he was invalided out of the army from wounds inflicted 2 years prior by an IED in Kabul. His left leg is held together by titanium, his temper, not so much. Both Joe and I have come to recognize that pugnacious gleam in Tom's eyes, and we know when it's prudent to change the subject or get him out of the room. At his request, we never mention the incident.
I mean, the incident where he was badly injured at war? Yeah, I'd like to think you don't mention it.
Especially when you're out, like, just randomly minding your own business. Ew. When is the memorial service, Tom inquires. I was discussing that at lunchtime with Caroline and Marianne. We thought after Easter. How's Caroline? I shifted my seat, grieving. I shrug, giving Tom a level gaze. Tom regards me, eyes narrowed, his interest peaked. Something you not telling us? Crap. Following the incident, not only is Tom belligerent, but he's become irrationally insightful. Come on, Trevelyan, you're not playing with a straight bat, are you? What is it? No, nothing you need to know. How's Henrietta? Henry? She's great, thanks, but she keeps dropping bloody almighty hints that I need to buck up and pop the question. Tom replies with a doleful look. Joe and I both grin. You're a doomed man, bro. Joe says and claps.
No one in Britain says bro! I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, that does not sound like anything over in Europe, period, that haven't happened, unless you're trying to make fun of us in America. That's the only reason I can think of.
Yeah.
I read that. Joe and I both grin. You're a doomed man, bro. And these are a higher level established men, like in their fields. Yeah, okay. Of the three of us, Tom is the only one with a long-term relationship. Henrietta is a saint. She nursed Tom through the trauma of his injuries, and she puts up with all of his crap, his PTSD, his temper. He could do a lot worse. Both Joe and I like to play the field. Well, I used to. Unbitten, a vision of the raven-haired Alessia Damachi comes to my mind. When did I last have sex? I frown because I can't remember. Crap. And Marianne? Joe asks, distracting me. She's okay, grieving too. Does she need comforting? Comforting like I comfort Caroline. Mate! I scoff in warning.
That's
house rules.
Is he posh or not? You don't go, oh, mate. He's a fucking aristocrat.
Sorry.
No, you're right. They're fine. Interject whenever you feel necessary. House rules. Sisters are off limits. I shake my head. Joseph still has a not-so-soft spot for my sister. She could do a lot worse. He's a good guy, but I decide to burst his bubble. She met some bloke while she was skiing in Whistler. He lives in Seattle. He's a clinical psychologist or something. She plans to see him soon, I think. Joe gives me a quizzical look. Really? He rubs his rakish goatee, his eyes full of speculation. Well, if he makes it over here, we'll have to see if this geezer measures up. He may be coming over next month. She's pretty excited about it. You know, now that you're the Earl, you'll need to provide an heir and a spare, Tom says. Is that how people talk?
No.
An heir and a spare?
No
oh
one
my goodness.
talks
A
like
spare? Yeah. Time enough for that yet. That's what I've always been. The Spare. Kit's nickname for me. It turns out the title and lands needed the spare. Yeah, there's no way you're ready to settle down, mate. You're as much of a serial shagger as I am, and I need a wingman.
They're
Joe
talking
says
like
with a
they're in a
broad
Guy
grin.
Ritchie movie. Yo, mate, yeah, we've got an extra spare, ain't you? You're the spare aristocrat. You got to get the spare with the heir. And,
You're as
man.
much of a serial shagger as I am,
Shut
bro.
up, as I am, bro, innit? Apples and oranges, pears and... Why? Why is it like this? Why are you like this, E.L. James?
Come on, Trevelyan. You've shagged your way through most of London, Tom taunts, as I don't know if he's disgusted or impressed. Screw off, Tom, I say, and we all laugh. The pub's landlady rings the bell above the bar. Time, gentlemen, please, she calls. Back to mine, I ask. Both Tom and Joe agree, and the three of us sink our pints. You okay to walk back? I ask Tom. Screw off, I got myself here, didn't I? Take that as a yes. I'm running a 5K in April, you wanker. I hold my hands up in surrender. I keep forgetting that physically he's mended. So he asks, "Are you okay to walk back?" To the drunk guy with the arm.
I was like, "Hey, dude, I know you got your leg blown off in not Vietnam or whatever, Afghanistan, or wherever he was, but
Afghan,
yeah, he is just such a patronizing asshole."
It is clear and sunny, but bitterly cold. A day where her breath precedes her in a cloud of vapor as she hurries along Chelsea embankments. There are still large patches of snow welded in icy clumps to the sidewalks, but the roads have been sanded. Traffic has returned to normal, and London is up and running again. Alessia's train was delayed this morning, and now she's a little late, but she would have happily walked from Brentford just to see him. Alessia grins. She is finally at the front door of the Mistress Apartments, her favorite place in the world. She slips her key in the lock and braces herself for the sound of the alarm, but is relieved at the silence. Closing the door, she's surprised by the smell. The apartment reeks of stale alcohol. That's a sign you need to get out of there.
Yeah. He wasn't even drunk when he sexually assaulted her. What's he going to be like now?
Crinkling her nose at the unexpected odor, she removes her boots and pads barefoot into the kitchen. The worktops are littered with empty bottles of beer and greasy pizza boxes. She jumps when she sees an athletic, attractive young man standing at the open fridge drinking orange juice directly from the carton. His skin is dark, he has long, knotted hair, and he's dressed only in his boxer shorts. Alessia gapes at him. He turns toward her, and his face erupts in a broad grin of perfect white teeth. "Well, hi there," he says, his dark eyes widening in appreciation. Alessia blushes and mumbles, "Hi."
Wait, what time is it now? Is he still drunk the next day, or was he getting drunk in the middle of the day?
I think it's the next day. It might be morning, though. I don't know. It doesn't say what time. She jumps when she... Okay, well, hi there, he says. Hi. She scurries into the laundry room like a child. Who is this man? She scrambles out of her coat and from her plastic bag slips on her cleaning uniform. House coat and a headscarf. Lastly, she hides her feet into her sneakers. Alessia peeks around the laundry room door into the kitchen. The mister, wearing a black t-shirt and his ripped jeans, is standing beside the fridge, sharing the carton of orange juice with the stranger. Gross.
Sure.
But whatever.
Gross.
I just frightened your barefoot help. You tapped that yet? She's hot. Oh my gosh, that's 3 sentences. That's the quotes that he's sharing orange juice with. Screw off, Joe, and I'm not surprised you frightened her. Put some clothes on, you exhibitionist. Sorry, your lordship. The stranger tugs at his hair and bows his head. Screw you again, the mister says mildly as he takes another swig of orange juice. You can use my bathroom. What? The dark-haired man laughs and turning to go, spies Alessia watching the banter. He grins again and waves at her, causing the mister to look in his direction. His eyes light up, and a slow smile spreads across his face, and Alessia has no choice but to come out of hiding. Joe, this is Alessia. Alessia, Joe. There is a warning tone to his voice, but Alessia doesn't know if it's directed at her or at Joe. Good morning, Alessia. Please excuse my state of undress. Joe gives her a theatrical bow, and when he's upright, he has a wicked, amused glint in his dark eyes. His body is toned and lean, like the mister's. Each muscle of his abdomen is clearly defined. Good morning, she whispers. The mister gives Joe a brooding glare, but Joe ignores him and winks at Alessia before he strolls out of the kitchen whistling. Sorry about that, the mister says as he turned emerald eyes on her. How are you today? His slow smile returns. Her flush deepens and her heart somersaults. At any inquiry he makes about her well-being, even one so commonplace, lifts her spirits. I am good, thank you. I'm glad you made it there. The train's running okay? They are a little late. Good morning! A man with fiery red hair limps into the kitchen wearing only his boxer shorts and a scowl.
He had a full-on gay orgy, and I respect it. So...
There is no evidence to dispute that so far. So... okay. Good, sweet mercy, the mister mumbles under his breath as he scrapes his hand through his tousled hair. Alessia regards the new friend who has joined them, tall and handsome. His limbs are fair, with shockingly living scars that crisscross his left leg and his left side like the tracks at a railway junction. He noticed Alessia staring at the scars. War wound, he growls. I'm sorry, she whispers as she lowers her gaze to the floor, wishing it would open and swallow her whole. Tom, do you want some coffee? The mister asks, and it seems to Alessia he's trying to diffuse the sudden tension in the room. Bloody right, I need something for this awful hangover. Alessia scuttles back into the laundry room to start off the ironing. At least she's out of sight and won't offend any of the mister's friends from in there. I watch Alessia hastily retreat into the scullery, her plate bouncing from side to side and bristling her waist. Who's the pretty girl? My daily. Tom nods with lascivious approval. I'm glad she's gone back into her lair, away from Tom and Joe's prying eyes. Their reaction makes me uneasy. Suddenly, surprisingly, I feel proprietary. It's an unfamiliar emotion. I don't want my friends oogling her. She's mine. Well, she's my employee. So,
it does not surprise me even a tiny bit that he went for onative before employer.
Yeah.
I gotta take a quick rage pee. I'll be right back. Do you want to entertain the troops, or do you want me to put on? I'll put on hold for just a second.
I can entertain the troops. You're fine.
Okay.
I'll save the information for you. No. Just make your rage pee and do whatever you need.
All right. Let me just get the thing set up because I did not get this thing set up in advance.
Okay. I'll interact with the chat room a bit. I have them over here. Okay. So, everyone, while Dom goes to rage pee, I just want to thank you all again for helping out with the stream. So far, we're at $36,944 as the point of I'm reading this. That is enormous. I'm very impressed with so many people willing to do this. I see all the people, she is mine! Yeah, I know. I'm not an impressionist, but oh my gosh, it's so bad. Juggle for us? No, I will not juggle for you. I don't have any tennis balls over here. I would also just like to point out, Dom put out a massive amount of work on this stuff. Like, he really was taken aback, like many people were with all the unrest in Dom's, just everything going on in America, and Dom really took that to heart too, like a lot of us did. This was his idea. He wanted to do something for this. So, I can't commend Dom enough for getting this together, getting so many people like for this, and just helping out. For everyone watching now, if you have not already, I already asked this once, hit the like button below if you have not. That way it pushes it out to more people. We're going to continue reading as soon as Dom gets back. Thank you again for all your donations so far. We are extremely close to 37,000. I know all of you are excited for the shout out Rage P. I love your voice. Oh goodness. You rock. Yeah, Dom is the hero we need. Yeah, he's done a good job. I can't stress that enough. Dom is awesome. Dom is amazing. This is the only time I'm ever going to compliment him on live stream, so you guys are lucky to be seeing this right now. My cat is growling at the screen. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. Dom is always going to rate LA. Dom is the man. Well, you know what? So, Luke, you're going to review... Okay, there's just so much other going stuff. I know Luke and Dom being friends has its jokey bonus. You are a real loyal lad, Luke. No, I'm really not. No. Aw, Dom's a sweetheart. It's kind of... Excellent cats. You're all amazing. Dom is amazing. Dom is a really amazing... Again, I think if he ever watches this back, he'll be very happy just going through everything this. So, I can't stress enough. Please continue to support ACLU. Please keep protesting. Please keep doing what you're doing. The work's not done. There were two for a Monday. We got great news on Monday with the Supreme Court of the United States overturning President Trashbag's decision on everything for trans rights. So that was good news that the Supreme Court overturned his ruling. And also there's news also breaking out about that hurts ICE in California and other places. So for Monday in America, we got good news. I was just telling the crowd, interacting them. So
yeah, no, I caught the tail end of it. Yeah, no, that was some good news. Some good news. I mean, the Supreme Court went on to do some nasty shit after that, but for a few seconds
they did. No, I will take any two pieces of good news in 2020 that I can.
Yeah, and holy shit, you just blew us past 37th grand, by the way.
I did. I might have encouraged people to hit the like button and get us past 37,000 slightly.
So I didn't notice because he was being such a quiet little ninja behind me, but Whisper's sleeping on the floor. Right behind me. Look at that little cute bastard.
What a terrible story to be read asleep by.
Right.
Sweet mercy.
Sweet mercy. Well, that was a good job, dude. Wow. $37,000. I did not imagine in my wildest dreams we'd get anywhere near there. I
told you it was going to do successful before you even started this.
You did.
Yeah.
You called it.
Say I was right. I want to hear you say I was right.
You were right. You were right. You
were exactly
wise as you are.
Right.
Handsome and kind and generous.
Okay. Don't make it weird. Don't make it weird. Stop. What did you really go pee, or were you just like going to like do something else and get more drunk?
I'll have a weak and childlike bladder.
You know what? No, don't prove it to me. I'll trust your judgment.
I'll show you the receipts.
Oh my god. You have someone at the toilet.
Yeah,
all right, sign in here.
My daily.
Time and
My daily was out there. He can vouch for me.
Your property. Oh. Okay, so where do we leave off? She's a piece of property? Yeah, that sounds about right. Mm-hmm. Well, she's my employee. She's mine. You're the Earl of Thevithick now. She'll need to go on the payroll. Crap. She's almost my employee. I need to sort out her employment status sooner rather than later. I don't want Oliver or the revenue breathing down my neck. What happened to Christina? I like the old bird, Tom says as he rubs his face. Christina's gone back to Poland. Now will you go and put some creeping, crappy clothes on? There is a lady present, for sweet mercy's sake, I growl. I really cleaned that up, by the way.
Oh.
Lady? Tom pales at the look I give him, and for once he doesn't rise to the bait. Sorry, old chap, I'll go and get dressed.
Oh, now they're posh. Now they speak up in class. Sorry,
it is.
Yo, sorry, mate, old chap.
Old chap,
they don't.
I'll go and get dressed. Milk, no sugar for me. He shuffles out of the kitchen and back to the guest room. I chide myself for inviting my friends to stay when Alessia is working here. I'm not going to make that mistake again. Alessia has managed to avoid the men for most of the morning, and she's glad when they finally leave. She even contemplated hiding in the forbidden room, but Christina had been adamant she is not to enter. She's cleared the blankets off the sofa in the living room and has stripped and remade the bed in his spare room. His bedroom is now tidy, and she was surprised and delighted to note that there was still no used condoms in the wastebasket. Perhaps he's disposing of them in a different way. She doesn't dwell on the thought because it depresses her. She enters his walk-in closet to put away the ironing and gather up the dirty clothes. It's only been a couple of days, but it's a mess again. The mister is sitting at his computer and working, do whatever it is that he does. She still has no idea how he makes his living. She recalls the smile that lit up his face when he first saw her this morning. His dazzling smile is contagious. Grinning like an idiot, she examines the pile of clothing on the floor of his closet. Kneeling down, she picks up one shirt, then glances quickly at a half-open door. Satisfied that she's alone, she holds the shirt to her face, closes her eyes, and inhales this scent.
Oh, no.
So good.
I was making mental bets about which one of them would be the first one to take someone's clothing home, but she is just snorting that shit on duty. Like, she's on the clock right now.
And it says, so good. There you are, he says. Alessia jumps and bolts upright rather too quickly so that she stumbles backward. Two strong hands grab her arms and save her from falling. Oh, so he caught her. Easy, he says, and gently holds her while she finds her balance. As soon as she does, to her regret, he releases her, but his touch still echoes through her body. I was looking for a sweater. It's a bright day, but cold. Are you warm enough? He asks. She nods vigorously, trying to catch her breath. Right now, in his small space with him, she's too warm. He survives the pile of clothes on the floor and frowns. It's a mess, I know, he mumbles with a sheepish expression on his face. I'm pathologically untidy. pathological. I do not know this word. Oh, it refers to extreme behavior. I see.
This is a mansplaining fantasy. A woman who genuinely doesn't understand these words that you can explain it to.
I guess. Yeah. I see, Alessia responds, and she looks down at the clothes again and nods. Yes, pathological. She gives him a wry expression, and he laughs. I'll sort this out, he says. No, I do it. Alessia waves him away. You shouldn't have to. It's my job. He grins and reaches across her for a chunky cream sweater.
Excuse me?
Description.
She
poorly described the sweater. No, that's a definition. He grins and reads across her for a chunky cream sweater.
What is it, a Kit
on one of
Kat?
the shelves. I swear on my... Do you think I would make that up?
No, but...
A chunky cream sweater on one of the shelves. Hashtag chunky cream sweater.
Apparently.
His arm brushes her shoulder and she freezes as her heart goes into overdrive. Sorry, he says, looking a little disheartened as he leaves the closet. Once he's gone, Alessia recovers from her equilibrium. Can he not tell the effect he has on me? And he caught her sniffing his shirt. She covers her face. He must think she's a complete idiot. Feeling mortified and angry with herself, she sinks to her knees and sorts through the pile of clothing, folding the clothes that don't need washing and putting all his dirty stuff into the laundry basket. I can't keep my hands off her. Any excuse. Leave her alone, dude. So he's talking to himself as dude.
Dude.
Yeah.
Bro, dude, mate, old chap. I've never heard a more bastardized, like...
He was an army brat that lived in way too many areas of the world, apparently. And if I touch her, she freezes. I amble back to the drawing room, feeling glum. She just doesn't like me. Is this a first? I think so. I've never struggled with women before. They've always been an easy diversion for me. With a healthy bank account, a flat in Chelsea, a pretty face, and an aristocratic family, I've never had a problem. Ever. Except now.
Man, yeah, that's my number one turn on. On my Tinder, I just have must be aristocrat.
Aristocratic family,
yeah.
I should ask her out for a meal. She looks like she could do with a decent meal. Suppose she says no. Then at least I'll know. I pace the length of the windowed wall in the drawing room, stopping to gaze out at the Peace Pagoda for a few minutes and trying to summon the nerve. Why is this so difficult? Why her? She's beautiful. She's talented. She's not interested. Perhaps it's as simple as that. The first woman who's ever said no.
She hasn't said no yet.
She's not said no. She might give me a chance. Ask her out. I take a deep breath and wander back into the hallway. She is standing outside my dark room, looking at the door and holding a laundry basket. It's a dark room, I say as I stride toward her. Her lovely brown eyes meet mine. She's curious, and I remember that I've asked Christina not to clean it some time ago. It's been a while since I've been in there myself. I'll show you. I'm grateful that she doesn't back away like she normally does. Do you want to see? She nods as I grab the laundry basket. My fingers brush hers. My heart slams against my ribs. Let me have this. My voice is gruff as I try to calm the pounding in my chest. Placing the basket on the floor behind me, I open the door, switch on the lights, and stand aside to let her enter. Okay. I got a feeling I'm hoping this is not leading to something really.
This should not be a lead up to sex. No one should...
Alessia enters the small room. It glows with red light and smells of mysterious chemicals in the stale air of inactivity. There's a bank of dark counter cabinets lining one wall with large plastic trays on top. High above the cabinets are shelves crowded with bottles and stacks of paper and photographs. Beneath the shelves is an empty washing line from which a few pegs hang. It's just a dark room, he says, and flicks on the dim overhead light so the red glow vanishes. Photography? Alessia asks. He nods. It's a hobby. I thought at one time I would take it up professionally. The photographs in the apartment, you take them? Yes, all of them. I had a few assignments, but his voice trails off. The landscapes and the nudes.
I've never hated someone more. This guy is the epitome.
As a photographer myself, man,
yeah. No, he's a photographer, DJ, acoustic guitar, piano, trust fund baby. He is the epitome of douche. If you were to reduce douchebag to its molecular level.
He's earned that name Maxim. That really does fit him actually pretty well.
Maxipad This Basket is like the archetype douchebag.
Anyway, we've reached 4:30. Do you want to finish the current chapter and then call it a lifetime?
Sure. No, yeah, absolutely, that's fine. My father was a photographer. He turns to a glass cabinet filled with cameras that behind him. He opens one of the doors and takes out a camera, unless he catches the name Alicia on the front. Holding the camera up to my eye, I study Alessia through the lens. She has all dark eyes, long lashes, high cheekbones, and full parted lips. My groin tightens. "You're beautiful," I whisper, and press the shutter. Alessia's mouth drops open, but she shakes her head and covers her face with her hands, though they don't conceal her smile. I take another shot. "You are," I say. "Look." And I hold the back of the camera out to her so they can see that she can see the image. She stares down at her face that's been captured digitally in fine detail, and then look up at me. And I'm lost in the magic of her dark, dark gaze. "See?" I murmur. "You're stunning." Murmur.
Sorry.
Yeah. "You're great. You're stunning." Reaching forward, I tip up her chin and leaning down, inching closer and closer so she has a chance to move away. I brush my lips against hers. She gasps. And as I pull back, she touches her fingers to her mouth, her eyes growing around her. Oh man, that's how
I'm actually still dwelling on the fact that he took a picture of her without consent. He just full on just ching, you know,
and like calling her, "You're beautiful." Click, 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 click.
Yeah,
click.
That's.
And she covers her face, and he still keeps going.
Yeah.
Okay. He just kissed her. He backs away, and she touches her fingers to her mouth, her eyes growing rounder. "That's how I feel," I whisper, my heart pounding. "Will she slap me? Will she flee?" She stares at me, an ethereal vision in the muted light. She tentatively raises her hand and traces my lips with her fingertips. I freeze, closing my eyes as her tender touch reverberates through my body. I daren't breathe. I don't want to frighten her away. I feel her feather-light touch everywhere. Everywhere. And before I can stop myself, I pull her into my embrace and wrap my arms around her. She melts against the length of my body, her warmth leaching on into me.
What that means, she melts, means she gave up.
Oh man, the feel of her. Oh, who talks that way?
E.L. James and that one guy who went to prison for 30 years.
Who's reading E.L. James in prison right now? I slide my fingers under her scarf and gently slip it off her head. Clasping her plate at the base of her neck, I tug lightly, bringing her lips up to mine. "Alessia," I breathe and kiss her again, softly, slowly, so as to not frighten her. She stills in my arms, then brings her hands up to catch my biceps, closing her eyes as she accepts me. Hey, Dom, get back up. This is for donations and charity. You have to participate, Dom. Get back up. Get up in your seat, Dom. You know this is important. Everyone, if you want to keep supporting Dom, you better keep chipping in and helping out. You gotta make Dom sit through this chapter.
Don't do it, man. We've raised enough. It's fine.
No, Dom, you said to the end of the chapter. Do you want to get support for ACLU? Do you?
I do.
Okay, then sit up like a big boy and have your smut read to you. I deepen the kiss, my tongue teasing her lips. Oh! And she opens her mouth. She tastes of warmth and grace and sweet seduction. Her tongue hesitant and faltering against mine. It's captivating. It's arousing. I have to hold myself back. I want nothing more than to bury myself in this girl. But I don't think she'll let me. I draw back. "What's my name?" I murmur against her lips.
Mama?
"Mister," she whispers as I rub my thumb down her cheek. "Maxim. Say Maxim." "Maxim," she breathes. Yes, I love the sound of my name in her accent. See? That wasn't so hard. Suddenly, there's a loud, insistent banging on the front door. Oh, sweet mercy, good. Yay! Yay! Someone's interrupting. Suddenly, there's a loud, insistent banging on the door. Who is that? How did I get into this building? Reluctantly, I step back. Don't go anywhere. I hold up my finger in warning. Open the door, Mr. Trev, and a disembodied voice follows from outside. Immigration? Oh no, Alessia whispers and she clutches her throat, her eyes wide with fear. Don't be afraid. The knock rattles the door once more. Mr. Trev, Yan, and that's how it's said in there. The voice is perceptibly louder. I'll deal with this. I'm muted. I mutter, pissed off that we've been interrupted, leaving Alessia in the dark room.
I never, in my wildest dreams, ever thought I would be pleased that Ice showed up. To interrupt. That's the darkest thing I've ever said in my life.
This is, you know how dark this is going to sound? Ice are the heroes right now.
Right now, yeah. That's so dark. Or abolish Ice. Fuck Ice up the ass. I am so done with those assholes. But...
Yep. Through the peephole in the front door, I assess two men outside. One is short, the other is tall, and both are dressed in cheap gray suits and black parkas. They don't look particularly official. I pause, debating whether or not to answer, but I should find out why they're here and if it's anything to do with Alessia. I thread the sturdy security chain through the clutch and open the door. One of the men tries to burst in, but with my body pressed against the door, the chain holds. He's the short one. Thick-set and balding, he oozes aggression from every pore in his body and from his sly, shrewd eyes. Where is she, mister? He barks. I recoil. Who are these lowlifes? Baldy's partner looks behind him, thin, silent, and menacing. The hairs on the back of my neck stand to attention. Can I see some ID? My voice equally menacing. Open the door. We're from immigration. We believe you have a failed asylum seeker in your apartment. That stocky guy speaks again, and his nostrils flare in anger. He has a distinct Eastern European accent. You need a warrant to search these premises. Where is it? I hiss with the authority that comes from a life of privilege and several years at one of the best public schools in Britain. The largest man hesitates for a moment as I smell a rat. Who are these men? Your warrant. Where is it? I snarl. Baldy looks uncertain at his cohorts. Where's the girl? The tall, thin bloke speaks. There is no one here but me. Who are you looking for? A girl. Aren't we all? I sneer. Now I suggest you get out of here and come back with a warrant, or I'll call the police. Taking my phone out of my back pocket, I hold it up in front of them. But just so we're clear, there are no girls here, let alone illegal immigrants. I lie easily, a skill that's also a product of several years at one of the best public schools in Britain. Shall I call the police? Both of them take a step back. At that moment, Mrs. Beckstrom, who lives in the neighboring flats, opens her front door holding Heracles, her yappy lapdog. Hello, Maxim, she calls. Bless you, Mrs. Beckstrom. Very well, Mr. Trev, they can't pronounce his name. He can't pronounce my name. It's Lord Trevthick to you. We shall be back with a warrant. He turns on his heel, jerks his head at his colleague, and they brush past Mrs. Beckstrom on the way toward the stairs. She glares at them, then she smiles at me. Good afternoon, Mrs. B, I say with a wave and close the door. How did the thugs find out about Alessia was here? Why are they chasing her? What has she done? There's no immigration department. It's called Border Force, and it's been for years. I take a deep breath in an effort to damp my anxiety down and head back into the dark room, where I suspect Alessia will be trembling in a corner. She's not there. She's not in the kitchen. My concern mushrooms into the full-scale panic as I race through the flat calling her name. She's not in the bedrooms or the drawing room. Finally, I search the scullery. The fire escape door is ajar, and her coat and boots are missing. Alessia has fled.
Good.
End chapter.
I feel 30 years older.
I don't know. I think we dodged a big bullet right there, sir. A big old bullet.
Yeah. Yep. No, so for everyone asking in the chat, Ice is not the UK version. I was just using that. I was just trying to think of the worst possible group of human beings imaginable when I was making my comparison. Because fuck those guys.
That was just in jest, because just comparing how bad these people are.
But also, I mean, it looks like these guys are not, in fact, they're imposters by the sound of things.
Yeah, so. It sounds like there's something off the key, like they're like private investigators or mafia or something.
They're probably the people who enslaved her before. There's the whole thing, apparently, which we haven't got to yet, which I guess I'm pleased about, because holy monkey, that was difficult to get through.
Say my name, Mister?
Mister? Why would she think he wanted that?
How you feeling?
I feel tense over every molecule of my body.
Oh, come on. Look at all the good you've done. Everyone in the chat room had a good time, right?
Did you guys have a good time in the chat? Did you enjoy seeing me suffer? Are you not entertained?
1.6 thousand likes. I'm pretty sure people had a good time.
Salut.
See? Yay, Dominic. Poor Dom. Bravo, Dom. Holy monkey. So, you know, I think it's best not to tempt fate because who knows what's going to happen in Chapter 9.
Yep.
Boy, oh boy.
Yep.
Boy, oh boy.
So how many it's like 32 chapters. I didn't even get half.
I was going to say, the chapter, I didn't realize it was this long. I thought this would be a shorter book, and like, because, let's be honest, the E.L. James fans, yes, she does have them, I'm aware, just want to get to the meat and potatoes of the book, and I'm cleaning that up very nicely for what she writes about. So I would not expect 400-something pages of bad descriptions and chunky cream sweaters.
Chunky cream.
That was a real description, sir. You can control F on this PDF
I will,
and actually find that yourself.
After we're done here, I will post it on Twitter. The chunky cream sweater.
Cream sweater. Like, that was nothing. Like, that's an actual description.
Like, no, it's not. I lived 30 years in Britain, and no one has ever referred to a sweater, which we call jumpers, by the way, as chunky.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Also, I've never heard that in America either. I've never heard anyone call any piece of clothing chunky. My girlfriend is a bit of a fashionista. She has never called anything chunky as an article of clothing ever.
Yeah, that's not a word that we use for anything besides Kit Kats.
Maybe soup.
I forgot about chunky soup.
Food. That's what you call food. Chunky. Okay, that's work. Not clothing. Not sweaters. Chunky cream sweater. The hashtag chunky cream sweaters there. Jumper. Honestly, if you're going to write porn, just give it to us. Oh my goodness. There's a statement. However, I must commend you, sir. You sat through quite an ordeal. And your reward is you get out of it just before the real filth begins.
Yeah, apparently so. I wasn't sure how far we'd get. I mean, I got so distracted with most readers. Every few seconds I was just like, wait, what?
Fair enough.
So
I mean, you got through 8 full chapters.
Yeah.
So you know what? I think that's pretty commendable. I think you've more. This was probably the most tense for you because I think you could tell it was coming, and it didn't.
Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, no, I'll probably come back to this like in a month or two. I am going to need some recovery time before we try again.
Give some time.
Yeah. No, I will deliver what I promised. I will get through the whole book eventually. I'm just going to need some time to get, because I need some aftercare, whatever the fuck they call it.
Maybe at the end of summer, maybe something like that after things have calmed down and you can focus, and you could maybe, if you do want to do another donation drive, you can. If not, whatever. But still, I would suggest give it a 2-month rest, maybe August, end of summer.
Why not? Yeah, if we're also
more than enough time. You've earned it. Yeah. Oh, someone just said chunky means the wool knit. I think.
I don't care.
That still doesn't make sense. No one still calls it that.
Yeah,
chunky's a yarn thing. That still is not a description for the actual clothing that you buy.
I wore jumpers for 30 years, and no one has ever said, "Oh man, look at how chunky that jumper is." No. No one says chunky. Yeah, no, chunky is not a positive description for anything ever, really. No, it's not. I mean, maybe if you're maybe talking a cat, it's like, oh, look at my chunky boy.
Who's a little chunky monster? Yeah, come on now.
Boy, too much tuna for this boy. But that's
everyone.
Literally
Okay. Everyone in the chat, or a lot of people in the chat, are saying aftercare, dom care, dom time. Everyone is supportive of you taking a rest. So you know what? I think they're all on your side. You got to do rest.
Appreciate
y'all. You know what?
Yeah, we got to $37,534.
That's unreal.
You guys have made this all worth it. I can't thank you enough for this. I would have hated to have gone through all this for anything less.
8 hours for like $20.
Yeah,
5 of it was mine.
No, you guys, these guys really came through for me, and I'm so.
This was very impressive. You guys proved, Dom, that your audience actually is supportive and willing to participate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they all put their money where their mouths are when it came to A.L. James.
It is, and you proved that there are YouTube audiences out there that are actually worth having.
Yep. All right, so yeah, I'm gonna go take a nap, I think.
Maybe you're gonna wake up. You're gonna wake up Friday,
something like that. Yeah, I may cry in the fetal position in the shower for a while, so that'll be fun.
Have Sir Terry have a timer that like wake you up or something.
Yep. All right, thanks everyone. Hey guys, again, thank you so much We may try this again sometime. Thank you so much for donating so much to the ACLU. It really is a really good cause. They're doing a lot of good work out there, and just keep up the good work out there. Keep up the protests. Keep up the support. Just because these things have stopped trending doesn't mean they're over. And like I said, I'm so proud of how much you guys have stepped up on this one. And yeah, I will catch you on the flip side.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, guys.
Thumbs up if you like to watch Dom cry, be uncomfortable. Hit that like button if you want to see Dom do it again.
Don't do any of those things.
Hit that like button if you want part 2 in August to see Dom cry more like he is right now. Yeah.